right across the Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory. The term of the DDC will be for 5 years. West Pakistan refugees will also be entitled to exercise their right to vote for the first time.
And let's now bring you a roundup with regard to COVID-19 developments in India.
With a high number of COVID patients recovering every day and the sustained fall in the mortality rate, India's steady trend of registering dipping active cases continues. The active caseload is sustained below the 6 lakh mark for the 6th consecutive day. On Wednesday, India's active caseload stands at 5,33,787. The national recovery rate has reached 92.09%. The country's testing capacities have expanded rapidly. The cumulative tests are nearly 11.3 crores. A total of 12.09 lakh tests were conducted in the last 24 hours. 25 states, UTs, have better tests per million than the national average. Union Health Minister Dr. Harshvardhan inaugurated via video conference a prefabricated isolation center for COVID-19 at NDRF's 4th Battalion station at Arakonam in Tamil Nadu. This is a special type of structure made entirely of steel and can be converted into hospital within 1 or 2 days. This is equipped with all facilities and is beneficial in times of disaster or COVID-like pandemic. Delhi government has started conducting targeted COVID-19 tests in markets and other crowded places to strengthen its surveillance mechanism amid a surge in daily coronavirus cases in the national capital in the last few days. The national capital has been witnessing a fresh surge in coronavirus cases. On Tuesday, Delhi recorded over 6,000 fresh COVID-19 cases for the first time. The Maharashtra government gave its nod for the reopening of cinema halls, drama theatres, multiplexes and auditoria outside the containment zones. The notification issued by the state chief secretary said these entertainment zones will be allowed to reopen from Thursday at 50% of the capacity. Karnataka's education minister has said that the government has not yet decided to reopen schools. He said the education department would give a report to the chief minister in the next 4 or 5 days to take a call. In Tamil Nadu, COVID-19 curve continues to dip with the active caseload falling to 19,201. The new cases in the last 24 hours have come down to 2,435, including 669 in Chennai. Total recoveries in Tamil Nadu crossed the milestone of 7 lakh on Tuesday against the total infections of nearly 7.32 lakhs.
And the second batch of Indian Air Force Rafale aircrafts arrived in India on Wednesday night. The 3 jets arrived at Jamnagar Air Base in Gujarat after flying non-stop from France with mid-air refueling on the way at 8:14 p.m. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh congratulated Indian Air Force for successfully accomplishing a highly complex mission in a professional and safe manner. As per the delivery schedule, 3 to 4 jets will reach India every 2 to 3 months till all the 36 are delivered under the deal inked with France in September 2016.
Army Chief General Narvane, who is on a 3-day visit to Nepal, will be conferred with the honorary rank of General of the Nepal Army today. The honorary rank of General of the Nepal Army will be conferred to General Narvane by Nepal President Bidyadevi Bhandari during a function in the President's office. The Army Chief will also meet Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and his Nepali counterpart Purna Chandra Thapa during the visit. Apart from this, General Narvane will distribute medical equipment and ventilators to 2 field hospitals of the Nepali Army for dealing with the COVID pandemic.
The Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs has approved allocation of 1,810.56 crore rupees for Lori Hydroelectric Project Stage 1, and also a green nod was given for total 4 MOUs. The Cabinet also discussed the fact that economy is coming back on fast track despite COVID-19 pandemic.
With a view to promote clean energy in the country, in a landmark decision, the Union Cabinet has approved 1,810 crore rupees investment proposal of 210 megawatt Lohri Stage 1 hydropower project on river Satluj. The project is expected to be commissioned within a span of 62 months and when completed would lead to an annual reduction of 6.1 lakh tons of carbon dioxide from the environment.
इससे 2000 लोगों को प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रोजगार के अवसर मिलेंगे। हिमाचल को 1140 करोड़ रुपए की बिजली मुफ्त मिलेगी और जो प्रकल्प बाधित है उन लोगों को 10 साल के लिए हर एक परिवार को 100 यूनिट बिजली मुफ्त मिलेगी। तो ये सबके फायदेमंद एक नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट आज मंजूर किया है।
The cabinet also discussed the economic situation and noted that the economy is coming back on track at a faster rate than expected as per data from the second quarter.
जीएसटी पिछले साल के अक्टूबर में जितना मिला था उससे ज्यादा 1,05,000 करोड़ रुपए अक्टूबर महीने में प्राप्त हुआ। एक तरह से सभी क्षेत्रों में एक सतत मांग का विकास, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट इन डिमांड ये नजर आ रही है। जो इनपुट यूज करते हैं उत्पादन के लिए उसकी खरीद भी बढ़ी है, यानी उत्पादन बढ़ने का प्लानिंग है और उत्पादन बढ़ रहा है। इसके लिए ज्यादा माल खरीद हो रही है, उसका इनपुट ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
Union INB Minister Prakash Javadekar also said that farmers of Punjab had sold a record 158 lakh metric tons of paddy, which proved that they were happy. Javadekar further stressed on the benefits that farmers would get by selling produce at a higher MSP. The minister questioned the Punjab government over their support to commission agents rather than focusing on farmers' welfare.
इस साल सरकार ने ही खरीद किया जो हर साल होगा। यह बताया है कि सरकार की खरीद जारी रहेगी। इस साल 158 लाख टन सरकार ने खरीद किया है धान और किसानों ने दिया है, लाखों किसानों ने दे दिया है। उनका विश्वास है नए सिस्टम में। किसी ने ये नहीं कहा कि मंडी बंद हो गई, एमएसपी बंद हो गया। जो दुष्प्रचार हुआ वो गलत था, ये भी सच साबित हुआ है।
Along with this, the cabinet has given its nod to total 4 MOUs. Cabinet has approved the Memorandum of Understanding between India and Israel on cooperation in the field of health and medicine and in the field of telecommunication ICTs with the United Kingdom. With inputs from Shailendra Mishra, Bureau Report, DD India.
All right, going back to our top story of the US presidential polls, our correspondent Ira Spitzer is joining us from the US to get us more on that. Ira, thank you so much for joining us. When we talk of the race to White House, very interestingly, the contest is poised, but Biden leading with 264 electoral votes and Trump trailing behind 214. I would want you to first get us the current update on that. And also, do we see victory in sight for Biden, or is it a little too early for Trump to call it a day?
For the last few hours, the most significant developments earlier today were the television network here calling the state of Michigan for Joe Biden. So now, as you mentioned, he is really knocking on the door. 70 electoral votes, what he needs to win the presidency. So where are those votes going to come from? And when will we find out? One possible path for him is through the state of Pennsylvania. That is a state where Trump is currently leading, but they're continuing to count ballots, and the votes that they are counting are largely absentee ballots, and so those are believed to be leaning strongly Democrat, strongly for Biden. So the count in Pennsylvania could yield a Biden victory in that state. That would put him on a path to 270. Another path for Joe Biden goes through the state of Nevada as well as Arizona. If he can secure those two states, he would also get to 270. So it's looking fairly good for Joe Biden, but it still is too early to call the race right now because, as we've seen throughout this process, things have shifted pretty quickly. President Trump declared a victory last night, even, which has come under a lot of criticism, but the Biden camp is careful not to do that. But they do say that they believe they have the votes to win this thing.
Right, Ira, but when we talk about President Trump, well, it started off with criticizing the electoral system. It started off with criticizing the counting of votes, and now he's moving court. What does it mean, and what are the implications of that?
Well, President Trump, as we know here, is making all sorts of legal moves to challenge, including Michigan, including now the state of Georgia. But I think the strategy here from Trump is necessary, but it's also going to out.
All right, so that was FSN reporter Ira Spitzer joining us from the US and letting us know that it is still a little too early for Trump to call it a day, and we'll have to wait and watch how the days ahead pan out. Remember, the electoral process there is different from what we see in our country. There, the electoral votes, the electoral colleges, they matter a lot, and also the mail-in votes, the ballot votes have not yet been counted completely, and that is what is delaying the results, and we'll have to wait and watch.
Right, and Ira has been continuously with us in DD India as our reporter there on the ground throughout that 14-hour coverage that DD India gave our viewers nationwide from across the Atlantic, and we hope you really enjoyed that. And now moving on back in the bulletin.
And back home, Arnab Goswami, editor-in-chief of Republic TV, who was arrested by Maharashtra police yesterday, has been sent to judicial custody till 18th November by Alibag Court. His bail matter will be heard by the Bombay High Court today. Union Home Minister Amit Shah called Arnab's arrest an attack on the fourth pillar of democracy. Information and Broadcasting Minister Prakash Javadekar said that the arrest of the journalist brought back the memories of the emergency. Editors Guild expressed shock and said that state power should not be used against critical reporting by the media.
Freedom of press and journalism as it is in severe threat in Maharashtra. On a 2-year-old case on the charges of abetment of suicide, Maharashtra police early Wednesday arrested Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami and 2 others. The case pertains to suicide of a 53-year-old interior designer and his mother in 2018.
Arnab Goswami was physically assaulted in his house by 2 police officers. His house was cordoned off for 3 hours. There are abrasions on his hand here, on his left hand. So he appeals to the citizens of India to support in this case.
Raigad police has arrested Arnab under section 305 of the IPC.
All right, we'll get that report for you in a while from now, but at present we're again joined in by our correspondent from the US, Ira Spitzer. Ira, just a while back we were talking about what next if Trump files a lawsuit and what are the implications. Please continue.
Well, so President Trump, as I started to mention earlier, is known for filing a great deal of lawsuits in his life as a business person. So it appears that he has now adopted this strategy as he is trying to stave off defeat in this presidential election. It's hard to really say how serious the courts will take these lawsuits. Of course, they will have to weigh them on the merits, but it's not as if Trump can just declare, okay, this is unconstitutional, that is unconstitutional. I think what he's really trying to do is just throw everything at the courts and see if something can stick, because, of course, if he can make some traction in a state where the vote counting is close enough, where a successful legal challenge could make a difference, that could, of course, help him. But on the other hand, it does seem to be quite a desperate move at this point, which sort of undercuts his message that he has actually won the election. So kind of dangerous territory for President Trump, but it's certainly nothing unexpected or new. He's been signaling that he's been planning to do this pretty much since he started making the baseless claims that mail-in voting would be fraudulent. We knew then that lawsuits would be part of the ultimate strategy if the election was close and if he appeared to be in some sort of trouble.
Right, Ira, the opinion before the voting was held, before the counting of votes, was that it's a country divided between two candidates with totally opposite views of where they want to take America. Has the vote confirmed this?
Well, I think the vote has raised new questions about just how divided the country is. There was some thought, okay, well, if you believe the opinion polls heading into the election, Joe Biden was going to win a landslide victory. The Democrats were going to take over the Senate, and there would be this repudiation of Trumpism and of Donald Trump. Well, that's not the election that we saw in the United States. Well, Joe Biden perhaps is going to win the election. He certainly is struggling to gain the number of votes to put him over the hump. Many people voted for Donald Trump, and now with Trump's claims that he has won the election, now basically competing claims from the Biden camp, I think the division in the United States is probably on track to get worse if there are doubts about the election results. We did hear from Joe Biden earlier in the day talking about reconciliation. That was really the message that he was trying to convey, that he would be the president of not just Democrats, but of all Americans. But are those Republicans who voted for Trump listening? Hard to say at this point.
All right, Tara, I would want you to talk more about how far will Donald Trump filing a lawsuit have a bearing on the election results. To what extent can the results be delayed? Well, the results do seem to be marching on at this point in time. Of course, he did bring up in his election night or morning remarks the specter of the Supreme Court. That's the highest court in the land. Of course, the Supreme Court would potentially have the authority to make some sort of judgment on the legality of vote counting. So there is certainly, I don't want to discount the possibility that Trump's legal challenges could be successful. But that being said, we haven't really seen any success so far with these legal challenges. The vote counting is going on. The election officials are declaring winners as they see fit. So right now the election is happening just as we expected, but something would have to change pretty significantly for Trump's legal challenges to make a difference. But that's certainly possible when you look at the power of the Supreme Court in the United States and the judicial system in general. They did ultimately decide the 2000 election between Al Gore and George W. Bush, but that was an entirely different set of circumstances.
Right, Ira, thank you very much for joining us there and for all your inputs and for that in-depth analysis of the entire election process as well as of the race for the White House.
Yes. Up next, we'll get you the web review, wherein one of our correspondents join us and also let us know what headlines have been put forth in the social media platforms. And for the web news review, our colleague, correspondent Nancy is joining us. Nancy, good morning. Let us know what headlines have you picked up for us from the web portals of social media?
Begin from the news from the Indian Express, where of course the government saying that airlines can operate maximum 60% of the pre-COVID domestic flights till February 24th next year. In fact, Indian Airlines can operate maximum 60% of their pre-COVID domestic passenger flights, and that's up till 24th of February next year. While that's of course due to prevailing COVID-19 situation, the Civil Aviation Ministry has said. In fact, the ministry has also informed that the airlines about the 60% limit through an official order on 2nd September, but it had not told them the period for which the cap would remain in place. And now, some days back, the ministry has also issued a new order clarifying that the 2nd September order shall remain in force until 24th of February 2021 or until further orders, of course, due to the prevailing situation vis-a-vis the COVID-19 pandemic across the world. Let's now move on and focus a bit on the COVID-19 situation in the national capital. The Chief Minister there, in fact, saying that Delhi is facing the third wave, but there's no need to panic. In fact, this is, of course, coming in the backdrop of the city facing a jump in the number of new COVID-19 cases in the last few days. It can be called a third wave that the national capital, Delhi, is currently facing. In fact, the Chief Minister also said that he's in fact assured the people of Delhi that there's no need to panic and the government is monitoring the situation regularly. Let's now move on to this news from the Indian Express. Indian origin Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy wins the US House race. This is of course coming in the backdrop as the race for the White House is of course something that DD India has been focusing on really well. This is about Indian origin Democratic Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy being re-elected to the US House of Representatives for a third consecutive term. Now, of course, Krishnamurthy was born in New Delhi and he easily defeated Preston Nelson of the Libertarian Party. And when last reports came in, he had accounted for nearly 70% of the total votes counted. He was the first, in fact, elected to the House of Representatives in 2016. All right, and moving on to our last news item for the web review this morning. And this is, of course, Sri Lanka. They're rescuing 120 whales after country's largest stranding. Sri Lanka has, in fact, saved some 120 pilot whales in a grueling overnight rescue involving the Navy after the island nation's biggest stranding. And to tell you more about this, well, 3 pilot whales and 1 dolphin had died of injuries following the mass beaching on the country's western coast at the Pandadura. That was some 25 kilometers south of the capital Colombo. And now Sri Lanka, they're rescuing 120 whales after country's largest stranding that's taking place. Well, that's all the news that we have for our viewers this morning from the web review. It's back to you, Preeti and Rukma.
All right, thank you, Nancy, for that web review.
And now in our next segment, we'll get you all the news from across the globe, even as countries in the West particularly brace for another wave of COVID outbreak.
Britain's head towards a new 4-week-long COVID-19 lockdown amid soaring cases of the viral disease. Restaurants in London saw heavy crowd thronging to dine as non-essential establishments will remain closed in the country for at least a month. People thronged streets hours before the lockdown came into force. Meanwhile, authorities have urged people to stay at home to combat a surge in new infections that scientists say could, if unchecked, cause more deaths than the first wave. UK has so far over 10,99,060 cases of COVID-19 with more than 47,740 deaths.
Fighting between Armenia and Azerbaijan over the Nagorno-Karabakh region continues at multiple locations along the front line. Azerbaijan said its positions on the border with Armenia had been fired on with mortar bombs and small arms, and that the city of Fizuli between Nagorno-Karabakh and Iran had been shelled. Armenia's defense ministry denied the reported shelling of Fizuli and reported an attack denied by Azerbaijan in the direction of Karvajar, a town in the northwestern part of the conflict zone. The ethnic Armenian-controlled Nagorno-Karabakh Defense Ministry says 1,177 of its troops have been killed since September 27th. Azerbaijan does not disclose its military casualties, while Russia has estimated 5,000 deaths on both sides.
And now we'll go to our next segment, Sports Track, wherein we'll get you updates from the world of sports. Rafael Nadal became the only fourth player to earn 1,000 open-era single victories as he opened his title bid at the Rolex Paris Masters with a 4-6, 7-6, 6-4 comeback victory against Feliciano Lopez. In his first match since he captured a record-extending 13th Roland Garros title last month, Nadal served 16 aces and saved 3 of the 4 break points to make further history in the French capital. The Spaniard, who is chasing his first title, improved to 225 at the ATP Masters 1000 tournament. Nadal joins Jimmy Connors, Roger Federer and Ivan Lendl in the exclusive 1000 wins club. The 34-year-old earned his maiden tour level victory at home against Ramon Delgado in Mallorca in 2002.
And time now for our health segment, in which we provide you with various health issues and how to deal with them. Snoring affects many. It not only disrupts sleep, it also poses health risks. Our correspondent Kiran Bharadwaj spoke to Dr. Manjari Tripathi about how to get rid of this extremely, perhaps most annoying habit.
Most people consider snoring as a sign of good sleep. What do experts say about snoring? Let's understand from Dr. Manjari Tripathi. Dr. Manjari, many people snore while sleeping. Is it normal or a problem?
Obstructive sleep apnea is very common, where there is loud snoring in sleep and pauses in breath while sleeping, and during this time the brain is deprived of oxygen. When it's deprived of oxygen, well, what happens is that the person's performance goes, and in the morning when they get up, they do not have a refreshing sleep, so they feel more sleepy and they feel like going back to bed.
If a person snores while sleeping, when to see a doctor?
Excessive sleepiness can be hazardous, particularly if you are driving. If you doze even for a few seconds, you can be in a very bad accident, either for pilots or for heavy vehicle drivers or for your personal vehicles. Hence, sleep, if there is excessive sleep, you must report to the doctor to find out the cause.
Why is it essential to get treatment for snoring?
What will happen is that sleep will decrease. Either there will be insomnia, or next day there may be hypersomnia, that is excessive sleep, and in the morning hours the person may sleep and hence may not be able to work. In addition to this, the person's memory will come down. If it is an employee at work, their performance at work will come down. There will be an increasing dependence on stimulants like caffeine, which are harmful to health and can cause heart disorders. And also it can lead to obesity, diabetes, metabolic syndrome, stroke. In addition to that, there is a decrease in memory, performance, judgment and planning due to obstructive sleep apnea.
If a person snores while sleeping, what should be done?
It's very important that obstructive sleep apnea is picked up early and diagnostic testing is done in the sleep lab by polysomnography, after which we usually request the person to sleep on the side and lose at least 5 kgs of weight, and also use a CPAP machine wherever required. It's very important that we realize that diseases can occur in sleep, and sleep is essential for a healthy life.
If people around you complain that you snore while sleeping, do not take it lightly, do not ignore it. Meet a medical expert, try to find out the cause and get it treated appropriately. Because snoring along with daytime fatigue may be a sign of a health problem. Kiran Bharadwaj, DD News.
Alright, do take your snoring seriously and visit a doctor. This is what suggests the health report for today. Up next, we'll get you the weather report.
And well, a cyclonic circulation lies over southwest Bay of Bengal off Sri Lanka coast, and a trough runs from southeast Arabian Sea to Karnataka coast. across Lakshadweep area in lower tropospheric levels. Under its influence, scattered to fairly widespread rain very likely over Tamil Nadu and Puducherry, Kerala and Mahe, South Interior Karnataka and Lakshadweep during the next 5 days.
Isolated heavy rainfall with moderate thunderstorm and lightning also likely over Tamil Nadu during next 5 days, and generally dry weather very likely to prevail over most parts of North, West and Central India and over some parts of East India during the next 5 days. Up next, we get to temperatures across major cities and towns of the country.
And well, with that, we come to the end of this edition of Breakfast News. But as we go, we'll leave you with glimpses of several music and dance performances that were held in the United States as part of the non-partisan social media movement, Joy to the Polls. One high-profile event was headed by rap musician Busta Rhymes in Harlem as New York citizens lined up to vote.
All right, have a beautiful day ahead and take a look at these beautiful, interesting visuals coming in. But before we leave you again, we leave you with this quick reminder to join the Mask Up India initiative, which we are running on DD India and DD News. Remember, the best, cost-effective and the most efficient way to fight COVID-19 is to wear a mask. It's just a simple task, wear a mask, but wear it properly and correctly. With that reminder, we'll end this breakfast show here. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Namaskar and welcome to our series of programs on unlocking the Indian economy and putting the economy on the road to economic revival. In this third and final episode, we're going to be looking at unlocking entrepreneurship and looking specifically at the government policy environment so that entrepreneurs can convert this crisis into an opportunity. Also, we'll be looking at the way industry is moving into Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, and also the importance of R&D in institutions. Taking us through the discussion, we have two very eminent guests. Let me introduce you to them. I've done two one-on-one special interviews with each of them. They are Dr. Arvind Virmani is the president of the Forum for Strategic Initiative and the chairman of the Foundation for Economic Growth. He's been a former chief economic advisor to the Ministry of Finance and a former executive director of the International Monetary Fund. Vidisha Ganguly is the chief economist at the industry body CII. CII, as we know, is a key industry body, and it tracks every aspect and every sector of the Indian economy very closely. It also works very closely with government on business policy and also lobbies for business to create a better business environment. So let's begin. We know that Einstein had said that in the midst of every crisis lies a great opportunity. So do you see, our entrepreneurial spirit taking up this challenge?
Yes, I mean, I work for the Confederation of Indian Industry, which is essentially a group of entrepreneurs who have shown great, have been really contributed a lot to their country, and they are certainly, I believe in entrepreneurship. That without that we cannot have.
But I'm talking about at the current time, looking at this, as this crisis as an opportunity. I mean, the fact that we can create new products, come out with something new, and actually take advantage, in a sense, economic advantage, in a sense, of the situation.
Well, there are real life examples of that. Right after the COVID situation happened, a lot of companies came up with products that are needed in this situation. The pharmaceutical companies or even companies that manufacture sanitizers or masks initially, or even the ventilators. Initially, there was a shortage of ventilators in the country. That's not the case anymore. So a lot of initiatives have been taken in this particular situation.
We used to have this, those of us who were involved in the 91 crisis, balance of payment crisis, we used to say, had this thing, which I didn't know came from Einstein, that a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. Yes. So do the entrepreneurs have the thing? Yes, I think they do. I think they were thrown off balance for a little while, in, I would say, late 2018, 2019, where there was a feeling of, helplessness and not enough help from the government. But I think that is all over. I think given that the government is on the job, very much so, we've already discussed some of the things they have been doing. I think the big business people are now beginning to get their confidence back. And I'm convinced that they will, they've never let us down. I remember from 91 also when we changed the policy framework, and they responded very well. So I'm sure they will respond, yes.
Okay, and we have a target for a $5 trillion economy by 2025. So what do you think? I mean, has that been set back a little bit by COVID? Of course it has, I'm sure it has, but there's a big role for entrepreneurs if we have to look at that opportunity and to rise up again. Do you see us adding, let's say, 50,000 startups by 2024?
Yes, so absolutely the goal of 5 trillion economy has been delayed. But with these reforms, and I expect some more reforms related to GST, direct tax code, and a few others, I'm sure that we will be on track again. Now, where does do startups come in? Self-employment plays a huge role in an Indian economy as against EU or USA, etc. So people who advise us from that side really don't comprehend how important self-employment is. But the self-employment has a huge negative complement in the sense that there's nothing else to do, so people are forced to go into self-employment, which is low productivity and not give them very much income. So in this context, modernizing up self-employment, this entrepreneurship, and I think that this government has really recognized, not only recognized, and put a lot of emphasis on it. It's a tricky thing. A lot of other countries have wasted money on trying to do this. So it's not easy. So when I say others have not done it, that's not so much a criticism because people just didn't know how to do it. But it's absolutely clear that modernization of entrepreneurship, modern startups is going to be key to a self-employment economy, which is high productivity and high income. So that's the key point to remember. So in that context, absolutely, We are too much,
Sure.
Indians have been too much on jobs, permanent jobs. That where do you get it? Government. Okay, a few corporates. Corporates are 8% of the economy. Not enough. So this entrepreneurship, self-employment is going to be a key, very key element of India's growth.
Let's take a look at the $5 trillion economy then. I mean, one was feeling that we were very much on course, but this year and perhaps next year too, maybe recovery years. So in this sense, how do you see? There's got to be a big role for entrepreneurs here. What would you think? I mean, do we need to add many more startups? How do you see us moving forward?
First, the $5 trillion goalpost has been shifted back, at least by 2 years, I would think, because we have, even with the recovery and a fairly strong recovery, we will not come back to the level of the economy which we had in 2019-20 till about 2022. So that's clearly 2 years lost, and it will take time to get back. Entrepreneurship will certainly have a role to get back to that, but it will need support. There are many companies which have suffered huge losses, and they will. We do not want them to also, retrench jobs. So, in order for them to move forward, they would need some support from somewhere, either banks or the government. So, of course, there is scope for new products. We have seen in this situation that e-commerce has come up in a big way. Anything digital is doing well. Food delivery, e-commerce as a whole, and in this festival season, a lot of it will be done by e-commerce. But there are these few segments that are doing extremely well.
Right. So do you see us adding about 50,000 startups by 2024?
Difficult to say, but yes, certainly a good target to keep in mind.
The government has provided assistance for upgrading existing facilities, plant and machinery. Also, they provides various subsidies. So the government has been encouraging also ease of doing business norms to get better. But people have a problem right now because they don't really know what to produce, because they have to have a market. They have to be able to sell. I mean, this is where entrepreneurship at the end of the day is thinking ideas, isn't it?
Yeah. So, so this complementarity is very important. One is pure independent entrepreneurship and startups, which are directed at the new economy, right? E-education, e-health, that is something in the social. I think we have a big leg up, because I think the developed countries really didn't focus on social entrepreneurship in their earlier development. So we can compete on that angle, that side. There is the digitization of existing items, etc., etc. But the key point which India has often missed in the past is the complementarity between the large corporate sector and the medium-small sector. We used to talk about 10, 20 years ago, there were even papers written in the IMF, etc., of the missing middle, So given our labor laws, our small employment policies earlier, which have now been corrected with the labor code, etc., we had a missing middle. Either companies became very large, capital-intensive things, or they were very fragmented, small companies. So what this new policy approach will do is it will recreate that missing middle, so that the whole ecosystem can grow together. So smaller entrepreneurs. So this the points you mentioned. I think what was it? The EODB, the ease of doing business. Just helps not only the large sector. Of course, it helps the large sector, but it also helps this missing middle and the smaller sectors. So part of EODB relates directly, like a simple GST or a simple direct tax code, which has nothing to do with companies. The direct tax code, if it's simple, it will help self-employed people of small entrepreneurs.
But what to produce at this time? What to produce? That's basically demand-driven.
But that will emerge. That's where the linkage comes in. You see, when you cut it off, these people are just looking wildly for what to sell. But if you have an ecosystem which connects, the large companies are very good at looking for markets, for developing markets. and then they order backwards. So the backward linkage, restoring that is going to produce, again, it takes time. I'm not saying this is going to happen tomorrow, but over a period of, let's say, 3 to 5 years, you will see that these linkages develop so that this problem which individuals, but there is one more, yes, you're right to remind me, there are of course the new digital platforms, like the government's e-market, what's it called, e-GEM,
GEM,
right? Yeah. And other market platforms which are rising where smaller people can go in and people who have various demands can ask for things. That these two together will be where this demand problem will get sorted out. One is these direct digital platforms, and the second, linkages with large companies which are very good at marketing.
There are schemes that are available for people to upgrade, to improve their infrastructure. The policy environment is encouraging ease of doing business. And the big question is, people have in mind that, but do we have a market? What can we produce at the end of the day? So the situation for the entrepreneur is what to produce. I mean, it's a basic question in economics, really, what to produce at this time.
So one thing that we must remember is that today the market is a global market. And it's not only that you have to produce something new, but you could take over market share from other countries. Some basic goods like textiles, for example, India has lost market share in many categories. And it is, so what to produce is not difficult. There are a large number of products that we can produce, and we should go for more of finished products. India can go for apparel, much more than what we do currently. In many other products, take jewelry, any accessories, all of these can be designed in India and exported from India. That should be the target for the entrepreneurs, because India can have a much higher market share in these categories.
Okay, since there's been the pandemic, obviously focus has been on diagnostics, on testing and healthcare. And obviously it has got a boost because we've seen, testing especially has gone up significantly. We've adapted well to these. But do you see, huge business opportunities here for the long term as well? Because, people may be changing their lifestyle. They need to see what's wrong with them at a regular basis. People are taking tests to figure out what's wrong with them. Health is an important factor.
Absolutely. Healthcare will come up. Both the government and the private sector need to spend more on healthcare. So India is a market where it's the private sector which people turn to for their health needs. The government is not very hugely present in the health space. Of course, the government needs to step up, but the private sector has traditionally been there in the health space, even not just in the higher segment, but even for the weaker segment. So therefore, this is a huge opportunity as the government also increases its spending on healthcare. This provides a huge opportunity for the private sector as well. And in a range of things, not only hospitals, but things like, as you mentioned, diagnostics, but even things like
vaccines,
pharmaceuticals, vaccines, yes. Across the spectrum, India has huge advantage. We have skills in these areas. One area where we have fairly developed skills, and I think it's a bright future for this industry as a whole, as a broad spectrum.
And specifically about vaccines, I mean, what do you think? Because there are a lot of concerns, and also there are a lot of regulatory requirements. And people are just waiting for a vaccine to get back to normal. And people are following this space. So at the end of the day, they will look at huge numbers, because you have to vaccinate half the population to get rid of a particular disease. So that's huge potential in a sense, business-wise.
Yes, but I think we have to be a little patient, because it is a huge challenge and a huge task to distribute the vaccine. Even after we have a vaccine with a positive potential, to distribute it across such a huge population, we need to know how to distribute it. You need cold storage across the country to actually distribute the vaccine. And it's not an easy task. So it will, I think, take over a year, even after we have a successful trial. to get the vaccine distributed across the country.
We know that demand obviously creates supply, but we've seen that in the case of the pandemic with diagnostics and healthcare institutions all getting a big boost. But and we have adapted to the needs because we now ramped up on testing. Next thing will be on vaccines. So these are huge business opportunities, isn't it, at this time? But the question is, can these be sustained over a period of time, or are they just for this period of time?
So whenever we have a change, this is a question which comes up: how much of it is permanent? How much of it is temporary? Now, this is anybody's guess, but I think a good starting point is, in most of these things, you can start with the assumption that half is temporary, half is permanent. But I think in the case of health, it is much more, actually. Okay. It's more than half is going to be permanent, because health is something very personal. It is not some, and once you become aware of it, you're unlikely to forget it. That's one. Second is the education which has happened. People have become aware. Even people like us who fully knew about germs and washing hands, etc. I can tell you myself personally, now I've washed my hands much more often, and I realize that if I touch anything and then I touch my nose, a germ is likely to go into my nose also. It's not just a matter of eating, So that education which is occurring is going to be permanent. Every person on the street, a person who works for me in the kitchen or whatever, they've all become aware of these things. So on the health related thing, there's no doubt there's going to be a much heavier component of permanent. The second one is digital. I just mentioned it for information. I think that digitalization is going to be hugely accelerated.
Yes, and taking that digitalization aspect a little further, we know that R&D has been to some extent lacking, but R&D has to be linked also to our institutions so that our institutions can raise their profile. We have IITs which are great. So, R&D which can be linked to industry, innovation hubs, creativity, all this. What do you see? I mean, the potential is that we can probably create the next Apple, Google, or Facebook here in India.
So there are two aspects. Let me start with the caution and then give you the positives.
Okay.
The caution is that too often in the past, we've tried to run before we learn to walk. We don't create the base and we say, okay, we are just going to go to the top. It doesn't work. You have to have the whole base. And we've talked about some of the elements of the base, like better education quality, right? We've already mentioned it. The education reforms are trying to do that. So you have to make sure your base is strong. That's the caution. The part which is good and is happening is that the government is focusing on the ecosystem. So, for example, the financial stack, the health stack, and there is talk of an education stack, that is creating an environment which has large economies of scale. Individual companies find it difficult, even though now we have a company, Jio, which is doing it in part of the system. But the government has rightly focused on creating the environment by creating these stacks. We've discussed many times this Aadhaar, right?
Yes.
That Aadhaar numbering system has created a huge part of the ecosystem which will help develop the rest of the pyramid. So things like that. The focus is on creating the environment with that, because that requires huge investment and has a lot of externalities, what we economists say. Externality means that not the company creating it can't incorporate the profit, so they spend less. But a government doesn't care. The company is the whole country, right? So the government has a role in creating some of these basic things and then getting the private sector in to build the rest of the pyramid. I think we are now beginning to go the right way. Hopefully we will be successful. But part of it is left is reforming our whole R&D system. We have a huge government R&D system. I think that is still awaiting further reform. So that I would say, but I think we are on the right track.
R&D in top institutes of learning, I mean, like IITs and all that, and innovation hubs also, they are adding to our creativity and creating new products. But do you think we have the potential to create the, Apples, Googles, and Facebooks of the world, like the Prime Minister once said in the United States?
We do have the potential, but we don't currently spend on the right things, and our spending on innovation and R&D is abysmally low. So we must focus on it. Both the government and the private sector have to spend more on R&D, and the higher education institutions, they have to step up to the challenge. Today, we do not have much of R&D happening in the higher education institutions, and that is where the talent will come from for the private sector. So the whole reforms in the education space, I think, will be critical in taking forward this agenda.
Right. This is the final question, ma'am. We are in an age where, we require to have minimal human contact. We're living in so-called dangerous environments. And there's the context of artificial intelligence, robotics, again, play a huge role here. And we're already in the industry 4.0, which is basically technology driven. So how would you look at the potential that we have? Because we have some core strengths here. And even in areas of, let's say, defense and all that, where we are looking at minimal human exposure to danger and in dealing with even a pandemic like this.
It's kind of a little difficult in a country like India, which has a very high density of population. So certainly this is a segment where we have our expertise, and we should exploit it. We should get in, collaborate with foreign partners who have expertise in these technologies. And India has all the skills. There are many foreign investors here who are currently in this space and happy to work within the Indian kind of environment in these areas. So we should really expedite the kind of investments that we are having in these areas.
And with that, we conclude our series of programs on unlocking the Indian economy. Hope you've enjoyed our series of programs. We've looked at unlocking demand, unlocking supply, and unlocking entrepreneurship. I'd like to thank our guests, Dr. Arvind Virmani and Bidisha Ganguly, for being with us.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure having
Thank you, my pleasure.
And thank you very much for watching. Namaskar.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
So proud to fly your colors high, my island home. We are resilient and strong in trying times. With the bullet spirit in us, if the world falls apart, we'll be united till the end. Strong as a family, yeah. 'Cause we are family. Children of Fiji unite as one nation. Together we can do this. Together we can do this. We'll overcome anything. We'll overcome anything. Children of Fiji unite as one nation. Together we can do this. Together we can do this. We'll overcome anything. We'll overcome anything. Fijian smiling faces. हम लोग जीतेगा सुंदर फीजी हम लोग के फीजी बुला वाला फीजी हम लोग के फीजी बुला वाला फीजी children of Fiji unite as one nation together we can do this together we can do overcome anything children of Fiji unite as one nation together we can do this together we can do overcome anything we'll overcome anything children of Fiji unite as one nation together we can do this we'll overcome anything children of Fiji unite as one nation Fiji unite as one nation.
The changing world of news. Headlines that you wake up to. News that shapes your day. Stories that matter to you. The latest and most accurate updates. A fresh start to a new day.
Counting continues in the US presidential elections with balance hinged on key battleground states. Biden's projected wins in Wisconsin and Michigan push his chances for the top job. Incumbent Trump attacks the vote counting process, pursues lawsuits. United Nations adopts India's annual counter-terrorism resolution, co-sponsored by over 75 countries. The resolution was adopted by consensus in the UN General Assembly. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to chair the virtual Global Investor Roundtable. Top pension and sovereign wealth funds to participate. Meet to deliberate on accelerating international investments in India. Union Home Minister Amit Shah reaches West Bengal on a two-day visit, scheduled to do a Karyakarta Samvad with BJP cadres. Home Minister will also meet representatives of different communities in a Samajik Samuh Samvad. It's the last day of campaigning in Bihar Assembly polls today. Before the third and final phase of elections for 78 seats on Saturday, the results will be declared on Tuesday. Notification for first District Development Council elections in Jammu and Kashmir to be issued today. Polling to be held in 280 constituencies in 8 phases from November 28. Refugees from Pakistan to exercise franchise for the first time in 70 years. Army Chief General Narwane on a visit to Nepal will meet Nepal's President and Prime Minister. Army Chief to be awarded the honorary rank of General of the Nepal Army. And TV anchor Arnab Goswami sent to 2 weeks judicial custody by Alibag Court. His bail plea to be heard by Bombay High Court today. He was arrested by Maharashtra police yesterday amidst condemnation from all quarters. Good morning, you're watching DD India and I'm Preeti presenting the bulletin. In the next half an hour, we'll get an account of everything that's been making it to the headlines. First, we'll get you an update on the US presidential polls. In the close race for U.S. presidency, Democrat Joe Biden has now established convincing lead over incumbent president and Republican Donald Trump. The long, winding and slow counting process was earlier showing close contest between the two rivals, but late night, after Biden won the battleground states of Michigan and Wisconsin, his lead substantially increased. Now, these two states had voted for Trump last time. With these two states and the battleground state of Arizona going in Biden's favor, the balance has tilted significantly towards him. Projections now say that Biden is only 27 electoral college votes behind the magic figure of 270, that is 243, while Trump is still languishing at 214. Meanwhile, incumbent Donald Trump attacked the vote counting process. Trump's campaign has announced a lawsuit to try and suspend the vote counting in Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, citing irregularities. However, the mail-in ballots could take days or weeks to be counted in some states, meaning a final winner might not be declared today unless a candidate bags a landslide victory. American presidential elections are decided not by the popular vote but by securing a majority in the state-by-state electoral college, which has 538 members. The U.S. Elections Project estimated total turnout at a record 160 million voters, including more than 101.1 million early voters, 65.2 million of whom voted by mail. Permanent representative to the United Nations, T.S. Tirumurti, on Wednesday announced that India's annual resolution on the issue of counter-terrorism was co-sponsored by over 75 countries and adopted by consensus in the first committee of the UN General Assembly. In a tweet, Tirumurti said that India is at the forefront of the counter-terrorism, and he also said that he was delighted that the annual resolution tabled by India on measures to prevent terrorists from acquiring weapons of mass destruction was co-sponsored by more than 75 countries and adopted by consensus in First Committee of the UN General Assembly. India, a victim of state-sponsored cross-border terrorism, has been at the forefront in highlighting the serious threat to international peace and security emanating from acquisition of weapons of mass destruction by terrorist groups. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will today chair the virtual Global Investor Roundtable, that is VGIR. The roundtable is being organized by Ministry of Finance, Government of India and the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. It is an exclusive dialogue between leading global institutional investors, Indian business leaders and the highest decision makers from the Government of India and financial market regulators. The event is aimed at providing an opportunity to deliberate on further accelerating growth of international investments in the country. Union Home Minister and senior BJP leader Amit Shah has reached Kolkata on Wednesday night on a two-day visit to the state. On the first day of his visit, Shah will visit Bankura to meet party workers. The party workers from two zones, Rar and Hooghly Midnapur, covering about 70 assembly seats from the southern region of West Bengal, will attend the meeting. The Home Minister will also meet representatives of different communities in a Samajik Samuh Samvad. Shah on Thursday will hold a number of meetings in the state capital with party workers in Kolkata, office bearers from more than 80 assembly constituencies from Nabadweb in south central Bengal and Kolkata region. Up next, we get you an update from poll-bound state of Bihar. Campaigning in the state for the third and final phase of elections will come to an end this evening. In this phase, 78 constituencies spread over 15 districts will go to polls on 7th of November. Polling for by-election to Valmiki Nagar parliamentary seat will also be held in this phase. Senior leaders and star campaigners of all parties held multiple rallies in poll-bound Mithilanchal, Seemanchal, Tirhut and Kosi areas of the state. With the third phase of voting, the polling process in poll-bound Bihar will be completed. Counting will be held on November 10th and results will be declared on the same day. In Jammu and Kashmir, dates for the first ever District Development Council elections in the Union Territory has been announced. Polling will be held in 280 constituencies in 8 phases from November 28th. Refugees from Pakistan will be able to exercise franchise for the first time in 70 years. Elections for the vacant seats of sarpanches and panches and urban local bodies will also be held simultaneously with the DDC polls. State Election Commissioner has said that polling will take place through electronic voting machines, while postal ballots will be available for COVID-19 patients in isolation, senior citizens and also physically unwell patients. With the announcement of the DDC polls, Model Code of Conduct has come into effect. The first formal notification for the first phase of elections will be issued today. The term of the DDC will be for 5 years.
कुछ ऐसे लोग जिनका किसी कारण से अगर इलेक्टोरल वोट नहीं बना था, स्टेट में नहीं बना था, उनकी एलिजिबिलिटी अब जो हो गई है नहीं, तो वो भी वोट कर पाएंगे. तो उसमें ज़्यादा तो एक यही ग्रुप है जो आपने बताया, और अदरवाइज इट हैज़ टू बी ऑर्डिनरी रेजिडेंट सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया, ऑर्डिनरली रिजाइडिंग हियर एज इन द पीपल रिप्रेजेंटेशन एक्ट.
The State Election Commissioner also said that the election process will be held under tight security arrangements.
जम्मू कश्मीर की इलेक्शन के लिए सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, एंड पिछले 10-15 दिन में इसमें काफ़ी चर्चा हुई है. जो कंसर्न लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मशीनरी के सीनियर अफसर हैं, इसीलिए सरकार ने ये 2 कमेटियाँ बनाई, और कमेटी वाज हेडेड बाय द होम सेक्रेटरी. And the Home Secretary's Committee with concerned officers, the inputs from IGP Jammu, IGP Kashmir, has gone into these things, and we will be making adequate arrangements.
The Election Commission of India is organizing a 3-day international virtual election visitors program 2020 for foreign election management bodies or organizations starting from today in context of the ongoing Bihar Legislative Assembly elections. The keynote address at the inaugural session will be delivered by Chief Election Commissioner Sunil Arora. In the past, the Election Commission of India has organized international election visitor programs for foreign EMBs organizations in 2014 Lok Sabha elections, elections for a few state assemblies in February-March 2017 and Lok Sabha elections in May 2019. Delegates from over 40 countries across the world, including Afghanistan, Australia, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malawi, Maldives, Moldova, Mongolia, Mauritius, Nepal, Philippines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, Ukraine, Uzbekistan and Zambia, etc., and 3 international organizations. Army Chief General M.M. Narvane, who is on a 3-day visit to Nepal, will be conferred with the honorary rank of the General of Nepal Army. This will be done today. The honorary rank of General of the Nepal Army will be conferred to General Narvane by Nepal President Vidya Devi Bhandari during a function in the President's office. The Army Chief will also meet Nepal Prime Minister K.P. Sharma Oli and his Nepalese counterpart Purna Chandra Thapa during the visit. Apart from this, General Narvane will distribute medical equipments and ventilators to 2 field hospitals of the Nepali Army for dealing with COVID-19 pandemic. The second batch of Indian Air Force Rafale aircrafts arrived in India on Wednesday night. The 3 jets arrived at Jamnagar Air Base in Gujarat after flying non-stop from France with mid-air refueling on the way at 8:14 p.m. With the arrival of the second batch, India now has a total of 8 Rafale aircrafts. Earlier, the first batch of 5 Rafale aircrafts reached India on July 29th. And later on, September 10th, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh formally inducted the 5 aircrafts into service at Ambala Air Base. Those 5 aircrafts included 2-seater training aircraft and 3 aircrafts were the main combat fighter aircrafts with 1 seat. The first squadron of the Rafale Fighter 17 Golden Arrow has been housed in Ambala, while its second squadron will be in Hashimara, West Bengal. Rafale fighter aircrafts are armed with Meteor, Scalp and Hammer missiles. Meteor missile has a range of 150 kilometers and it is the next generation of BVR air-to-air missile designed to revolutionize air-to-air combat. The Scalp long-range standoff missile has a range of 600 kilometers and is known for its precision. Hammer, or the highly agile modular munition extended range, is a medium-range modular air-to-ground missile. It is a rocket-enabled precision missile with a range of 60 kilometers, perfectly suited for high altitudes. Rafale has a maximum speed of 2,130 kilometers per hour and its firepower is up to 3,700 kilometers. It is also capable of carrying conventional weapons as well as nuclear weapons. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh congratulated Indian Air Force for successfully accomplishing a highly complex mission in a professional and safe manner. As per the delivery schedule, 3 to 4 jets will reach India every 2 to 3 months till all the 36 are delivered under the deal inked with France in September 2016. The enhanced version of Pinaka rocket system developed by Defence Research and Development Organisation, that is DRDO, has been successfully flight tested from Integrated Test Range Chandipur. A total of 6 rockets were launched in quick succession and the tests meet complete mission objectives. Enhanced version of Pinaka rocket would replace the existing Pinaka Mk1 rockets, which are currently under production. The Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs has approved allocation of 1,810.56 crore rupees for Lore Hydroelectric Project Stage 1 and a green nod was given for total 4 MOUs. The Cabinet also discussed the fact that economy is coming back on fast track despite the COVID-19 pandemic.
With a view to promote clean energy in the country, in a landmark decision, the Union Cabinet has approved 1,810 crore rupees investment proposal of 210 megawatt Lohri Stage 1 hydropower project on River Satluj. The project is expected to be commissioned within a span of 62 months and when completed would lead to an annual reduction of 6.1 lakh tons of carbon dioxide from the environment.
इससे 2000 लोगों को प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रोजगार के अवसर मिलेंगे। हिमाचल को 1140 करोड़ रुपए की बिजली मुफ्त मिलेगी और जो प्रकल्प बाधित है उन लोगों को 10 साल के लिए हर एक परिवार को 100 यूनिट बिजली मुफ्त मिलेगी। तो ये सबके फायदेमंद एक नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट आज मंजूर किया है।
The Cabinet also discussed the economic situation and noted that the economy is coming back on track at a faster rate than expected as per data from the second quarter.
जीएसटी पिछले साल के अक्टूबर में जितना मिला था उससे ज्यादा 1,05,000 करोड़ रुपए अक्टूबर महीने में प्राप्त हुआ। एक तरह से सभी क्षेत्रों में एक सतत मांग का विकास, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट इन डिमांड, ये नजर आ रही है। जो इनपुट यूज करते हैं उत्पादन के लिए उसकी खरीद भी बढ़ी है, यानी उत्पादन बढ़ने का प्लानिंग है और उत्पादन बढ़ रहा है। इसके लिए ज्यादा माल खरीद हो रही है, उसका इनपुट, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
Union INB Minister Prakash Javadekar also said that farmers of Punjab had sold a record 158 lakh metric tons of paddy, which proved that they were happy. Javadekar further stressed on the benefits that farmers would get by selling produce at a higher MSP. The minister questioned the Punjab government over their support to commission agents rather than focusing on farmers' welfare.
इस साल सरकार ने ही खरीद किया जो हर साल होगा। यह बताया है कि सरकार की खरीद जारी रहेगी। इस साल 158 लाख टन सरकार ने खरीद किया है धान और किसानों ने दिया है, लाखों किसानों ने दे दिया है। उनका विश्वास है नए सिस्टम में। किसी ने यह नहीं कहा कि मंडी बंद हो गई, एमएसपी बंद हो गया। जो दुष्प्रचार हुआ वो गलत था, ये भी सच साबित हुआ है।
Along with this, the Cabinet has given its nod to total 4 MOUs. Cabinet has approved the Memorandum of Understanding between India and Israel on cooperation in the field of health and medicine and in the field of telecommunication, ICTs, with the United Kingdom. With inputs from Shailendra Mishra, Bureau Report, DD India.
Bail plea of Arnab Goswami, editor-in-chief of Republic TV, will be heard by Bombay High Court today. Arnab has been sent to judicial custody till 18th of November by Alibag Court on Wednesday. On a 2-year-old case on the charges of abetment of suicide, Maharashtra police arrested Republic TV editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami and 2 others on early Wednesday. Raigad police has arrested Arnab under section 305 of the IPC. The case pertains to suicide of a 53-year-old interior designer and his mother in 2018. In Gujarat, 12 persons, including 5 women, were killed and 14 others were injured during fire and building collapse incident on Pirana Piplach Road near Ahmedabad on Wednesday. The incident occurred after fire and blast in a chemical factory. Sahil Enterprise were reported. Several nearby godowns of cutting and packaging materials of textiles collapsed following the fire and blast. The state government has ordered an inquiry into this fire incident. Meanwhile, police and forensic science teams also rushed to the spot and started investigation. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has expressed anguish over the loss of lives due to the fire incident. He expressed condolences to the bereaved families. Prime Minister said that authorities are providing all possible assistance to the affected. Meanwhile, Gujarat Chief Minister also expressed grief over death of labourers in the fire and blast incident. The state government has announced financial assistance of 4 lakh rupees for the families of the deceased. And now a quick update on the COVID-19 situation from across the country. India has achieved another significant milestone in its fight against COVID, as more than 77 lakh people have recovered from the infection so far. The national recovery rate has reached 92.2%. Over 77 lakh 11,000 patients have recovered across the nation so far. Over 55,000 patients recovered and were discharged in the last 24 hours. The active caseload of the country has also fallen below 6.3%. The total positive cases in the country today stand at 5,27,962, which comprises merely 6.31% of the total reported cases. And up next, we get you an update on COVID-19 situation from across the world. The virus has so far infected more than 4 crore 84 lakh people, while 3 crore 46 lakh people have recovered worldwide. The viral disease has claimed over 12 lakh 30,000 lives globally, and it continues to ravage the most in the US and Brazil. The US tops the world with the cases surpassing 97 lakh 99,000 and the number of fatalities reaching, in fact, crossing 2 lakh 39,000. Followed by US is Brazil in terms of death toll, with over 1 lakh 61,170 lives lost due to COVID-19. Britain's head towards a new 4-week-long COVID-19 lockdown amidst soaring cases of the viral disease. Restaurants in London saw a heavy crowd thronging to dine, as non-essential establishments will remain closed in the country for at least a month. People thronged streets hours before the lockdown came into force. Meanwhile, authorities have urged to stay at home to combat a surge in new infections that scientists say could, if unchecked, cause more deaths more deaths than the first wave. UK has so far over 10,99,060 cases of COVID-19, with more than 47,740 deaths. Italy has announced its new traffic light system to control down the upsurge in COVID-19 cases in the country. As per the new harshest restrictive measure, regions of Calabria, Lombardy, Piedmont and Valle d'Aosta will be placed under category of red zones, keeping in view the highest number of COVID-19 cases reported from there, while rest parts of the country will be divided under orange and yellow zones depending on the caseload. The new rules will come into effect from November 6th and will last until December 3rd. Italy has over 7,90,370 cases of COVID-19, while the country has reported more than 39,760 fatalities from the disease. In more international news, after wreaking havoc across Nicaragua, claiming at least 3 lives, ETA has weakened to a tropical storm. The storm battered homes, roads and key infrastructure with forces of the winds and compelled thousands of people to evacuate. Storm ETA is one of the most powerful storms to strike Central America in years. It struck Nicaragua as a Category 4 hurricane on a 5-step Saffir-Simpson scale before weakening to a tropical storm. Fighting between Armenia and Azerbaijan over Nagorno-Karabakh region continues at multiple locations along the front line. Azerbaijan said its positions on the border with Armenia had been fired on with mortar bombs and small arms, and that the city of Fizuli between Nagorno-Karabakh and Iran had been shelled. Armenia's defense ministry denied the reported shelling of Fizuli and reported an attack denied by Azerbaijan in the direction of Karvajar, a town in the northwestern part of the conflict zone. The ethnic Armenian-controlled Nagorno-Karabakh Defense Ministry said that 1,177 of its troops have been killed since September 27. Azerbaijan, however, does not disclose its military casualties, while Russia has estimated 5,000 deaths on both the sides. Austrian authorities have arrested 14 people after a gunman killed 4 people in Vienna on Monday. Austria's interior minister admitted that a warning from Slovakia last summer about a gunman who went on the rampage in the center of Vienna was not followed up. Police in Slovakia revealed that they had tipped off Austrian authorities about suspects from Austria trying to buy ammunition in July. Reports suggest the trip to buy bullets failed as the gunman had no license. It has also emerged that he was released early from a jail sentence last December for trying to join jihadists in Syria. Let's get to sports updates now. Manchester United lost for the second consecutive time in all competitions as Istanbul Başakşehir pulled off a major upset in the Champions League with a 2-1 win. Dembaba and Edin Visca scored on the score sheet for the hosts in the opening stanza, while Anthony Martial reduced the deficit just before the half-time whistle. Also, the Red Devils were aiming to complete the comeback after the break, but no goal was scored in the second half. Rafael Nadal became only the 4th player to earn 1,000 open-air or singles victories as he opened his title bid at Rolex Paris Masters with a 4-6, 7-6, 6-4 comeback victory against Feliciano Lopez. In his first match since he captured a record-extending 13th Roland Garros title last month, Nadal served 16 aces and saved 3 of the 4 breakpoints to make further history in the French capital. The Spaniard, who is chasing his first title at Accor Arena, improved to 25 at the ATP Masters 1000 tournament. Nadal joins Jimmy Connors, Roger Federer and Ivan Lendl in the exclusive 1000 wins club. Also, the 34-year-old earned his maiden tour-level victory at home against Ramon Delgado in Mallorca in 2002. That's it in this edition of the News This Hour. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहे जी पीरु बरारे जाने रे बंदिलो फीने कपद नहीं तेजे कमे क्रोथे निवारा रे भानी नरी सायो तिमु दर्शन गारेदा कुलाए गो तेरे दारा रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहे जी पीरु बरारे जाने रे परि दुखे उपकार करे तुई मनि अभिमानाने रे वैष्णव जाना तो तेने काहे जे पीरु बराए जाने रे वैष्णव जना तो 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 वैष्णव जना तो
He had warned for years that a new virus could cripple the world. His predictions came true with the COVID-19 pandemic. And now his focus is on solutions with global collaboration. Our guest today is the co-founder of Microsoft and the co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Bill Gates. Welcome, Bill Gates, to Doordarshan.
Thank you.
When you said in 2015 that your biggest fear is an epidemic, what signs were you reading?
Well, a respiratory virus can spread very quickly, and we travel so much now that even compared to 100 years ago, which was the last time we had a global pandemic, this would spread much faster. And so I was worried that the governments of the world weren't thinking about this, hadn't really practiced how they would quickly find the cases and try and avoid this exponential spread. Some investments were made, including India and others joined a thing called CEPI, but not enough preparation was made for this terrible pandemic.
You didn't imagine it to be as deadly as this has proven to be, isn't it?
Well, this pandemic could be worse. As bad as it is, the fatality rate could be far higher. The thing that in my 2015 talk I underestimated was the economic damage. I, at that point, said $3 trillion, and thought, wow, that's a large number. The fact that people would need to change behavior so much and the economic impact, I underestimated that because we didn't have the tools to control it, that it would be the economy that would take a lot of the pain.
All eyes are now the world over a vaccine, and we are aware that there are several efforts that are underway to have one. In your assessment, is there a possible time frame for a vaccine?
Yes, I'm quite confident that in the first half of 2021, that some of these first wave of vaccines will get approved by a top-notch regulator like the US FDA. I'm also optimistic that then we can take that vaccine and not only manufacture it in the company who created the vaccine, and those first 6 lead candidates going through a tough regulatory process are all in the West, Europe and the US, but there are some wonderful partnerships with companies in India like Serum, BioE, Bharat, who have substantial capacity to be a second source and to make those vaccines in large volume. And so we've been working with the companies on both sides, trying to be as ready as possible so we can make a lot of volume during calendar 21 and try and really bring the numbers down. And we won't be able to get the billions of doses and get them delivered until it'll take through 2022. Although in 2021 we should be able to get the highest priority work should be done. But sadly, to get billions of doses out, even to do that by the end of 2022 would be a huge achievement, very complex logistics, and we'd need the vaccines that are the cheaper, higher productivity in manufacturing, like hopefully Johnson & Johnson, AstraZeneca. Hopefully those succeed because there's a clearer path to get large numbers of those than some of the other vaccines.
Are you fairly confident of a vaccine considering that it's been well over 30 years and we are still waiting for a vaccine for HIV?
Well, HIV is a far more difficult pathogen because of the way that it mutates. Dr. Fauci runs the group. The two biggest funders of the HIV vaccine work are our foundation and Dr. Fauci's group. And maybe one of these new vaccine platforms will help us with that. But yes, this pathogen, the likelihood of having quite an effective vaccine in the first half of 2021 is very high because we're pursuing a lot of different approaches, 3 different approaches in those 6 vaccines and then several others in the ones that come after that.
Whenever a vaccine is available, Bill, will it offer full protection?
Well, the allocation of the limited supply of the vaccine is a very tough problem. We don't want just to use price so that the richest countries or the richest people have that access. Figuring out how do you get it out to the people who are at risk of getting sick or transmitting, and doing that with some equity in mind. We've been gathering a lot of discussion, including with leadership in India, and this is a global problem. We want to get rid of this pathogen everywhere so it's not coming back and reinfecting countries again and again.
Could there be a scenario, Mr. Gates, that there would be multiple vaccines initially before there is a second generation vaccine that offers long-term protection?
Yes, it's likely that multiple of these vaccines will prove effective, and some may be better at preventing sickness, some may be better at blocking transmission, and we'll have to monitor as we actually get those vaccines out, making absolutely sure there aren't rare side effects, making sure that we really measure the impact. But it's possible that a vaccine that's not totally effective could get out, but then a later vaccine, we'd ask people to go back again. Now the cost and the logistics of that are not as good as just being able to pick a great one the first time. But it's uncertain. Many vaccines are like 100% effective. But these vaccines will be approved even if they're just 50% effective.
Will various countries need to realign their immunization programs just in case there are multiple vaccines initially and then wait for the second generation vaccine and include that into their immunization program?
Yeah, so this will be what we call campaign vaccine. It won't just be young children coming in. This will be actually in the beginning everybody who's over 18, not the normal target for vaccination. And so what we want is ideally to tell you digitally where to go. We don't want large crowds standing around waiting. We want, wherever there is vaccine, we want to get it into people as quickly as possible. And some of these vaccines have very complex cold chain requirements. So using a digital tool to coordinate those things, there's been discussion in India about exactly how that infrastructure comes together, that Nanda Nilekani put forward some ideas. Actually, the thinking there in India in some ways is more advanced than in many other countries.
That sounds great. Let's come to the distribution of vaccines now. How will COVAX ensure equitable and affordable access?
Yeah, so COVAX is a facility that the World Health Organization and many other partners, including our foundation, have pulled together so that particularly as the rich countries are buying vaccines, we help them have access, but that they're paying a little extra to help finance the vaccine for the developing countries. So that co-financing piece and some donations, we should be able, using the strength of Gavi, to execute on this. We should make it that all the countries have access, and we don't, have financial exclusion here, because it's to everyone's benefit to bring this transmission to an end. So that facility was to get global cooperation. We've seen some progress on it, although the U.S. Still hasn't engaged, but I am hopeful that they will, and that'll draw even more people in.
Is there a timeline or a time frame that COVAX is looking at for distribution of vaccines the world over?
Well, of course, the critical path right now is the approval by a strong regulator and having that data to show both the safety and the effectiveness. So, the starting line in some ways is in the first half of next year. Then the next critical path will be the manufacturing capacity, and that's where these second source agreements with people like Serum will be so valuable, because they are experts in making vaccines at very high volume. Then you get to the third, which is now you have vaccines being made as fast as possible. Exactly where should they go? Everyone agrees health workers are a place to start, then elderly who are at risk of dying from the disease. But exactly how that works across countries, we still have a lot of work to do, both on the resources and the prioritization rules.
Some rich countries have pre-booked millions of doses of vaccines. Can that impact distribution of vaccines?
Well, you're right that the rich countries who have financed, to their credit, the trial work and the R&D work, which, it's great in the U.S. That's the one aspect of this pandemic where the U.S. has done the best job, is that generous financing together with CEPI, but the U.S. money is the biggest by far. Now, the factories that are part of that financing are completely dedicated to rich countries. So that, it's not an equity-driven thing. We need more resources from the U.S. To support procurement for the developing countries, and I think that will come along. The U.S. has been somewhat distracted, but some of the proposed stimulus bills do have funding that would get this buying facility through Gavi to be financed.
Whenever a vaccine is available, will a majority of the world's population need to get vaccinated for protection, or will only a certain percentage need vaccination for herd immunity?
In any country where you have widespread infection, you probably have to get to over 70% of the population vaccinated to be sure that you can't get it starting up again in significant numbers. So you need quite an effective vaccine and probably 70% of the population. What we want to do is eliminate coronavirus from humans because, it won't cross over again for a long time. And we'd like to go back to being able to, do large public events that, will be one of the last things to get restored. So yes, we're talking about a lot of vaccine in most of the countries. A country like China that has very few cases, that's complicated. If they think the rest of the world is getting rid of it, maybe they won't need to vaccinate their population. But most countries, including the US and India, will have to have widespread vaccination.
In your address to the Grand Challenges annual meeting, you focused on the need for greater R&D. How does a platform like that help offer solutions for future?
Yeah, our foundation sponsored an event called Grand Challenges, and it was hosted by India, although a lot of people were connected virtually. And our key partners, the Prime Minister made a great speech as part of that, the Department of Biotechnology, ICMR, Niti Aayog, all were great partners in a discussion both about this pandemic, the things you and I have been discussing, but also the R&D to be ready for the next pandemic. And that's a much more hopeful story, that we can have vaccine platforms that you could get a vaccine a lot faster than this time and have all that huge Indian capacity available for those new vaccine platforms. And so I'm actually quite optimistic that, given this tragedy, that we will take steps so the next time something like this comes along, the damage economically in health, should be dramatically less because we'll be ready to go with diagnostics, therapeutics, and high-volume vaccines.
Diagnostics have emerged as an area of concern considering the false negatives and the false positives that are being reported. How do you suggest there can be an improvement in that realm?
Well, the scale of testing is now quite impressive. India's ramped up, the US has ramped up. The PCR test, where you take this swab and send it to the central lab to a PCR machine, those are quite accurate. There are not a lot of false positives or negatives with those. The other tests, which are more local, it's called point of care, they aren't as sensitive. So they do have more false negatives. So how we stitch all that together and get the data as we scale up to even higher levels of testing, that is going to be a challenge. But we're very lucky that the PCR test is quite an accurate test.
You talked about India's capacities. Well, India is sending therapeutics the world over. We've seen how India is helping neighboring countries with research to help fight the COVID-19 pandemic. India wants to help more countries fight this out. What more can India do, according to you?
Well, I'm thrilled that India is participating in this global effort. And India has these capacities, and both the government and the different parts of the government and the companies have been fantastic partners at saying, okay, how do we prepare? How do we get ready? Is it going to be the Novavax or J&J or AstraZeneca, and which one can you make in high volume, and how do we, while maintaining safety, get this thing approved very, very quickly? So all of that is in quite good shape, standing by for most likely an FDA emergency use license. So, India's to be congratulated for stepping in and thinking not just about India, although that's super important, but also about the global effort.
Initial projections hinted at the possibility of a disproportionately large number of infections in India, but that was not the case because timely interventions were made, and now the growth rate of this pandemic is plateauing here. How do you look at the way India has handled this crisis and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership through it? Well,
the message about wearing masks and social distancing, I think that's quite clear in India. In a few countries like the US, it's become almost political and been confused, but in India, mask wearing, I think, is broadly accepted. The testing was ramped up. I'm sure, we can look back and see, okay, how could we have done this thing faster or that thing faster and be more ready for the next pandemic? But the government has had a clear message about activities. So, minimizing the damage, using not only that vaccine capacity that I mentioned, but also the digital benefits programs to get money out without, much in the way of lost money directly to particularly women. That foundation, the payment system that India has, that all the other countries are looking at with some jealousy because it was done so effectively.
Europe is witnessing the second wave of infections. How challenging is that?
Well, it's very challenging that people are fatigued about not seeing their friends and not having the type of gatherings that they would normally have. And so every country, was hoping that this fall the numbers would be going down instead of going up. And it's still quite heterogeneous, but in the US and many other countries, we're seeing the numbers going the other direction, including some countries that didn't have huge first waves and some countries that did have huge first waves. So we have to be quite modest about our ability to predict where this will hit. But the overall story is that the IHME forecast, which has been the most accurate so far, shows a pretty grim fall for a lot of countries.
Well, vaccines come at a cost. Not having a vaccine well in time also comes with a cost. Has the clock been set back on, say, the healthcare domain in some of the poor and developing countries because of this pandemic?
Well, yes, the ill effects of the pandemic go far beyond just the sickness and deaths from coronavirus itself. The disruption to other health activities has been quite substantial. And as you move into, say, Africa or countries that are earlier in development than India, that disruption has meant that the routine immunization coverage has gone down a lot. And so we'll see more deaths from diarrhea and pneumonia. So sadly, it's a setback in almost every respect, including other health work.
How long before things go back to where they were?
Well, I'm hopeful that in 2021, we can start to drive the numbers down, the number of deaths by having better therapeutics, the number of infections by starting to get the vaccines out to the right people. But in terms of fully going back to normal, I'd say the best case there would be the end of 2022, although restoring a lot of the economic activity, if we're smart about how it's done, mask wearing, good protocols, a lot of that we should be able to resume by the end of 2021.
United Nations member states have committed to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Do you see that happening by that time, considering the disruption caused by this pandemic?
Yeah, so those goals, I think, are super important. They're like the world's report card. And so every year, our foundation puts out a report to say, okay, are we making that progress? And normally it's a very positive thing because slowly but surely, childhood deaths are going down, partly because of great vaccines, malnutrition's going down. Most of those causes, those goals, you see slow but steady progress. And every year we get to talk about who's doing the best and sharing best practices. The pandemic has been a huge setback. Many of those goals we've been set back 5-10 years. And so we're not going to be as far along as we wanted to by 2030. It doesn't mean the progress isn't still important, but when we set those goals, we did not anticipate the pandemic and the way that it would have gigantic damage to health systems and economies.
Besides vaccines, there's a lot of focus on therapeutics as well. President Donald Trump has projected monoclonal antibodies as a possible cure for COVID-19, saying he felt much better after taking it. How would you assess that mode as a treatment for COVID-19?
So far, we don't have many therapeutics. We have a late-stage immune modulator called dexamethasone, which is helpful. The monoclonal antibodies are very promising. Potentially, they could reduce death rates by over 70% if they really pan out. So many companies and our foundation are working on those trials. Potentially by the end of the year, those could be approved. Again, we'll have to worry about the cost and the capacity to make those. We don't want them just to go to rich people or rich countries. And so, our foundation's talking with all the different people with factories. We've reserved some capacity. But yes, I'm very hopeful that therapeutic will be the first one that will make a dramatic difference if it all pans out between now and the end of the year.
Are you confident that we'll be better prepared for the next pandemic?
yes, sadly, it took a gigantic tragedy to have the voices like mine and others who are warning about this taken seriously. But I have no doubt that the tens of billions of investment that need to be made globally to have a quick response next time in every category, that will be made. And we'll come up with cooperative structures, we'll do the innovation. In fact, one positive thing to say is that innovation will help us with other diseases, including HIV, TB, and malaria. It'll help us to have surveillance. We'll have disease experts who are working on diseases like measles and polio and malaria, and they will be trained, and if there's another pandemic, they'll switch over, and so we'll have them in place with the right skills ready to go, but helping on other problems when there's not a pandemic.
These are difficult times indeed, but during lockdowns, we got the opportunity, space and time to do certain things that we wouldn't have done in normal days. People experimented with a lot of things. Did you take up anything?
Well, I'm very lucky. I have a great internet connection and a comfortable house. I'm lucky my college-age kids were home more, which at least for me was a great pleasure. Yes, I've been able to read a bit more, but the intense activity where the foundation, as an expert in infectious disease, is stepping forward to help coordinate things, it's also kept me very, very busy.
You told me last time around about your favorite book. Did you get the time to go through that again, or you chose some other book considering that you're an avid reader?
I typically read a book or so a week. There's a lot. There's one about the cure of cystic fibrosis, which is a medical miracle called Salt Becomes Breath. There's a lot of books about, Fareed Zakaria has one about 10 things we should do for after the pandemic. So yes, I'm getting a chance to read a lot of great books.
One of your tweets caught my eye. You're writing a book on climate change. Shed some light on that subject, and how was the experience writing it?
Well, climate change is another disaster that voters depend on governments to employ experts and make investments, so we avoid, huge damage that will come as the climate gets worse and worse. Sadly, for climate change, there's nothing like a vaccine where you can spend, a few $billion and get something that, once it's distributed, brings it all to a close. Climate change is far more difficult, and so the lead time and the amount of money involved is way, way greater. So far, people have not lost sight of that as an important cause, even as we're thinking about the pandemic. And so my book talks concretely about the innovations that are required. We're not going to stop building buildings or using electricity, so we have to have ways of doing all of those activities with actually having zero emissions, which, there's no way to do that for steel or cement today. So we need a lot of R&D money, a lot of cooperation to invent new approaches.
You had predicted that a new virus would cripple the world, and that, of course, would have been based on studies and observations. Now, new studies have come in. Are you making any predictions on when this COVID-19 pandemic is going to end?
Well, without a vaccine, we'd be faced with many tens, over 10 million deaths, is that the virus circulated and, would create eventually a level of immunity. Fortunately, because our vaccine technologies are good enough, I think that's what will bring it to an end. So the critical path is that approval, high volume manufacture, intelligent distribution, and that should be doable within the 2 to 3 year time frame.
So 2 to 3 years is what we're looking at for the end of this pandemic. Thank you, Bill Gates, for joining us on Doordarshan.
Thank you.
So that was Bill Gates speaking on the COVID-19 pandemic. Thanks for watching.
The changing world of news. Headlines that you wake up to. News that shapes your day. Stories that matter to you. The latest and most accurate updates. A fresh start to a new day. The Breakfast News, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. on DD India.
Namaste land.
Marhaban ila al-Hind.
Zari India.
Salam India.
Namaste India.
Namaskar Bharata.
Muy
India.
Nahnu Hunud.
India.
Ma Hindi Hasti.
Mung Hindian.
Salam Hindustan.
We are India.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
और इस गीत के बाद
छाया गीत
That won the first prize. जनाब बहुत रोमांटिक रही है.
Ahead of the trade negotiations that are slated
दिवस के साथ-साथ
it has undergone 9 revisions. Kohli with 903 rating points is 34 points behind Smith 900.
This is All India Radio. The news read by Anuja Kumar.
Counting continues in the US presidential elections with balance hinged on key battleground states. Biden's projected wins in Wisconsin and Michigan push his chances for the top job. Incumbent Trump attacks the vote counting process, pursues lawsuit. United Nations adopts India's annual counter-terrorism resolution, co-sponsored by over 75 countries. The resolution was adopted by consensus in the UNGA. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to chair the virtual Global Investor Roundtable. Top pension and sovereign wealth funds to participate meet to deliberate on accelerating international investments in India. Union Home Minister Amit Shah reaches West Bengal on a 2-day visit, scheduled to do a Karyakarta Samvad with BJP cadres. Home Minister will also meet representatives of different communities in a Samajik Samuh Samvad. It's the last day of campaigning in Bihar Assembly polls today. Before the third and final phase of elections for 78 seats on Saturday, the results will be declared on Tuesday. Notification for first district level development council elections in Jammu and Kashmir to be issued today. Polling to be held in 280 constituencies in 8 phases from November 28th. Refugees from Pakistan to exercise franchise for the first time in 70 years. Army Chief General Narvane on a visit to Nepal will meet Nepal's President and Prime Minister. Army Chief to be awarded the honorary rank of General of the Nepal Army. And TV anchor Arnab Goswami sent to 2 weeks judicial custody by Alibag Court. His bail plea to be heard by Bombay High Court today. He was arrested by Maharashtra police yesterday amidst condemnation from all quarters. Good morning. You're watching DD News and I'm Preeti presenting the bulletin. In the next half an hour, we're getting out of everything that's been making it to the headlines. First, we get you updates on the US presidential polls. In the close race for the U.S. presidency, Democrat Joe Biden has now established convincing lead over incumbent president and Republican Donald Trump. The long, winding and slow counting process was earlier showing close contest between the two rivals till late last night, but after Biden won the battleground states of Michigan and Wisconsin, his lead substantially increased. Now, these two states had voted for Trump last time. With these two states and the battleground state of Arizona going in Biden's favor, the balance has tilted significantly towards him. Projections now say that Biden is only 27 electoral college votes behind the magic figure of 270, that is 243, while Trump is still languishing at 214. Meanwhile, incumbent Donald Trump attacked the vote counting process. Trump's campaign has announced a lawsuit to try and suspend the vote counting in Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, citing irregularities. However, the mail-in ballots could take days or weeks to be counted in some states, meaning a final winner might not be declared today unless a candidate bags a landslide victory. American presidential elections are decided not by the popular vote but by securing a majority in the state-by-state electoral college, which has 538 members. The U.S. Elections Project estimated total turnout at a record 160 million voters, including more than 101.1 million early voters, 65.2 million of whom voted by mail. Permanent representative to the United Nations, T.S. Tirumurthy, on Wednesday announced that India's annual resolution on issue of counter-terrorism was co-sponsored by over 75 countries and adopted by consensus in the first committee of the UN General Assembly. In a tweet, Tirumurthy said that India is at the forefront of counter-terrorism. He said that he was delighted that the annual resolution tabled by India on measures to prevent terrorists from acquiring weapons of mass destruction was co-sponsored by more than 75 countries and adopted by consensus in the first committee of the UN General Assembly. India, a victim of state-sponsored cross-border terrorism, has been at the forefront in highlighting the serious threat to international peace and security emanating from acquisition of weapons of mass destruction by terrorist groups. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will today chair the virtual Global Investor Roundtable, that is the VGIR. Now, the roundtable is being organized by Ministry of Finance, Government of India and National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. It is an exclusive dialogue between leading global institutional investors, Indian business leaders and the highest decision makers from the Government of India and the financial market regulators. The event is aimed at providing an opportunity to deliberate on further accelerating growth of international investments in India. Union Home Minister and senior BJP leader Amit Shah has reached Kolkata on Wednesday night on a two-day visit to the state. On the first day of his visit, Shah will visit Bankura to meet party workers. The party workers from two zones, Rar and Hooghly Midnapur, covering over 70 assembly seats from southern region of West Bengal, will attend the meeting. The Home Minister will also meet representatives of different communities in a Samajik Samuh Samvad. Amit Shah on Thursday will hold a number of meetings in the state capital with party workers in Kolkata, office bearers from more than 80 assembly constituencies from Nabadweep in south-central Bengal and Kolkata region. And up next, we get you an update from the poll-bound state of Bihar. In Bihar, campaigning for the third and final phase of elections will come to an end this evening. In this phase, 78 constituencies spread over 15 districts will go to polls on 7th of November. Polling for by-election to Valmiki Nagar parliamentary seat will also be held in this phase. Senior leaders and star campaigners of all parties held multiple rallies in poll-bound Mithilanchal, Seemanchal, Tirhut and Kosi areas of the state. Now, with the third phase of voting, the polling process in poll-bound Bihar will be completed. Counting will be held on 10th of November and results will be declared the same day. In Jammu and Kashmir, dates for first ever District Development Council elections in the Union Territory have been announced. Polling will be held in 280 constituencies in 8 phases from November 28th. Refugees from Pakistan will be able to exercise their franchise for the first time in 70 years. Elections for the vacant seats of Sarpanches and Panches and urban local bodies will also be held simultaneously with these polls. State Election Commissioner has said that polling will take place through electronic voting machines, while postal ballots will be available for COVID-19 patients in isolation, senior citizens and physically unwell patients. With the announcement of the DDC polls, Model Code of Conduct has come into effect. The first formal notification for the first phase of elections will be issued today. The term of the DDC will be for 5 years.
कुछ ऐसे लोग जिनका किसी कारण से अगर इलेक्टोरल वोट नहीं बना था, स्टेट में नहीं बना था, उनकी एलिजिबिलिटी अब जो हो गई है नहीं, तो वो भी वोट कर पाएंगे. तो उसमें ज़्यादा तो एक यही ग्रुप है जो आपने बताया, और अदरवाइज इट हैज़ टू बी ऑर्डिनरी रेजिडेंट citizen of India, ordinarily residing here as in the People Representation Act.
The State Election Commissioner also said that the election process will be held under tight security arrangements.
जम्मू कश्मीर की इलेक्शन के लिए सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, एंड पिछले 10-15 दिन में इसमें काफ़ी चर्चा हुई है. जो कंसर्न लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मशीनरी के सीनियर अफसर हैं, इसलिए सरकार ने ये 2 कमेटियां बनाई, और कमेटी वाज हेडेड बाय द होम सेक्रेटरी, and the Home Secretary's Committee with concerned officers, the inputs from IGP Jammu, IGP Kashmir has gone into these things, and we will be making adequate arrangements.
The Election Commission of India is organizing a 3-day International Virtual Election Visitors Program 2020 for foreign election management bodies and organizations starting from today in context of the ongoing Bihar Legislative Assembly elections. The keynote address at the inaugural session will be delivered by Chief Election Commissioner Sunil Arora. In the past, the Commission had organized international election visitor programs for foreign EMBs and organizations in 214 Lok Sabha elections, elections for a few state assemblies in February and March 2017, and Lok Sabha elections in May 2019. Delegates from over 40 countries across the world, including Afghanistan, Australia, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malawi, Maldives, Moldova, Mongolia, Mauritius, Nepal, Philippines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, Ukraine, Uzbekistan and Zambia, etc. and also 3 international organizations, vis-a-vis International IDEA, International Foundation of Electoral Systems, that is IFES, and Association of World Election Bodies have been invited to participate in the process 2020. Army Chief General M.M. Narvane, who is on a 3-day visit to Nepal, will be conferred with the honorary rank of General of Nepal Army today. The honorary rank of General of the Nepal Army will be conferred to General Narvane by Nepal President Bidya Devi Bhandari during a function in the President's office. The Army Chief will also meet Nepal Prime Minister K.P. Sharma Oli and his Nepalese counterpart Purna Chandra Thapa during the visit. Now, apart from this, General Narvane will distribute medical equipments and ventilators to 2 field hospitals of the Nepalese Army for dealing with COVID-19 pandemic. And bail plea of Arnab Goswami, Editor-in-Chief of Republic TV, will be heard by Bombay High Court today. Arnab has been sent to judicial custody till 18th of November by Alibag Court on Wednesday. On a 2-year-old case on the charges of abetment of suicide, Maharashtra police arrested Republic TV Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami and 2 others on early Wednesday morning. Raigad police had arrested Arnab under Section 305 of the IPC. The case pertains to suicide of a 53-year-old interior designer and his mother in 2018. In Gujarat, 12 persons, including 5 women, were killed and 14 others were injured during a fire and building collapse incident on Pirana Pipluj Road near Ahmedabad on Wednesday. The incident occurred after fire and blast occurred in a chemical factory, Sahil Enterprise. Several nearby godowns of cutting and packaging materials of textiles collapsed following the fire and blast. The state government has ordered an inquiry into this fire incident. Meanwhile, the police and forensic science teams have also rushed to the spot and have started investigation. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has expressed his anguish over the loss of lives due to this fire incident. He expressed condolences to the bereaved families. The Prime Minister said that authorities are providing all possible assistance to the affected. Meanwhile, Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani also expressed grief over deaths of the labourers in the fire and blast incident. The state government has announced financial assistance of 4 lakh rupees for the families of the deceased. Procurement of paddy in the current Kharif marketing season has shown an increase of 20.18% over last year. Agriculture Ministry said that the government has purchased over 224 lakh tons of paddy against last year's corresponding purchase of around 186 lakh tons. About 18,91,000 farmers have benefited from the ongoing procurement operations, with MSP valued over rupees 42,422 crore. Paddy procurement is progressing at a good pace in the procuring states and union territories of Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Tamil Nadu, Chandigarh, Jammu and Kashmir, Kerala, Gujarat and Andhra Pradesh. The ministry said out of the total purchase of paddy, Punjab alone has contributed over 158 lakh tons, which is 70.52% of the total procurement. The ministry said, based on the proposal from the states, approval was accorded to Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Telangana, Gujarat, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Odisha, Rajasthan and Andhra Pradesh for procurement of over 45 lakh tons of pulses and oilseeds of Kharif marketing season 2020 under price support scheme. CBI has detained former Karnataka Minister and Congress leader Vinay Kulkarni in connection with the 2016 murder of BJP Zilla Panchayat member Yogesh Gowda. The agency is interrogating former Congress leader at Dharwad Town Police Station in Karnataka. Delhi's air quality continues to remain at alarming levels, the latest weather data showed. The capital city and its adjoining areas are set to see further deterioration in air quality index. Now, according to Weather Department, air quality could even fail to severe levels. Poor visibility because of a thick haze that engulfed around Delhi NCR due to rise of pollutants in the atmosphere. Air quality index is at 486 in Ashok Vihar, in severe category at 458 in Nehru Nagar and at 432 in Vikas Southern area. Air quality is expected to dip further over the next 1 or 2 days owing to prevailing meteorological conditions. A quick update on the COVID-19 situation across the country. India continues to achieve success in its fight against COVID-19, with the recovery rate continuing to remain at more than 92%. More than 55,000 patients have recovered from the virus in the last 24 hours, adding the total discharge cases so far crossing 77,11,000 in India. Also recording just 704 deaths in a day, India's fatality rate has plunged to less than 2%. India's caseload has also slid down, registering just 5,825 cases of COVID-19 in the last 24 hours, cutting the total number of active cases to 5,27,962. That is the active cases of COVID-19 in India. As per the latest ICMR data, a total of 12,09,425 samples of COVID-19 were tested in the last 24 hours, adding up to total number of tests being done to 11,42,08,384. In Maharashtra, cinema halls, theatres, multiplexes and auditoriums outside the containment zones reopened from today. However, these entertainment zones will be allowed to reopen with 50% of its capacity. Also, eatables will not be allowed inside these places. The state government has also allowed a resumption of sporting activities outside the containment zones. The notification also states that swimming pools used by international and national and state level players for training will be allowed to operate from today. Yoga institutes and indoor sports like badminton, tennis, squash, shootings will also be allowed to reopen with proper sanitization measures and ensuring social distancing. And Goa is set to reopen physical classes for students of class 10th and 12th from 21st of November after 7 months of COVID-19 induced closure. Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawant said that the Directorate of Education would issue a standard operating procedure ahead of the resumption of classes. He further added that state has not taken a decision on restarting classes for primary school students yet. And now a quick look at the global update on COVID-19 situation. The virus has so far infected more than 4 crore 84 lakh people worldwide, while 3 crore 46 lakh people have recovered from the virus. The viral disease has claimed over 12 lakh 30,000 lives globally. It continues to ravage the most in US and Brazil. The US tops in the world with the cases surpassing 98 lakh and the number of fatalities crossing 2 lakh 39,000. Following US is Brazil in terms of death toll with over 1 lakh 61,000 lives lost due to COVID-19. Britons head towards a new 4-week-long COVID-19 lockdown amid soaring cases of the viral disease. Restaurants in London saw a heavy crowd thronging to dine as non-essential establishments will remain closed in the country for at least a month. People thronged streets hours before the lockdown came into force. Meanwhile, authorities have urged to stay at home to combat a surge in the new infections that scientists say, if unchecked, could cause more deaths than the first wave. UK has so far over 10,99,060 cases of COVID-19 with more than 47,740 deaths. Australia has signed 2 deals to buy 40 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines from Novavax and 10 million from Pfizer and BioNTech. Also, the deal worth about 1.5 billion Australian dollars was followed by earlier agreements of worth 1.7 billion Australian dollars with AstraZeneca and CSL Limited for a total of nearly 85 million vaccine doses. Meanwhile, the country has not registered any new case of COVID-19 in the last 6 days from hotspots. Australia's total number of COVID-19 cases is over 27,620 with 907 deaths so far. Italy has announced its new traffic light system to control down the upsurge in COVID-19 cases in the country. As per the new harshest restrictive measures, regions of Calabria, Lombardy, Piedmont and Valle d'Aosta will be placed under the category of red zones, keeping in view the highest number of COVID-19 cases reported from there, while rest parts of the country will be divided under orange and yellow zones depending on the caseload. The new rules will come into effect from November 6th and will last until December 3rd. Italy has over 7,90,370 cases of COVID-19, while the country has reported more than 39,760 fatalities from the disease. The US and Bangladesh navies launched Cooperation Afloat Readiness and Training, that is CARAT, Bangladesh 2020 on Wednesday. Now, this exercise aims to expand relationships and broaden maritime awareness between the two countries. The sea phase of the exercise will take place in the Bay of Bengal with ships from both the countries. The events are designed to enhance interoperability between the two navies. Historically, the CARAT exercises involve people-to-people interactions and a variety of professional exchanges. Now, these will take place online this year due to COVID-19 pandemic. In other international news, after wreaking havoc across Nicaragua, claiming at least 3 lives, Storm Eta has weakened to a tropical storm now. The storm battered homes, roads and key infrastructure with force of winds and compelled thousands of people to evacuate. Storm Eta is one of the most powerful storms to strike Central America in years. It struck Nicaragua as a Category 4 hurricane on the 5-step Saffir-Simpson scale before weakening to a tropical storm. A Rubik's Cube artist has created a 6,000-piece mosaic in under 16 hours, the largest Rubik's Cube mosaic ever made in this time. Now, the Italian artist created the special artwork to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the logical puzzle. Let's get to sports news now. Manchester United lost for the second consecutive time in all competitions as Istanbul Başakşehir pulled off a major upset in the Champions League with a 2-1 win. Demba Ba and Edin Visca got on the score sheet for the hosts in the opening stanza, while Anthony Martial reduced the deficit just before half-time whistle. The Red Devils were aiming to complete the comeback after the break, but no goals were scored in the second half. Rafael Nadal became only the fourth player to earn 1,000 open-era singles victories as he opened his title bid at Roland Garros Masters with a 4-6, 7-6, 6-4 comeback victory against Feliciano Lopez. In his first match since he captured a record-extending 13th Roland Garros title last month, Nadal served 16 aces and saved 3 of the 4 break points to make further history in the French capital. The Spaniard, who is chasing his first title, improved to 25 at the ATP Masters 1000 tournament. Nadal joins Jimmy Connors, Roger Federer and Ivan Lendl in the exclusive 1000 wins club. The 34-year-old earned his major tour-level victory at home against Ramon Delgado in Mallorca in 2002. That's it in this edition of the news this hour. But before we go, we leave you with this quick reminder of joining the Mask Up India initiative on DD India and DD News that we're running. It's a simple task, just wear a mask, but wear it properly and correctly. With that, we end this bulletin here. Namaskar.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good and fulfilling my duty of responsible citizen by staying at home to maintain social distancing.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I have a few doubts about the Arogya Setu app. After installing this app, what all personal information are we required to share?
When you are registering on the app, it will ask you for your name, age, gender, profession, and your last 30 days of travel history. It would also request for permission to keep mobiles, Bluetooth, and GPS location on.
So where does all this information go and get stored?
The information submitted by you is encrypted and safely stored in the server.
So information about me like where I go, with whom I meet, is also being stored in the servers?
No. If you come in contact with another person who has also installed the same app, this piece of information is captured and stored on your mobile itself. This information is not sent to the server.
Okay, so this information does not go outside my phone?
No, it does not. This information is only sent out of your mobile to the servers if you are found to be COVID positive.
Understood. If I become COVID positive, then this information is used to inform everyone who knowingly or unknowingly came in contact with me so that they can also get themselves tested.
That's correct. If you remain well, then even the government will not use this information. Your personal information will remain personal and secure within your mobile.
Will information about me be stored permanently in mobile or servers?
No, that's not the case. The captured information gets deleted from your mobile after 30 days and from the server after 45 days. In case you are found COVID positive, your information from the server will be deleted after 60 days.
This is great. This app keeps my data safe and private, and I am safe as well. I'm convinced now that Arogya Setu app is the right way to fight Corona.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
The Indian Air Force is leaving no stone unturned to support our soldiers in the eastern Ladakh region. And it's not limited to the fighter jets that have been doing regular sorties in the skies of Ladakh. Another aspect that underlines the preparedness of the Indian Air Force is the logistical support that the big birds provide.
This is Hercules, and there is the Globemaster. Along with Hercules, Globemaster plays a crucial role not only for Indian Army but also for Indian Air Force. Winters are approaching, and that is why we need to provide all the logistics to the forces. Remember the situation that has been made by the enemy at the borders, and so we have to be prepared for any eventuality.
They are capable of ferrying crucial equipment and manpower required to the forward areas. The huge task of supplying the logistics lies on the broad wings of these aircraft. Army and Air Force are working in tandem to ensure that the borders are safe and secure in each and every aspect.
The Fire and Fury Corps is the only formation of the Indian Army which is entirely deployed in high altitude areas north of the Great Himalayan Range. We pride ourselves as being the prima donna for war fighting in high altitude area. Logistic air operations at Leh also epitomize the jointness between the Army and the Air Force. The Indian Air Force plays a pivotal role here and has tremendously assisted in the speedy induction of troops over the past few months. Leh Airfield acts as a lifeline for the entire force deployed in eastern Ladakh, wherein the drills for supply chain management have been optimized and a well-oiled machinery exists here to handle both transients and loads. This joint capability between the Army and the Air Force is more than adequate to sustain the forces which have built up in recent times. In addition, there is tremendous scope to incorporate the civil resources into the operational logistics chain should there be a requirement.
Both the forces are working together to keep up the supply in the high-altitude region. The situation in eastern Ladakh entails that the forces are kept well-nourished and the supplies do not run out of ammunition and food. Apart from supplies of arms and ammunition, supply of dry and ready-to-use rations to meet the nutritional and medical needs of our men in uniform is also being augmented.
The C-17 heavy lift strategic aircraft and the Chinook helicopters that you have seen this morning are a symbol of jointmanship between the services. These assets have been extensively utilized for movement of heavy military equipment and logistics load across the length and breadth of our country. The synergy between the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force is exemplified by the quick mobility of men and material in these mountainous terrain, and the follow-up with the commodities, essential commodities and food supplies for the sustenance of the soldiers in forward areas. These C-17 aircraft have a large number of personnel that they can carry over large distances, and they are also movements that can be captured and cleared in forward areas in quick time. What I would like to add today is that we have a large number of organizations and processes in place wherein such joint heli-lift and transport lift capability are carrying on very efficiently and effectively.
Every soldier who comes here in Ladakh and who's deployed in the advanced areas are divided into two categories. The first category, you get these special clothing, and special clothing along with 21 items. This is TLSS trouser, which is 3-layered. It is white in color and provides the much required camouflage in the snow. And this is the TLSS 2-layer, and it provides the much needed heat when the soldier is moving in the mountains. There you see all these equipments, they've been put on display here, and they are all waterproof. This is the bag waterproof, the sleeping bag and the rucksack. Now I will also take you to other equipments. Now these are the special equipments that you require in snow while mountaineering and also climbing to great heights. These are the trugger shoes, the ice axle and shovel, the oxygen cylinder, ladder ice wall, and all these have been put on display. And there you have the men in uniform. They have special clothing and special clothing required for different heights and different color. The green depending on the topography and the white depending on the snow. I'm here inside the Chinook helicopter. Logistics have been uploaded here, and from here they would be very quickly transported to the forward areas of the border. It has sleeping bags, it has canned food and milk.
The last line connectivity in this inhospitable terrain is the responsibility of this Chinook. The best in the world, the double rotors helicopters, have proven their worth in these conditions. The combined might of the giant wings and rotating wings of the Indian Air Force gives the solemn assurance that the logistics supplies will be ensured come what may.
This helicopter, it's a beautiful flying machine. It saves time and energy as well. It is not only the enemy but also the harsh climate that we have to take care of, and that is why the food, the logistics, the weapons, they have to be provided to them well in time.
all the officers present and all the CEOs of leading companies. I welcome you all for this second CEO forum. This is very important, particularly in the pandemic period. The good news is that economic activities are returning to normalcy. Manufacturing is coming to normalcy, and within 1 month time it will make a lot of difference and will be in full swing. That's what we expect. God forbid that there should not be a second wave or the third wave of pandemic all over the country, and I hope it will not be. People will restrain and people will take precautions. But good news is that power consumption or power demand has increased by 12% in October. October GST collection is more than the October GST collection of last year. The railway freight has increased by 15%. All these are indicators, and the auto sales and everything has picked up in demand. The demand is picking up in right earnest. The money is in the hands of the people, and they are coming, and rural and urban both, we are seeing a vibrancy returning. And therefore, this is a background on which we are all working. I am very sure that India will show the way to how to deal with the pandemic, because what we are seeing and observing in Europe and America is worrisome, and I hope that India will show the way to the world. एक है कि आप सब लोग बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हो, और इसलिए मेरी इच्छा होगी कि आप सबको सुनूं. See, climate change is very important issue to be discussed world over, and world action is needed on this. It is not one country can make a difference. All countries will have to work in that direction. So in Paris we decided that we will restrict the temperature rise to 2 degrees by 2100, year 2100. So that is what we decided. And for that every country declared the nationally determined contributions. So we have also declared our contribution. We have declared that we will reduce our emission intensity by 35%. Solar power, we will have 100 gigawatt by 2022, 175 gigawatt of renewable power by 2022, and now the Prime Minister has taken it to a new height of 450 gigawatts by 2030. So it's a huge target of renewable, which will be little more than 40% of our installed energy capacity. So that is also our second commitment. Third is we will create 2.5 billion tons of carbon equivalent sequestration, because that more greenery will ensure that, and more pro-carbon activities. We have also taken upon ourselves one goal of restoration of land to the tune of 26 million hectares in next 10 years. So this is what the India stands for, and I'm very happy to report, because you will be also reporting your progress. I must give you my report of what we have together achieved as a nation, that India is walking the talk. India is 2 degrees compliant in action and in contributions, and therefore we are asking world leaders and world other countries that they also should walk the talk and they also should be compliant with the Paris Agreement, and that is what is needed today. Our PM is passionate about climate change. He has declared two major issues he brought before Paris. That was, one was climate justice and other was lifestyle issues. Both were incorporated in the preamble of the Paris Agreement. And he has written a book titled Convenient Action. As you will recall, American Vice President Al Gore has written and had produced a documentary called Inconvenient Truth. In a way, by action, our Prime Minister has written that the answer to inconvenient truth is convenient action. And that convenient action path is very important. We have to be clean for ourselves. We have to limit the pollution, though we are not part of the problem. As we know historically, world is getting lot of emissions over hundreds of years since Industrial Revolution that has caused climate change. And our responsibility in historical emission is just 3%. Even today in the present context, our emission load of the world emission load or world is only 6%. So that is also, we are low in the present context. We are absolutely low in the historical context. And if we take the per capita load, it is very minuscule of 1.8 tons per annum per capita. And per capita is important because ultimately every person on the globe has a right to development. And that right to development will definitely cause some kind of emissions, and that he has a right to have it. The world average is more than double than what we are doing it, and therefore on all parameters India has performed tremendously well, and we are taking care of our nature. Our green cover, that is tree cover, has increased in last 6 years by 15,000 square kilometers. It's a huge development. Our emission intensity has reduced by 21%. That is also a great achievement. Before the onset of Paris Agreement, our plan of restoration of land is also ready, and we have already 87 gigawatts of renewable power. This is a huge increase in renewable power. Even yesterday, Cabinet passed and took a decision of one hydropower project. Every action in renewable direction makes India more greener and more committed to the cleaner actions. We have industrial leadership along with Sweden in the track that was developed in the UN. We have already taken a major decision of migration to BS6. Now the vehicles from 1st April are all BS6 compliant, and fuel is already available of BS6 compliant. I think within one life cycle, we will have all the vehicles converted into BS6, and that will absolutely reduce vehicular pollution to a great extent. It's a work in progress. And therefore, this is what is expected of. Now, as far as industries are concerned, I am very sure that many industries are very conscious of their duty towards nation and the world and the climate change, and therefore they are on their own doing green actions, making their plant emit less that has a cost, because if in a thermal power plant, if we want to induct that FGD technology, it costs 50 lakh rupees per megawatt. It's a huge cost for a 600 megawatt generating unit. It will be 300 crore plus. So that is a huge cost. Every climate action has a cost, and that cost is very important barrier in making advances. So I am demanding with the world that we must be made available with the technology at an affordable cost, because if world or the advanced countries which have innovated the technology, I am always appealing to them that they should not profit from disaster, and therefore this kind of less emissions will be possible if technology is available at the right place. And as happened in Montreal Protocol, in the cooling action plan, there was complete compensation of the additional expenditure that was underwritten, and therefore this was the most successful program. I think now also world needs to provide money for developing economies to follow the environmental friendly path so that their emission level goes down, and that is what we aim at. So I will just appeal, and I am very sure that many factories are actually doing that they are trying to reduce their emissions. They are bringing more greenery in their campuses and their areas of influence. They are also using new technologies for saving water, and energy efficiency is also one more concern which you are following up. So here I welcome again, because this is CEO's forum, not my forum, because you are the captains and you will give the shape to India's action in industrial front. So I will be happy to hear you. Everybody will get 3 minutes, and if you tell your own account of what you are pursuing and what you are doing, it will encourage us, and we will put this before the world. This is purpose of today's this open forum. Thank you and all the best.
वर्चुअल बैठक की अध्यक्षता कर रहे थे। उन्होंने की नोट दिया। इस दौरान उन्होंने कहा कि भारत में इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज़ शुरू हो गई हैं, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नॉर्मलसी की ओर बढ़ रही है कोविड काल के बाद, कोविड के लॉकडाउन के बाद, और उन्होंने कहा कि भारत पूरी दुनिया को रास्ता दिखाएगा जिस तरह से भारत ने इस पेंडेमिक को हैंडल किया है। क्लाइमेट चेंज पर उन्होंने कहा,
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide. Search for an effective vaccine.
इस दिवाली अपनों के लिए जगह बनाओ, खुशियों के लिए जगह बढ़ाओ। LIC Housing Finance wishes you a happy and safe Diwali. Stay safe, move on.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good and fulfilling my duty of responsible citizen by staying at home to maintain social distancing.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I have a few doubts about the Arogya Setu app. After installing this app, What all personal information are we required to share?
When you are registering on the app, it will ask you for your name, age, gender, profession, and your last 30 days of travel history. It would also request for permission to keep mobile's Bluetooth and GPS location on.
So where does all this information go and get stored?
The information submitted by you is encrypted and safely stored in the server.
So information about me like where I go, with whom I meet, is also being stored in the servers?
No. If you come in contact with another person who has also installed the same app, this piece of information is captured and stored on your mobile itself. This information is not sent to the server.
Okay, so this information does not go outside my phone.
No, it does not. This information is only sent out of your mobile to the servers if you are found to be COVID positive.
Understood. If I become COVID positive, then this information is used to inform everyone who knowingly or unknowingly came in contact with me so that they can also get themselves tested.
That's correct. If you remain well, then even the government will not use this information. Your personal information will remain personal and secure within your mobile.
Will information about me be stored permanently in mobile or servers?
No, that's not the case. The captured information gets deleted from your mobile after 30 days and from the server after 45 days. In case you are found COVID positive, your information from the server will be deleted after 60 days.
This is great. This app keeps my data safe and private, and I am safe as well. I'm convinced now that Arogya Setu app is the right way to fight Corona.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
और इस गीत के बाद
All India Radio.
But won the first prize. बहुत रोमांचक रही है.
Ahead of the trade negotiations that are slated दिवस के साथ-साथ it has undergone 9 revisions. Kohli with 903 rating points is 34 points behind Smith 900.
This is All India Radio. The news read by Anuja Kumar.
नमस्कार।
Namaste land.
Marhaban ila al-Hind.
Zari India.
Salam India.
Namaste India.
Namaskar Bharata.
Nous
sommes
l'Inde.
نحن هنود.
India.
ما हिंदी हस्ती.
Mung Hindian.
Salam Hindustan.
We are India.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide. Search for an effective vaccine is on. Until then, the only option is caution and prevention. Now that the country has opened up under Unlock 5, it's all the more critical that we don't let our guard down. Face mask has been found to be the most effective means to fight the spread of COVID-19. World Health Organization and various researchers have also found that masks are critical in mitigating the spread of COVID-19. When you wear a mask, you protect yourself and people around you. Wearing a face mask helps prevent the spread of COVID-19, but only if worn properly.
बिना मास्क या फेस कवर के घर से बाहर निकलने की अभी कल्पना करना भी सही नहीं है.
Be a part of DD India campaign. Mask Up India. Come and join our initiative to fight COVID-19. Share your stories of masking up with us on Facebook and Twitter.
Mask Up India.
It's a simple task. Just wear a mask.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
The changing world of news. Headlines that you wake up to. News that day.
Counting continues in the US presidential elections with balance hinged on key battleground states. Biden's projected wins in Wisconsin and Michigan push his chances for the top job. Incumbent Trump attacks vote counting process, pursues lawsuit. United Nations adopts India's annual counter-terrorism resolution, co-sponsored by over 75 countries. The resolution was adopted by consensus in the UN General Assembly. Environment, Forest and Climate Change Minister Prakash Javadekar chairs second CEO forum, says India will lead the way in climate change fight. Also says we are taking continuous steps in direction of renewable energy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to chair the virtual Global Investor Roundtable. Top pension and sovereign wealth funds to participate. Meet to deliberate on accelerating international investments in India. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is in West Bengal on a two-day visit, scheduled to do a Karyakarta Samvad with BJP cadres. Home Minister will also meet representatives of different communities in a Samajik Samuh Samvad. It's the last day of campaigning in Bihar Assembly polls today before the third and final phase of elections for 78 seats on Saturday. The results will be declared on Tuesday. And TV anchor Arnab Goswami sent to 2 weeks judicial custody by Alibag Court. His bail plea to be heard by Bombay High Court today. He was arrested by Maharashtra police yesterday amidst condemnation from all quarters. Good morning. You're watching DD News and I'm Preeti presenting the bulletin. In the next half an hour, we'll get an account of everything that's been making it to the headlines. First, we get you updates on the US presidential polls. In the closed race for US presidency, Democrat Joe Biden has now established convincing lead over incumbent president and Republican Donald Trump. The long, winding and slow counting process was earlier showing close contest between the two rivals till late night. But after Biden won the battleground states of Michigan and Wisconsin, his lead substantially increased. Now, these two states had voted for Trump last time. With these two states and the battleground state of Arizona going in Biden's favor, balance has tilted significantly towards him. Projections now say that Biden is only 27 electoral college votes behind the magic figure of 270, that is 243, while Trump is still languishing at 214. Meanwhile, incumbent Donald Trump attacked the vote counting process. Trump's campaign has announced a lawsuit to try and suspend the vote counting in Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, citing irregularities. However, the mail-in ballots could take days or weeks to be counted in some states, meaning a final winner might not be declared today unless a candidate bags a landslide victory. American presidential elections are decided not by popular vote but by securing a majority in the state-by-state electoral college, which has 538 members. The U.S. Elections Project estimated total turnout at a record 160 million voters, including more than 101.1 million early voters, 65.2 million of whom voted by mail. Permanent representative to the United Nations, T.S. Tirumurthy, on Wednesday announced that India's annual resolution on the issue of counter-terrorism was co-sponsored by over 75 countries and adopted by consensus in the First Committee of the UN General Assembly. In a tweet, Tirumurthy said that India is at the forefront of counter-terrorism. He said that he was delighted that the annual resolution tabled by India on measures to prevent terrorists from acquiring weapons of mass destruction was co-sponsored by more than 75 countries and adopted by consensus in the First Committee of UN General Assembly. India, a victim of state-sponsored cross-border terrorism, has been at the forefront in highlighting serious threat to international peace and security emanating from acquisition of weapons of mass destruction by terrorist groups. And back home, the second CEO forum under chairmanship of Environment, Forest and Climate Change Minister Prakash Javadekar took place. The key industry leaders from steel, cement, power, pharmaceutical sectors will deliver key statements to reinforce their commitment towards the cause of climate change and also share their vision for climate action in the post-2020 period. Declaration of the private sector on climate change is slated to be signed and released during the high-level virtual event. Addressing the summit, Environment Minister and Climate Change Minister Prakash Javadekar said that India has performed tremendously well on all parameters, and he said that we are committed to increase the use of solar energy.
See, climate change is very important issue to be discussed world over, and world action is needed on this. It is not one country can make a difference. All countries will have to work in that direction.
And from here, we get to the live inputs on India's national security, the decade ahead. This is a Diamond Jubilee webinar, and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh is delivering the keynote address through virtual conference.
And strengthen the fundamentals that contribute to this process. On the larger issue of economic security, the government has focused on all aspects of development in sectors of land, labor, capital, and industry. We have unleashed the potential of an agricultural marketing revolution through marketing reform, through important agrarian legislation, which you witnessed recently. The steps taken are going to make our farmers economically stronger and therefore the country more secure. Similarly, labor reforms were a long pending requirement. The recent labor codes, Social Security Code, Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code, the Industrial Relation Code will go a long way in uncluttering the image of a labor market beset with old and unnecessary laws, rules, regulations, etc., which have been a pioneer for a sound industrial growth in the country. They would also bring about ease in doing business to a great extent. On the capital front, the government has been increasingly and consistently bringing about major changes such as banking sector reforms, insolvency and bankruptcy code, etc., with a view to provide liquidity and opportunity to Indian industry to grow at a much higher pace. Apart from the reforms, we have been making vigorous efforts to stimulate the economy through policy, programs, and projects in all sectors, be it infrastructure, health, education, sanitation, drinking water, energy, etc. And to top it all, the defense sector. As India grows, there is a simultaneous movement of people beyond our shores and a growth of our interests worldwide. This entails that we should be able to safeguard Indian citizens who now work across the globe. In the past, we have displayed the ability to not only evacuate Indian citizens, but also people of different nationalities from war-torn and calamitous areas. In fact, we have also successfully provided support and relief as the first responder in our neighborhood as well. Our interest to secure trade routes, shipping lines of communications, fishing rights, and communication networks also require the ability to contribute to the global effort to maintain open and free oceans. That is the essence of our initiative to be a part of the Indo-Pacific Initiative. India has fostered close relationship and partnership with like-minded friends to further the common interests of countries in the region and beyond. Our strategic partnership with the US is stronger than ever before. Similarly, India's friendship has grown tremendously with Japan over the last few years as well. The India-Australia Virtual Summit in June 2020 has provided a fillip to our already strong comprehensive strategic partnership. We share common concerns with Australia and shared values. India also has a strong traditional and deep-rooted relations with Russia. Our two countries have weathered many a challenge in the past through our close understanding and appreciation of each other's concerns and interests. We continue to build upon our relationship with Russia and especially in the military sphere. India has also forged a very special partnership with the reliable friends like France and Israel. We value their support and will continue to build upon it in the future as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister took a special interest in reaching out to our partner countries in West Asia, Southeast, and East Asia. It is a result of this initiative that we have enhanced the scope and the quality of our relations with Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Oman in the West, and with Indonesia.
That was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh addressing the webinar on the occasion of Diamond Jubilee of the National Defence College, and he was speaking on India's national security, the decade ahead. In the bulletin that follows, we'll get to the highlights of that address. He's still speaking. Up next, we'll take you to West Bengal, where Home Minister Amit Shah is paying tributes to Birsa Munda in Bankura. These are the visuals we're getting for you from Bankura. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is paying tributes to Birsa Munda, and we've told you earlier also, Union Home Minister is on a two-day visit to West Bengal. And to talk more about it, our correspondent Anibrato is joining us on phone line from Bankura. Anibrato, let us know more about this program. We tell our viewers that
the 44 seats that are here in Jungle Mahal, 12 seats alone in Bankura, 19 in Midnapur, and and 9 in Purulia and 4 in Jharkhand. All these Lok Sabha seats BJP captured. 4 out of 4 in Jungle Mahal seats BJP captured in 2019 Lok Sabha poll. So BJP is largely eyeing all these Jungle Mahal seats. And Amit Shah, after he has garlanded the statue of, as you can see, the Birsa Munda, now he's waving hands to the people. Amit Shah now will proceed to the venue Ravindra Bhavan. There he will hold meeting with the office bearers of BJP and will start the election prospectus. As you know, BJP has leveled, several charges against the West Bengal government. They are not implementing the central government scheme. Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri, Kishan Nidhi Yojana, all these things West Bengal government is not implementing. So, Amit Shah's basic objective will be to watch the sentiment of the people here in Jungle Mahal. And he will also, also visit Karandini village where he will have his lunch in a Santal hamlet. So, as you can see, people here gathered at this spot, large number of people. They are taking the photos of Amit Shah in the mobile, as you can see. Enthusiastic crowds are here, and Jungle Mahal, the large popularity of BJP is, we find here is among the people in Jungle Mahal. Now, how this thing will be translated into the assembly seat, that is largely to be seen. And BJP will, chart all the programs here and how they will proceed, because West Bengal BJP is the focus. The BJP is, eyeing to sit in the power. Here is the.
Our correspondent Anibrito was.
Large number of people have gathered here. They are chanting slogans.
Yes, Anibrito, we can see an overwhelming response of the people who've gathered there. And just a while back, we saw Home Minister Amit Shah pay tributes to Birsa Munda.
To man all these crowds in large number, and
yes, please continue, Anibrito. All right, those were the visuals we're getting for you from Kolkata, from West Bengal, in fact, wherein Home Minister Amit Shah was paying tributes to Birsa Munda, and also he's on a 2-day visit to the state. And when we talk of that, he will be holding a number of organizational meetings. Those were the visuals we're getting for you from Bankura in West Bengal, where Amit Shah paid tributes to Birsa Munda. We'll keep you updated on that. From here, we take you across to Union Health Minister Dr. Harsh Vardhan, who is interacting with Lieutenant Governor, Health Minister, Chief Secretary, mayors and municipal commissioners of Delhi to review the COVID-19 situation. We'll take you live there.
Guru Bharat, where our future is brighter than our glorious past. And he feels that this should not be his dream only. It should be the dream of every Indian. It should be the dream of every young person, every young scientist, every young innovator. So the only issue is, please diagnose the right issue, what we need to do. And once we have diagnosed, India has shown on number of occasions that the spiritual component of it, that if India decides, India does. If India dreams, India delivers. India has the capability to do that. So I would suggest that this program that we are doing virtually today, we should now, I think we have achieved a level. We have had success. There is consistency in this innovation program, and the type of innovations that I have seen either in Rashtrapati Bhavan or the ones that have been described or the ones that I have seen with my own eyes at the National Innovation Foundation in Ahmedabad, along with Professor Vipin Kumar and people like Professor Anil Gupta. I am confident that with the might that science has been able to create by now, and with the zeal and with the, I would say, jazba, the feelings with which our young people work, India can actually deliver a new India to all Indians, where everybody has a smile on his or her face.
बंगाल दौरे की शुरुआत हुई है। कल रात से मैं बंगाल में हूं, जहां पर भी गया इसी प्रकार का उत्साह, इसी प्रकार का स्वागत दिखाई पड़ता है। एक और तो ममता सरकार के प्रति भयंकर जनाक्रोश दिखाई पड़ता है, और दूसरी ओर श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के प्रति एक आशा और श्रद्धा दिखाई पड़ती है कि बंगाल के अंदर परिवर्तन श्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही आ सकता है। जिस प्रकार से दारुण गरीबी के अंदर फंसे हुए बंगाल में मोदी सरकार ने भेजी हुई सारी सुविधाएं, मदद और बंगाल के लोगों को अपना जीवन धोरण सुधारने के लिए जिस प्रकार का आश्वासन भारत सरकार ने दिया है वो लोगों तक नहीं पहुंच रहा है। मैं इसी क्षेत्र की बात कर लूं, आदिवासी बहुल एक क्षेत्र के अंदर न आदिवासियों के लिए जो घर के पैसे भेजे हैं वो आदिवासियों तक पहुंचे हैं, ना किसानों को 6,000 रुपया मिलना चाहिए हर साल वो मिल रहा है, ना हर गरीब परिवार को 5 लाख रुपए का स्वास्थ्य का सुविधा मिलना चाहिए वो भी नहीं मिल रहा है। भारत सरकार की 80 से ज्यादा योजनाएं जो गरीब, दलित, आदिवासी और पिछड़े लोगों के लिए है उसको ममता सरकार रोक कर बैठी है। मैं ममता दीदी को बताना चाहता हूं कि आपके मन में भय है कि इन योजनाओं को रोकने से आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी को रोक लोगी, तो आपकी भ्रांति है। आप एक गरीब लोगों के लिए मोदी जी ने जो 6,000 रुपया प्रति साल भेजा है वो पहुंचने दीजिए, स्वास्थ्य की सुविधाएं पहुंचने दीजिए, शौचालय पहुंचने दीजिए, इनका घर उन तक पहुंचने दीजिए, तो शायद थोड़ा बहुत भी आपके लिए सोचेंगे। जिस प्रकार का दमन का चक्र विशेषकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं के ऊपर ममता सरकार ने चलाया है, मैं निश्चित रूप से देख रहा हूं कि ममता सरकार का मृत्युगंड बच चुका है। आने वाले दिनों में यहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी की 2/3 बहुमत की सरकार बनने जा रही है। मैं आज बंगाल की जनता को अपील करने आया हूं कि बंगाल एक सरहदी प्रांत है, देश की सुरक्षा बंगाल की आंतरिक सुरक्षा के साथ जुड़ी है। देश की सुरक्षा को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए, बंगाल के युवा को रोजगारी देने के लिए और बंगाल के गरीब लोगों को दारुण गरीबी से बाहर निकालने के लिए इस सरकार को उखाड़ कर फेंक दीजिए। एक मौका भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दीजिए। हम आने वाले दिनों में यहाँ पर सोनार बांग्ला की रचना करने के लिए मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भरसक
सर, बंगाल में चुनावी चेहरे कौन होंगे?
धन्यवाद।
Home Minister Amit Shah was speaking after paying tributes to the statue of Birsa Munda in Bankura, and he is there on a 2-day visit to hold organizational meetings, and he talked of the overwhelming response which he just witnessed, and he saw that is evident of how people are on their way to rejecting the Mamata Banerjee government in the elections which will be held next year. And he talked of how the measures which have been announced by the NDA government at the centre are not being effectively and efficiently being carried out, implemented in the state of West Bengal by the Mamata Banerjee government there, and he criticized the government, the Mamata Banerjee government, for that. Also, we'll get you more updates on the visit in the bulletin ahead, but meanwhile, let's get to other news. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will today chair the virtual Global Investor Roundtable, that is VGIR. The roundtable is being organized by Ministry of Finance, Government of India and National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. It is an exclusive dialogue between leading global institutional investors, Indian business leaders and the highest decision makers from the Government of India and financial market regulators. The event is aimed at providing an opportunity to deliberate on further accelerating the growth of international investments in India. Up next, a quick update from poll-bound state of Bihar. In Bihar, campaigning for third and final phase of elections will come to an end this evening. In this phase, 78 constituencies spread over 15 districts will go to polls on 7th of November. Polling for by-election to Valmiki Nagar parliamentary seat will also be held in this phase. Senior leaders and star campaigners of all parties held multiple rallies in poll-bound Mithilanchal, Seemanchal, Tirhut and Kosi areas of the state. With the third phase of voting in polling process in poll-bound Bihar will be completed and counting will be held on 10th of November and results will be declared on the same day. In Jammu and Kashmir, dates for first ever District Development Council elections in the Union Territory have been announced. Polling will be held in 280 constituencies in 8 phases from November 28th. Refugees from Pakistan will be able to exercise their franchise for the first time in 70 years. Elections for the vacant seats of sarpanches and panches and also urban local bodies will be held simultaneously with the DDC polls. State Election Commissioner has said that polling will take place through electronic voting machines, while postal ballots will be available for COVID-19 patients in isolation, senior citizens and physically unwell patients. With the announcement of the DDC polls, Model Code of Conduct has come into effect. The first formal notification for the first phase of elections will be issued today. The term of the DDC will be for 5 years.
ऐसे लोग जिनका किसी कारण से अगर इलेक्टोरल वोट नहीं बना था, स्टेट में नहीं बना था, उनकी एलिजिबिलिटी अब जो हो गई है नहीं, तो वो भी वोट कर पाएंगे. तो उसमें ज़्यादा तो एक यही ग्रुप है जो आपने बताया, और अदरवाइज इट हैज़ टू बी ऑर्डिनरी रेजिडेंट सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया, ऑर्डिनरली रिजाइडिंग हियर एज इन द पीपल रिप्रेजेंटेशन एक्ट.
The State Election Commission also said that the election process will be held under tight security arrangement.
जम्मू कश्मीर की इलेक्शन के लिए सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, एंड पिछले 10-15 दिन में इसमें काफ़ी चर्चा हुई है. जो कंसर्न लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मशीनरी के सीनियर अफसर हैं, इसीलिए सरकार ने ये 2 कमेटियाँ बनाई, और कमेटी वाज हेडेड बाय द होम सेक्रेटरी. And the Home Secretary's Committee with concerned officers, the inputs from IGP Jammu, IGP Kashmir has gone into these things, and we will be making adequate arrangements.
And with that, we end this bulletin here. But before that, a quick reminder, we are urging all our viewers to be part of the Mask Up India initiative, which is being run on DD News and ET India. Remember, it's just a simple task. Just wear a mask, but wear it correctly and properly. With that reminder, we'll end this bulletin here. Bye-bye.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
और इस गीत के बाद
All India Radio.
बहुत रोमांचक रही है.
Ahead of the trade negotiations that are slated,
दिवस के साथ-साथ
it has undergone 9 revisions. Kohli, with 903 rating points, is 34 points behind Smith. 900.
All India Radio. The news read by Anuja Kumar.
नमस्कार.
India.
Namaste land.
Marhaban ilal Hind. Zari India. Salam India.
Namaste India.
Namaskar Bharata.
Muy
Nous
India.
sommes land.
Nahnu Hunud.
India. माँ हिंदी हस्ती हिंदियानी.
Salam Hindustan.
We are India.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good and fulfilling my duty of responsible citizen by staying at home to maintain social distancing.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I have a few doubts about the Arogya Setu app. After installing this app, what all personal information are we required to share?
When you are registering on the app, it will ask you for your name, age, gender, profession, and your last 30 days of travel history. It would also request for permission to keep mobile's Bluetooth and GPS location on.
So where does all this information go and get stored?
The information submitted by you is encrypted and safely stored in the server.
So information about me like where I go, with whom I meet, is also being stored in the servers?
No. If you come in contact with another person who has also installed the same app, this piece of information is captured and stored on your mobile itself. This information is not sent to the server.
Okay, so this information does not go outside my phone.
No, it does not. This information is only sent out of your mobile to the servers if you are found to be COVID positive.
Understood. If I become COVID positive, then this information is used to inform everyone who knowingly or unknowingly came in contact with me so that they can also get themselves tested.
That's correct. If you remain well, then even the government will not use this information. Your personal information will remain personal and secure within your mobile.
Will information about me be stored permanently in mobile or servers?
No, that's not the case. The captured information gets deleted from your mobile after 30 days and from the server after 45 days. In case you are found COVID positive, your information from the server will be deleted after 60 days.
This is great. This app keeps my data safe and private, and I am safe as well. I'm convinced now that Arogya Setu app is the right way to fight Corona.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide. Search for an effective vaccine is on. Until then, the only option is caution and prevention. Now that the country has opened up under Unlock 5, it's all the more critical that we don't let our guard down. Face mask has been found to be the most effective means to fight the spread of COVID-19. World Health Organization and various researchers have also found that masks are critical in mitigating the spread of COVID-19. When you wear a mask, you protect yourself and people around you. Wearing a face mask helps prevent the spread of COVID-19, but only if worn properly.
बिना मास्क या फेस कवर के घर से बाहर निकलने की अभी कल्पना करना भी सही नहीं है.
Be a part of DD India campaign. Mask Up India. Come and join our initiative to fight COVID-19. Share your stories of masking up with us on Facebook and Twitter.
Mask Up India.
It's a simple task. Just wear a mask.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
The changing world of news. Headlines that you wake up to. News that shapes your day. Stories that matter to you. The latest and most accurate updates. A fresh start to a new day. The Breakfast News, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. on DD India.
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis every weekday at 9 p.m.
A global
नमस्कार। कर रहे हम जीवन से खिलवाड़, काट रहे हैं हरे भरे वृक्ष, कर रहे हैं पर्यावरण से छेड़छाड़। विकास का ऐसा बन रहा ग्राफ, जंगल और जंतु दोनों हो रहे हैं साफ। अपनी धरा, अपनी पृथ्वी, अपना पर्यावरण बचाने के लिए हम सबको चेतना होगा और इसकी शुरुआत भी हो चुकी है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर पर्यावरण को सहेजने के लिए उसको संरक्षण की कोशिशें जारी हैं। कई समझौते किए गए हैं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर। भारत हमेशा से प्रकृति को पूजता आया है, उसको सहेजता आया है और आज के समय में भी इसके संरक्षण में वो अपनी बड़ी भूमिका निभा रहा है। और इसी कड़ी में राजधानी दिल्ली में आज जलवायु परिवर्तन पर इंडिया सीईओ फोरम की वर्चुअल बैठक बुलाई गई। केंद्रीय पर्यावरण मंत्री प्रकाश जावड़ेकर ने इसकी अध्यक्षता की और इस मीटिंग में सीमेंट, स्टील, ऊर्जा और फार्मा सेक्टर से जुड़ी कंपनियों के सीईओज ने भाग लिया। इस बैठक का मकसद जलवायु परिवर्तन से मुकाबले में भारत के निजी क्षेत्रों की भागीदारी को सुनिश्चित करना है। तो इसी विषय पर आज हम विस्तार से चर्चा करेंगे अपने खास मेहमानों के साथ और साथ ही जानेंगे कि इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स का क्या कुछ टेक रहा है इस पूरे विषय पर। मैं हूं निखिल और मेरे साथ है मेरी सहयोगी रुकमा।
Namaskar Nikhil and viewers. Well, as Nikhil was telling you, to continue on that note, the private sector is poised to join hands with the government of India in the fight against climate change. A declaration of the private sector on climate change is slated to be signed and released during the high-level virtual event currently underway under the chairmanship of Union Environment Minister Prakash Javadekar. Key industry leaders from the steel, cement, power, pharmaceutical sector will deliver statements to reinforce their commitment to the cause of climate change and share their vision for climate action in the post-2020 period. How will this partnership be carried forward? What does it entail? And what are the implications? We discuss these and other issues in this edition of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Hello and welcome once again. I'm Rukma.
बिल्कुल, तो कुछ इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स के जो स्टेटमेंट्स जिसकी बात आपने कही उन्होंने शुरुआत भी कर दी है और हम इससे पहले कि अपनी चर्चा की शुरुआत करें अपने खास मेहमानों की के साथ, आइए सबसे पहले सुन लेते हैं कि क्या कुछ कहना इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स का। सबसे पहले बात करेंगे अनिल सरदाना की, जो कि प्रबंध निदेशक है अडानी ट्रांसमिशन लिमिटेड की। इन्होंने क्या कुछ कहा, आइए सुनते हैं।
The company is moving from the current procurement of 3% of renewable power to 30% by 2022 and eventually 50% by 2025. So the consumers in Mumbai will be blessed to consume 50% of green power. We have also started a major initiative to convert the single-use plastic free by 2022 and the entire establishment will achieve so in the next 2 years.
बिल्कुल, और दिलीप ओमन जो सीईओ हैं आर्सेलर मित्तल निप्पॉन स्टील इंडिया लिमिटेड के, उन्होंने क्या कहा, आइए पहले ये भी सुनते हैं।
Between 2020 and 2015, there has been a reduction of 32% of CO2 generation per ton. And this is in the span of 5 years. And we intend to at least take it to 45% by the start of 2030. We are committed to decarbonization of the steel industry.
और इसके अलावा संतोष चंद्रा जो सीईओ हैं एसआर ऑयल एंड गैस एक्सप्लोरेशन एंड प्रोडक्ट्स लिमिटेड के, उन्होंने भी अपनी बात कही।
Future planning, clearly the government has provided thrust on the natural gas on several sectors, and we would like to extract what is called the shale gas, which we have talked a lot about, the great revolution in the US, but more so in India as you know, the industry developed as well as the evacuation route opened. There is a lot of potential on there, mainly supporting you know, our gas-based economy and the Atmanirbhar Bharat in energy.
और जलवायु परिवर्तन पर नियंत्रण के मकसद से जैसा कि हमने आपको बताया कि राजधानी दिल्ली में इंडिया सीईओ फोरम की वर्चुअल बैठक बुलाई गई और ये जो सीईओज को आप सुन रहे थे ये इसी बैठक का हिस्सा थे और इसमें सीमेंट, स्टील, ऊर्जा, फार्मा सहित कई क्षेत्रों की कंपनियों के सीईओज ने हिस्सा लिया है। इनकी बातें हम आपको इस कार्यक्रम के दौरान बताएंगे और इस पूरे कार्यक्रम की अध्यक्षता भारत सरकार की तरफ से पर्यावरण मंत्री प्रकाश जावड़ेकर ने की। और इस बैठक के बाद कंपनियों ने 2020 से जलवायु परिवर्तन से मुकाबले के लिए घोषणा पत्र पर हस्ताक्षर करेंगे और इस मौके पर पर्यावरण मंत्री प्रकाश जावड़ेकर ने भारतीय कंपनियों से आह्वान किया कि वे जलवायु परिवर्तन से मुकाबले में सहयोग दें।
Well, as we were telling you, the private sector is poised to join hands with the government of India in order to fight against climate change. And Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting just a short while back spoke about various issues related to climate change in the CEO forum, and very soon we will be bringing you the live telecast as much as we can of the declaration of the private sector on climate change. We were just listening to those bites of very important and significant and prominent persons in charge of various industries and their views and visions of the fight against climate change.
बिल्कुल, जो निजी क्षेत्र है उसकी भूमिका बहुत ज़रूरी है और सबसे ख़ास है कि उनको जब तक कोई लुक्रेटिव तरीका नहीं मिलेगा तब तक कोई भी जो इंडस्ट्री है वो शायद बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेरित नहीं होती है इसमें आने के लिए। फिलहाल हम आपको ये इस जलवायु परिवर्तन पर जो वर्चुअल सम्मेलन हो रहा है इसमें आपको लिए चलते हैं लाइव।
The stewardship in energy, water and resource conservation, increase local sourcing that support the various global initiatives and programs. We have dedicated team members from R&D, operational excellence, environment, health and safety and supply chain to actually look at these formal, objective and science-based approaches. We applaud the intentions of international agreements such as the UN Framework and Convention on Climate Change, and we understand that to be effective, we need industry support, and we are committed to playing our part. We have been managing and reducing our carbon footprint for many years. We've reduced our direct carbon emissions by 5% through an implementation of a systematic energy reduction program in 2015. We're also looking at how do we reduce our environmental impact across the value chain by 1/4 by 2030 from a 2015 baseline. We're going to make measurable and sustained progress against targets, including in reducing our carbon emissions, increasing the amount of energy sourced by renewable sources, such as biomass for fuel and solar energy in our offices. We recognize that energy consumption throughout the supply chain has implications for climate change. We therefore encourage our suppliers, vendors, and to share best practice through the Supply Engagement Program. We also support the Montreal Protocol on Substances to delete the ozone layer and the Kigali Amendment. And so we are working to phase out the use of ozone-depleting substances in our plants and equipment owned by Brown. We're committed to a transparent reporting of environmental data, and we publish our value chain carbon footprint in our annual report. Our endeavors are aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals as defined by the United Nations and our Honorable Prime Minister. We're working on SDGs 3, 4, 6, and 7, good health, well-being, quality education, clean water and sanitation, as well as clean energy. And we are looking at doing environmental excellence through sustainable growth initiatives. And so we've implemented the CORE program, Creating Optimal and Responsible Environment program, which has helped us contribute to the larger goal of sustainability. We are working also on conservation of resources, so whether it's water security, where we are working minimizing our water consumption, water management. We have zero discharge sites. And we are looking at providing drinking water to over 10 lakh people every single day through water ATMs across India. Air quality, we are also looking at stringent process controls and technologies to control indoor air quality as well as the use of closed systems. We are focusing also on recycling wherever possible and safe and secure disposal and remedial basins. And treat all hazardous waste, including rejected and expired pharmaceutical products from manufacturing facilities. We are also looking at doing more to conserve energy, assess viable energy efficient projects, and take initiatives to help environment stability. I think the environment and the climate change will have an impact that can impact business operations and the future growth of the company. So therefore, to play our part to reduce the temperature and the global heating by increasing tree plantation and looking at a robust government framework to actually minimize that environmental impact. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Piramal. The next speaker is Mr. Sanjay Mashruwala, MD, Reliance Industries Limited.
Honorable Minister Shri Dhamekarji, respected secretaries, friends, good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity for outlining our perspective of the present climate situation, as also to highlight the initiatives undertaken by Reliance Group towards sustainability. Rapid climate change is a serious concern for the humanity. We believe it is a collective and moral responsibility of the government, private enterprises, and individual citizens to address the problem of climate change with utmost urgency and dedication. We owe that to our future generations. We fully concur with the commitment of NDC for lowering carbon emissions. We fully concur with the commitment of NDC for lowering carbon emissions. I take this opportunity to mention number of initiatives undertaken by us. For ensuring maximum use of clean energy in all the operations by collaborating with the best-in-class technology licensors, all 7 RIL plants have set targets under Perform, Achieve and Trade PAT scheme. So far, we have achieved a total greenhouse gas reduction of 351,000 tons of CO2 in the last year due to these energy conservation efforts. We have recycled over 74 million meter cube of water during the year 1920. At Jamnagar, we produce all our fresh water through desalination, essentially using surplus heat energy, and used all the recycled water for horticulture, having grown world's largest mango orchard. By ensuring efficient use of solid catalyst and development of biocatalysts, we have reduced quantity of unusable spent catalyst, and we recycle part of the spent catalyst to cement industries as alternate fuel and raw material. As a part of Extended Producer Responsibility, EPR, we promote proper disposal of e-waste through an exchange scheme operational across all our retail stores. There are 6 collection centers across India maintained by our Producer Responsibility Organization, PROs, which serve as the recycling unit for the e-waste collected. We have so far planted more than 2.2 crore saplings across all RIL sites. As a policy, we never cut a tree. It is always transplanted if it is coming in the way of any development. We have recycled post-consumer PET bottles. We have collected more than 2 billion bottles, coming to about 36,000 metric tons of waste during year 2019 and 20, converting it to products like Recron Green Gold. We have made strategic investments in stabilized petcoke gasification which has helped to reduce natural gas consumption. Gas turbines at Jamnagar have been retrofitted in a phased manner to facilitate syngas firing capability with reduced NOx and SOx emission and eliminating use of.
तो अब देख रहे थे इस सम्मेलन का सीधा प्रसारण और जलवायु परिवर्तन पर नियंत्रण के मकसद से राजधानी दिल्ली में जो ये सम्मेलन चल रहा है इसकी एक वर्चुअल बैठक बुलाई गई है, एक सम्मेलन बुलाया गया है और इसमें सीमेंट, स्टील, ऊर्जा, फार्मा सहित अन्य क्षेत्र की कंपनियों के सीईओज ने हिस्सा लिया है, जिसका हम सीधा प्रसारण भी आपको दिखा रहे हैं, उनकी बातें भी हम आपको सुनवा रहे हैं और इसकी अध्यक्षता पर्यावरण मंत्री प्रकाश जावड़ेकर ने की है। आइए सुनते हैं कि क्या कुछ उन्होंने कहा इस सम्मेलन के दौरान।
Provide money for developing economies to follow the environmental friendly path so that their emission level goes down, and that is what we aim at. So I will just appeal, and I am very sure that many factories are actually doing that they are trying to reduce their emissions. They are bringing more greenery in their campuses and their areas of influence. They are also using new technologies for saving water, and energy efficiency is also one more concern.
So the union minister stressed on various important points, among them energy efficiency, that India is fighting for, alternate sources of energy that need to be explored, and planting of saplings, increasing the forest cover by manifold. These and various other issues we will be discussing in our edition today.
बिल्कुल, और हमारे साथ में हमारे खास मेहमान प्रोफेसर पी.के. जोशी पर्यावरण विशेषज्ञ हैं, ये हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं। जोशी जी, बहुत स्वागत है प्रोफेसर साहब आपका, और इस पर हम विस्तार से चर्चा कर रहे हैं। जिस तरह से पर्यावरण को बचाने की एक मुहिम चल रही है, भारत ने उसमें अग्रणी भूमिका निभाई है। शुरुआत में भी हमने कहा कि भारत में और खासतौर पर प्रधानमंत्री भी कई मोर्चों पर, कई फोरम्स पर इस बात को उठा चुके हैं कि भारत तो प्रकृति को पूजने वाला देश रहा है, और ऐसे जब मौके आते हैं जहां प्रकृति को बचाने की बात आती है, पर्यावरण का संतुलन साधने की बात आती है, तो वहां पर भारत आगे रहता है। और आज इसी कड़ी में जो निजी क्षेत्र है उनकी भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने के लिए की तैयारी की गई है। किस तरह से देखते हैं इस पूरे प्रयास को, और कितना महत्वपूर्ण है कि निजी क्षेत्र सरकारी क्षेत्रों के साथ मिलकर, आम लोगों के साथ मिलकर कदम ताल करता हुआ दिखे पर्यावरण को बचाने में?
जी नमस्कार, सबसे पहले बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। यदि आप देखें पर्यावरण की जो भी समस्या है, हम केवल ये नहीं सोच सकते कि इसको सिर्फ सरकार ही इसका हल निकालेगी।
जी बिल्कुल,
ये व्यक्ति विशेष से लेके सरकार और व्यक्ति विशेष के बीच में जितनी कड़ियां हैं सभी की जिम्मेदारी है। तो इस मौके पे जो ये पहल ली गई है, जिसमें पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप की बात की गई है कि जिससे प्रकृति का सुधार किया जाए और विशेषतः प्लांटेशन से, तो ये एक बहुत ही अच्छी पहल है। और जैसा मंत्री जी बता रहे थे कि काफी कंपनीज हैं जो माइनिंग सेक्टर में या और सेक्टर्स हैं जो अपने जो एक्टिविटीज हैं उसके साथ साथ वो प्लांटेशन एक्टिविटीज भी करती हैं, और जो एक EIA का एक क्लॉज होता है जिसमें कि वो लोग लैंड रेस्टोरेशन और इकोसिस्टम रेस्टोरेशन करें। यदि हम देखें तो बहुत सारे अच्छे एग्जाम्पल्स हैं हमारे पास, ना कि भारतवर्ष में जबकि संपूर्ण विश्व में। जब हम सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स की भी बात करते हैं, जो इसी क्रम में एक यूनाइटेड नेशंस की पहल है, उसने भी बड़ी स्ट्रांगली इस बात को तवज्जो दी है कि पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप की जाए, जिससे हम पर्यावरण का बेहतर रूप में उसका ख्याल रख सकें और उसके बढ़ोतरी के लिए जो भी इनिशिएटिव्स हो सकें वो करें। इसके साथ ही मैं ये भी बताना चाहूंगा कि जब पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप की बात करते हैं तो पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिट्स और प्राइवेट सेक्टर यूनिट्स तो होती हैं, इसके साथ साथ ग्राम सभाएं हैं, जो पंचायत हैं विलेज में, या जॉइंट फॉरेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की जो एक्टिविटीज हैं उसको भी काफी मजबूती से देखा जाएगा। और ये एक अच्छी पहल है जिससे हो सकता है निकट भविष्य में हमें अच्छे इसके परिणाम दिखें, और जो जिस तरह से मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट एंड फॉरेस्ट क्लाइमेट चेंज ग्रीन कवर को इंक्रीज करने के लिए इनिशिएटिव ले रही है, उसके लिए ये एक बहुत ही सकारात्मक कदम है।
जी, सकारात्मक कदम है निश्चित तौर पर।
Right, Professor Joshi, as you said, it is the responsibility of each individual. It's not just the government's work in order to ensure that we can win the fight against climate change. But when we talk about rural areas, you've talked about gram panchayats, you've talked about sarpanches and panches and so on. We do believe that the rural areas are more green, they are already more environment friendly, more untapped. If we look at many areas that we consider rural, out of bounds and remote, so how do they contribute? How do these people, what do they do as their bit towards this fight?
Well, the kind of research outcomes which are with us, they generally tell us that, in rural communities wherein there is a kind of, synergy between social systems and the ecological systems. They ensure that synergy is in a symbiotic way and the balance is maintained. So they ensure that they use the resources, but in relatively sustainable manner. So given that kind of outcome from multiple research, not only from a part of country but across the country, whether you talk about Himalayas, whether you talk about Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and even the down south. So I believe rural communities have actually communicated towards this, and such type of initiatives will be strengthening them to participate in much more proactive manner, and that will certainly result something much more better than what we see today. And the kind of expectations which Niti Aayog has put along with Ministry of Environment and Forests, I believe there will be a degree of safeguarding as well, while talking about biodiversity, while talking about natural resources, and also ensuring that productivity of these trees or say forests will be ensured. So while having such kind of safeguards, both from a public-private partnership as well as while interacting with these rural communities, I believe these things will give something very positive indicators while our all initiatives to increase the green cover and also combat or mitigate climate change.
जी निश्चित तौर पर प्रोफेसर जोशी, जिस तरह से पेरिस समझौते के तहत में भारत ने राष्ट्रीय निर्धारित अनुदान के रूप में जलवायु परिवर्तन के कुछ लक्ष्य रखे थे, खासतौर पर 3 अगर महत्वपूर्ण लक्ष्य की बात की जाए कि 2030 तक जीडीपी के उत्सर्जन तीव्रता में 33 से 35% तक की कमी लाने के लिए जो फॉसिल फ्यूल्स पर आधारित ऊर्जा संसाधन है उनमें 40% जो विद्युत ऊर्जा है उसकी स्थापित क्षमता को तक पहुंचना, और उसके अलावा 2030 तक जो वन आवरण है उसके जरिए 2.5 यानी 2.5 से 3 बिलियन टन CO2 का कार्बन का जो अतिरिक्त कार्बन सिंक है उसका निर्माण करना। क्या ये जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स को जोड़ने की बात हो रही है, जिस तरह से बात कही जा रही है कि आम लोगों को भी इसमें जोड़कर एक जागरूकता अभियान चला करके, किस तरह से इसका एक रोड मैप दिखता है कि हम इस जो ये लक्ष्य है इसको प्राप्त कर सकेंगे? क्या कुछ इसकी इंटीग्रिटीज हैं कि कैसे कोई एक तरीका, कोई एक सिस्टम बनाया गया होगा कि जिसके तरीके से इसको पाया जा सके?
देखिए, जहां तक मुझे जानकारी है इस बारे में, जब ये 2.5 और 3 बिलियन इक्विवेलेंट कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड की बात की गई थी, तो मुख्य तौर पर लोग देख रहे थे कि कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से काफी पैसा आएगा और उससे इस तरह के काम किए जा सकेंगे। और मिनिस्ट्री का एक अपना कमिटमेंट तो था ही, जो भारतवर्ष ने जो अपना पेरिस एग्रीमेंट में जो कमिटमेंट दिया। तो जब हम इस तरह के काम को जब ग्राउंड जीरो में जब इसको रियलाइज करने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो फंड क्रंच और रिसोर्सेस का साथ में आना एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम देखा गया है सभी स्टेट फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट्स में। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि इस पहल से, जिसमें आप प्राइवेट कंपनीज को भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं, तो उससे ये जरूर होगा कि जो फंड्स की जो क्रंच है उसको कहीं ना कहीं एक तरह से उसमें सहायता मिलेगी। और जब हम स्टेट फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट्स वो सब की बात करते हैं और एक्चुअली ग्राउंड में इन एक्टिविटीज को इम्प्लीमेंट करने की बात करते हैं, तो एक कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का भी एक गैप देखा गया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस प्राइवेट सेक्टर के पार्टिसिपेशन से फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट भी मिलेगा, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग भी इंश्योर होगी, और फिर उसके बाद जब आप प्लांटेशन कैरी आउट कर लेते हैं तो उन एरियाज का रख रखाव जो है वो बहुत जरूरी हो जाता है। तो जब प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रीज या प्राइवेट एंटिटीज इसमें जुड़ेंगी तो इसके रख रखाव में भी कुछ बढ़ोतरी होगी, और उसकी गुणवत्ता के कारण हमको उम्मीद है कि इससे एक अच्छे परिणाम है।
जी निश्चित तौर पर एक बात कही जाती है कि जब किसी भी प्राइवेट सेक्टर को या किसी भी निजी क्षेत्र को अगर साथ में जोड़ने के लिए लाएं, किसी भी सामाजिक काम में लाने के लिए या किसी भी इस तरह के काम में, तो एक बार ज़रूर ये देखने की ज़रूरत होती है कि जो भी चीज़ें हैं वो उनकी इंडस्ट्री को सूट करें, वो उनके बिजनेस को सूट करें। ये कैसे सुनिश्चित किया जा सकेगा कि कहीं ये ना हो कि उनका किसी भी विषय पर, किसी भी एक जगह पर या किसी भी एक मुद्दे पर, एक पॉइंट पर उनका घाटा हो या कहीं भी उनको कहीं कदम पीछे खींचने पड़े?
देखिए, आप देखेंगे पिछले कुछ दशकों में जिस तरह के परिवर्तन कंपनी एक्ट में आए हैं या इंटरेक्शंस जिस तरह से चेंज हुए हैं पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिट से या प्राइवेट सेक्टर यूनिट से, उसमें देखा गया है कि उनका जो दायित्व है पर्यावरण के प्रति उसको बढ़ाया गया है। ये जरूर है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर कहीं ना कहीं अपने लाभ के लिए इसको देखता है, और जिस तरह से संपूर्ण विश्व में जिस तरह के उत्पादों में ग्रीन कवर या ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी या ग्रीन ब्रांडिंग की बात हो रही है, तो ये जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है या पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिट है, ये भी इन चीजों को मद्देनजर रखती है कि वो भी उसमें वो अपने जो भी प्रोडक्ट्स बनाती है उसके साथ वो एक अपनी बैलेंस शीट में ये भी बताना चाहती है कि हमने ग्रीन प्रोडक्ट्स की तरफ या ग्रीनरी की तरफ किस तरह से कंट्रीब्यूट किया है। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि जो भी एफॉरेस्टेशन होगा या जो उसकी मॉनिटरिंग होगी, परफॉर्मेंस जो होगी, ये कहीं ना कहीं प्राइवेट सेक्टर यूनिट्स इसको अपनी मार्केटिंग स्ट्रेटेजी में जरूर इस्तेमाल करेगी। और इसको मैं एक विन विन सिचुएशन देखता हूं कि जिसमें एज अ कंट्री, एज अ देश, हमें जरूरत है कि हम अपने पर्यावरण का सुधार करें, साथ के साथ जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है वो अपने बेनिफिट के साथ अगर उस पर्यावरण के सुधार में या ग्रीन कवर के सुधार में अपना जो भी कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे, तो उससे मुझे लगता है कि ये दोनों के लिए एक बड़ा विन विन सिचुएशन रहेगी। इसके साथ ही यदि आप मोटे तौर पे देखें तो हम लोग देखते हैं कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर में फाइनेंस का मोबिलाइजेशन या टेक्नोलॉजी का इन्वेस्टमेंट या गवर्नेंस भी मोटे तौर पे बहुत अच्छी तरीके से हो सकती है। इस पूरे रूप में गवर्नमेंट अपना रोल हमेशा डोमिनेटिंग रखेगी, वो इंश्योर करेगी कि जिस तरह का गवर्नेंस की हमें जरूरत है वो उसी तर्क पे कार्य हो। तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर अपना लाभ तो उसमें देखेगी, परंतु जो एज अ कंट्री और एज अ गवर्नमेंट जो हमारे टारगेट्स हैं उनके साथ मुझे नहीं लगता हम किसी तरह का कॉम्प्रोमाइज करें।
जी निश्चित तौर पर ये एक बड़ा विषय है, और यहाँ पर एक बार आइए सुन लेते हैं रतुल पुरी जो कि अध्यक्ष है HPPL के, उनको सुनते हैं कि क्या कुछ कहा उन्होंने इस सम्मेलन में।
We believe one of the most crucial aspects of being able to implement India's renewable program is going to be able to provide dispatchable electricity to this country, and we are currently developing various storage technologies. We are working with a number of companies globally to develop storage technologies, because the future of energy and the future of electricity eventually will be in storage. In this transitionary phase where we transition to significant amounts of renewable energy, and as we feed this renewable energy into the grid, the ability to develop and store energy will be the crucial enabler for India's renewable energy vision.
And as we were telling you, the India CEO Forum on Climate Change is currently underway. Key declaration on climate change is likely to be signed in a short while from now, and industry leaders are sharing their vision, their views, and delivering statements on what they envision as climate change and what their role will be in this fight against climate change. Let's listen in to what MD ITCL Sanjeev Puri has to say.
ITC supports the government vision for climate action, and our approach is deeply aligned to India's NDC's commitments. For 2 decades now, we have adopted a low carbon strategy with increasing focus on large-scale sequestration, renewable energy, climate-smart agriculture, amongst others. ITC has moved beyond neutrality to being the only company in the world of comparable dimensions on all the 3 dimensions of being water positive, carbon positive, solid waste recycling positive for 18, 15 and 13 years in a row.
जी बिल्कुल, और यहाँ पर सुनते हैं SP शुक्ला जो कि GSC के समूह के अध्यक्ष हैं, महिंद्रा समूह के।
The Mahindra Group, through all its companies, has proactively pursued
ways to enhance energy productivity, adoption of renewable energy across all companies, take tangible steps towards creating a circular economy, enhance water harnessing, encourage the adoption of micro-irrigation.
And well, we're talking about the India CEO Forum. The private sector is poised to join the government of India in the fight against climate change.
बिल्कुल, और यहाँ पर हमारे साथ में डॉक्टर अजय माथुर जो कि द एनर्जी एंड रिसोर्स इंस्टीट्यूट टेरी के डीजी हैं, वो हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। बहुत स्वागत है माथुर साहब आपका। और आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि किस तरह से जो प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स हैं, जो प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री है, वो किस तरह से अपने आप को कंफर्टेबल पाएगी, जो ये गोल है इसको अचीव करने में, किस तरह से वो साथ में कदम ताल मिलाकर चलने में अपने आप को महफूज भी समझते हैं और किस तरह से वो आगे आएंगे।
जो प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री है उसमें उसके दो तरह से कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकती है जी। एक तो आज की तारीख में रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी अब कॉम्पिटिटिव हो रही है, आगे चल के सस्ती भी होगी बाकी बिजली से। तो पहली चीज तो ये है कि जो बिजली का इस्तेमाल करें वो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का इस्तेमाल करें, उससे उनका कार्बन फुटप्रिंट कम होगा। ये तो पहली चीज है। और दूसरी चीज ये है कि जो और अपने आप में फॉसिल फ्यूल्स इस्तेमाल करते हैं, कोयला इस्तेमाल करते हैं, तेल इस्तेमाल करते हैं, उसको किस प्रकार से रिन्यूएबल्स की तरफ जा सकते हैं। तो इसमें एक तरफ तो यह है कि विद्युतीकरण करना, कि जितनी हो सके जो गर्माहट के लिए तेल जलाते हैं या कोयला जलाते हैं, उसमें रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, रिन्यूएबल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का प्रयोग कर सकते हैं कि नहीं। और दूसरा, जहां पर इसको डायरेक्टली जलाया जाता है ऊंचे टेम्परेचर्स के लिए, जो कि सोलर से इतना या बिजली से इतना पॉसिबल नहीं है, वहां पर क्या हाइड्रोजन जैसी गैस का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि हाइड्रोजन का ये फायदा है कि रिन्यूएबल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से पानी को ब्रेक करके हाइड्रोजन बनाया जा सकता है। तो यानी कि रिन्यूएबल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से लेक को हम डायरेक्टली भी यूज कर सकते हैं और हाइड्रोजन की तरह भी। और जो हमारी इंडस्ट्री है वो पूरी तरह से इसको अडॉप्ट करने में कामयाब हो सकती है। इससे प्रोडक्टिविटी भी बढ़ेगी और इससे प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी भी बढ़ सकती है
जी।
लेकिन इसके लिए R&D करना पड़ेगा, इसके लिए टेक्नोलॉजी में डेवलपमेंट में इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन ये पॉसिबल है। अगर इंडस्ट्री आज जुड़ के चले तो ये चीज 10 साल में, 20 साल में, 2040 तक पूरी तरह से पॉसिबल है।
जी बिल्कुल।
Right, Mathur ji, we are talking about the impact of human activity on the environment, on the climate, on the warmth, and heating element of the universe. What does your research show about the impact of the recent lockdown, the 3 or 4 months lockdown that the world went through, where factory activity totally stopped, traffic totally stopped, on the environment, on climate change?
One of the things that we noticed was that the emissions of carbon dioxide came down greatly, not only in India but across the world. The kind of savings, or I wouldn't call it savings, the kind of reduction in CO2 emissions that occurred was otherwise equal to what would have happened over a 4-year period. This was nearly a 30% decline in the carbon dioxide emissions. But as the lockdowns have opened up across the world, the carbon dioxide emissions have again started increasing. And though they're still less than what they were before the lockdown, they are now approximately 6 or 7% less than what they were earlier. What this tells us is that if industry as a group decides to operate with renewable fuels which have zero CO2 emissions, we can have a major impact on the carbon emissions that occur across the world.
जी बिल्कुल। और यहाँ पर एक बार फिर से हम आएंगे प्रोफेसर पीके जोशी के पास और उनसे चर्चा करने की कोशिश करेंगे। प्रोफेसर जोशी, आपसे जानने समझने की कोशिश करेंगे कि जिस तरह से इसमें निजी क्षेत्र की बात हो रही है और ख़ास तौर पर यह भी बात की जा रही है कि जो रिन्यूएबल सोर्सेज हैं एनर्जी के, उनका ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इस्तेमाल किया जा सके, कैसे प्रेरित किया जा सकेगा, कैसे इन सिंक लाया जा सकेगा प्राइवेट सेक्टर को इस काम के लिए?
देखिए, इसमें जो है एक तो पॉलिसी में कुछ इंसेंटिव्स रहने चाहिए प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए, में अगर वो अपने आप को कन्वर्ट करते हैं फ्रॉम फॉसिल फ्यूल टू रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, तो उनको कुछ एक विजिबिलिटी कम बिजनेस प्लेटफॉर्म में उनको कुछ बेनिफिट्स मिलने चाहिए, जिससे उनके लिए एक बड़ा ही लुक्रेटिव प्लान रहेगा और उसको वो बड़ी कन्वीनियंटली वो उसमें आना चाहिए। इसके साथ साथ ही ये है कि इस तरह के इंसेंटिव्स के साथ साथ हमें अपना जो सिस्टम है एज अ स्ट्रिक्ट स्ट्रेटेजिक सिस्टम भी डेवलप करना पड़ेगा थ्रू आवर रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस एंड इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ दोस, ताकि जो अगर इस तरह के हम प्रावधान कर रहे हैं जिसमें रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को ज्यादा पॉपुलराइज किया जाए, यूज किया जाए, तो उसके लिए उस तरह के रेगुलेशंस को भी एनफोर्स करने की जरूरत होगी। तो साइमल्टेनियसली दोनों चीजें करने की जरूरत है। हम सिर्फ एक चीज को ध्यान में वो सोचें कि सिर्फ रूल्स बना के सब कुछ हो जाएगा, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि वो संभव है। और अगर हम सोचें सिर्फ इंसेंटिव्स दे के हो जाएगा तो उसमें भी कोई विन विन सिचुएशन की बात नहीं है। तो हमें एक बहुत ही ब्रॉड लेवल में सोचना है और हमें देखना है कि किस तरह से हम हर तरह से इस प्रोसेस को सेफगार्ड करें कि जो हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि हम फॉसिल फ्यूल से रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की तरफ जाएं, तो उसके लिए बेस्ट ऑफ द ऑप्शंस जो भी हो सकते हैं, बेस्ट ऑफ द प्रैक्टिसेस जो भी हो सकती हैं, उसको हमें इम्प्लीमेंट करना।
जी। Right, so the private sector, as you just mentioned, it plays a very important role in creating low carbon sustainable economies. And as you said, incentives should be given. What has been the scenario so far? We've had major companies in India who have generated billions in terms of turnover. What has been their contribution? How eager are companies to contribute towards this incentive, towards this initiative? And what will change with the signing of this declaration?
I think there are a number of things that need to be considered. The first is that the use of renewable energy in India has increased from about 5% in 2015 to about 11% in 2019-20. This is dramatic, and it has largely occurred because of both our distribution companies buying renewable electricity and the users of this electricity buying renewable electricity. So the first point as far as incentives is concerned is the ability for me as an industry to say, I want renewable electricity. And the distribution company should be able to provide it to me. And if it means some extra money, 5 paisa extra, 6 paisa extra per kilowatt hour, you could tell the industry that this is what you will be provided. So the incentive is that a direct use of renewable electricity is provided to you. Incentive doesn't mean financial incentives, it also means policy incentives, Professor Joshi just mentioned. The second point that I want to focus on is that for all industry, this is a learning process. And therefore, as we go ahead, as Professor Joshi just said, we need to work on both sides. We need to work on incentives, we need to work on regulations. I think what we need to do is to recognize industries that move ahead. And the meeting that is occurring in the Ministry of Environment today is about a group of industries which say that we will move ahead. As they move ahead, recognize what they have done. Capture what they have done, write down case studies, give this to other industries to show what can be done so that they can join in. I think this expansion, this snowballing of what industries do is amazingly important. You see this happening very fast, primarily because industries don't want to be left behind in the race to be profitable. The third point is that once we see that this is cost effective, it is cost effective in India and it is competitive globally, we then move to the point of regulations. But I think these three things happen together.
डॉक्टर माथुर, जब आप इंसेंटिव की बात करते हैं प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री के लिए, किस तरह के इंसेंटिव ये हो सकते हैं, ये भी समझना चाहेंगे। क्या कुछ किया जा सकता है, किस तरह से उनको प्रेरित किया जा सकता है?
सबसे पहले तो प्रेरित करने के लिए आवश्यक है कि आप रिकॉग्नाइज करें कि वो कर क्या रहे हैं। जैसे आज की मीटिंग से जो निकल के आ रहा है, जो हम सुन रहे हैं, वो ये है कि कंपनी से कहा जा रहा है कि आप करिए और रिपोर्ट करिए हर साल।
जी,
Right, we're talking about the various issues related to the fight against climate change. Going across to Mr. P.K. Joshi, to Professor P.K. Joshi. Professor Joshi, would you like to comment on this as far as incentives are concerned for industry?
Well, you know, financial incentives are the one which most of the time these private sectors might appear looking at. But, you know, apart from financial incentives, recognition to these companies, recognition to their entire life cycle of producing products and, you know, interaction with market, not only domestic market, rather than international market. If such kind of things could be taken care of, and if such kind of things could be promoted, I believe, you know, they will have all reasons to get switched over from fossil fuels to renewable energy. And that is probably what, as a country, we want, and probably the entire world is looking towards. So,
right, Professor. But when we compare, very quickly, if you compare the India and the West, how is it that Western companies have this sense of responsibility? In that sense, what do we need to do in order to ensure that companies here too have this sense of responsibility towards protecting the environment? They fear, you know, that some form of, say, penalty, for example.
Not really, you know, for me it is more of a culture, you know, culture of environmental concern. So somewhere, I'm sorry to say this, but this is somewhere a reality. When we compare ourselves with the Western world, we actually lag behind. But over the period what we have seen, this concern has actually taken a shape, and it is emerging not only with the local people and government, but with these public sector units and private sector units as well. And when the entire globe is one market and everybody is looking at such type of contributions, there is no reason for these private companies that they will shy away from using such type of renewable energy resources or other kind of, you know, technologies for that. Even if they look at penalty, which was somewhere the main game 10 years back, but now the entire you know, catchment has changed. Like what Dr. Mathur just mentioned, that we have actually moved quite up ahead when it comes to the renewable energy. And to best of my knowledge, in entire world, we are the 4th largest area catchment wherein renewable energy investment is taking shape. And we are still just talking about the establishments or installed capacity which is there. But we also understand when we talk about the potential capacity, we are much larger than what expectations are there otherwise. So there are, for all good reasons, you know, there is a wonderful opportunity to move from fossil to renewable energy, right from private sector end, right from our participation in the global bilateral, multilateral commitments, and even from the perspective of the government. So I think we need to realize such type of opportunity and convert it to, you know, a good business model.
Right.
If I can add to what Professor Joshi mentioned, I think this issue of culture is very important.
Yes.
Because ultimately, it is a company lives in a country, lives in the world. Who are its stakeholders? The stakeholders are you and I who buy the products they create. Their stakeholders are you and I who invest in those companies either directly or through shares. If we ask them to be responsible, they will be responsible. This is what we have seen. And they are going to be responsible in 2 ways. One is by providing products that are as inexpensive as possible. And that is why the economic rationale is important. As Professor Joshi said, the financial incentive does move industry. But the second also is that if investors, and we have started seeing this across the world and even in India, when investors say we will invest in companies that are responsible as far as climate is concerned, we see action. Right now, for example, we are seeing that a number of steel companies across the world are getting together to make steel in a manner which does not produce CO2 emissions. This has happened because of the public pressure through buyers and through investors on these companies, that they are trying out these technologies in which hydrogen is being used instead of coke to convert iron ore into steel.
Yes, yes. And industry leaders have expressed their opinions regarding this, their vision of this, their commitment towards this fight against climate change to substitute renewable energy instead of using fossil fuels. Right. Let's listen in to what Nandini Piramal, Executive Director of the Piramal Group, had to say when sharing her views.
We have been managing and reducing our carbon footprint for many years. We've reduced our direct carbon emissions by 5% through an implementation of a systematic energy reduction program in 2015. We've also looking at how do we reduce our environmental impact across the value chain by 1/4 by 2030 from a 2015 baseline.
और RJIL के प्रबंध निदेशक संजय मशरूवाला ने क्या कुछ कहा है, आइए उनको भी सुनते हैं।
We have achieved a total greenhouse gas reduction of 351,000 tons of CO2 in the last year due to this energy conservation efforts. We aim to achieve carbon neutral status by the year 2035. Proactive management of core issues such as energy, environment, and climate action are part of our business strategy.
Let's listen in now to what Arun Bharat Ram of SRFL had to say.
We are going to be totally Atmanirbhar. We will not require technology transfer. We will not have any requirement of having other countries having to give us technology. We will develop everything in-house, and we are more or less there as far as new generation refrigerant gases are concerned, which will be absolutely minimal GWP and no ozone implications whatsoever.
और सुनते हैं कि अनिल कुमार जैन, CEO API Business Sun Pharma का क्या कुछ कहना था।
And Sun Pharma has taken various initiatives in the field of GHG emission reductions as well as energy efficiency. The current financial year 20, we have generated around 1.6 million kilowatt hour of the clean energy. We are working on energy efficient refrigeration and compression system, but also wherever we are not able to replace these systems, we have undertaken a program by which we are going for an online cleaning system, and this has given us 15% reduction straightforward in our energy bill in the last 2 years. This has given us a lot of benefit as well as this has saved the numerous energy also.
बिल्कुल, और एक बार फिर से चर्चा पे वापस लौटते हैं और डॉक्टर अजय माथुर के पास आते हैं। डॉक्टर माथुर, आपका संदेश आज के इस मौके पर जानना चाहेंगे, क्या कुछ आप कहना चाहेंगे जिस तरह से जलवायु परिवर्तन को लेकर निजी क्षेत्र को जोड़ने की कोशिश की जा रही है, क्या कुछ कहेंगे, क्या कुछ टेक अवे जो मैसेज है वो आपका रहेगा आज का?
हमने सभी उद्योगपतियों से सुना जो कि आज पहल ले रहे हैं। आवश्यक है कि ये ग्रुप बढ़ता जाए और पहल लेने वाले एक कंपनी, दो कंपनी, 20 कंपनी नहीं, 200, 2000 कंपनी हो। इसके लिए आवश्यक है कि हम लोग शेयर करें इन्होंने क्या करा और साथ में ये इंसेंटिव दें जिससे कि और लोग जुड़े।
Right. जी बिल्कुल। And Professor Joshi, coming to you, what would you say is the message that has gone out from the time Prakash Javadekar, Union Minister Prakash Javadekar took over the reins of the Environment Ministry? He has been stressing on increasing green cover, and in all the ministries of this government, in fact, the stress has been on protecting the environment. Today's CEO Forum, India CEO Forum, also sends out a very strong message that will go even further with the signing of the declaration. What do you feel? Your thoughts on the occasion?
Well, to me, climate change is a responsibility which is a collective responsibility. It is no more a game or debates of only corridors or corridors of governments or policy makers. We all have the responsibility to act for it and to participate and contribute. When I say we, I connect all, right from an individual to government, wherein these public sector units, private sector units, and scientific. For me, it is a wonderful move which is another, opening a door, which is bringing another sector into participation and in an active participation. And I'm very confident, if a government takes enough safeguards, it will be a win-win situation, and we'll certainly see something very good outcome, which we all are desiring when we look towards, mitigating climate change or looking at, adaptation measures to such type of global event. And I'm very sure such type of initiatives will bring a different kind of mark of India onto the global map. And people will actually appreciate around the globe the initiatives which we are, promising today. And I'm very sure we will come with wonderful results.
जी प्रोफेसर जोशी, चलते चलते एक और छोटी सी बात, जो 2 टियर शहर के जो इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं, जो जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, या ये हम कहें कि जो आम लोग हैं, उनकी भी इसमें भूमिका हो सकती है, उनके लिए भी कुछ संदेश आपका कुछ है?
जी, ये जैसा मैंने कहा कि जो क्लाइमेट चेंज की जो प्रॉब्लम है, उसको हम सिर्फ बड़े शहरों में या बड़ी संस्थानों की प्रॉब्लम नहीं मानते जी। ये व्यक्ति विशेष की समस्या है और व्यक्ति विशेष को इसके ऊपर कंट्रीब्यूट करना पड़ेगा, चाहे आप छोटे शहर बोलें, बड़े शहर। इवन जो छोटी इंडस्ट्रीज जो होती हैं, उनका पार्टिसिपेशन बहुत जरूरी है इसमें। आजकल तो जिस जमाने में हम लोग रह रहे हैं, हम लोग बोलते हैं सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्टिंग, जिसमें हर कंपनी, चाहे छोटी हो चाहे बड़ी इकाई हो, वो ये बताना चाहती है कि वो पर्यावरण के प्रति, समाज के प्रति और गवर्नेंस के प्रति उसने किस तरह से अपना कंट्रीब्यूट किया। तो मुझे लगता है ये हर तरह के शहरों के लिए, हर तरह की इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए, हर तरह के जो सामाजिक वर्ग जो है, और जो चाहे आप रूरल बोलिए, अर्बन बोलिए, इन बिटवीन बोलिए, सभी का पार्टिसिपेशन इसमें जरूरी है और सभी इसमें
बिल्कुल। तो बहुत शुक्रिया प्रोफेसर पीके जोशी आपका इस चर्चा में हिस्सा लेने के लिए, और डॉक्टर अजय माथुर आपका भी बहुत शुक्रिया इस चर्चा में हिस्सा लेने के लिए और अपने अमूल्य विचार हमसे, हमारे दर्शकों के साथ साझा करने के लिए। तो जिस तरह से हमने देखा कि हमारी नदियां, हमारे जंगल, हमारी ज़मीन, सबको पर्यावरण की जो आवरण है उसको बचाए रखने की ज़रूरत है। ये बेहद ज़रूरी है कि हम इसके लिए काम करें। और जैसा कि हम लोगों ने शुरुआत में ही कहा कि भारत प्रकृति की उपासना करने वाला देश रहा है। यहाँ के जो नागरिक हैं वो प्रकृति की पूजा करने वाले लोग रहे हैं, प्रकृति के गोद में, उनके सानिध्य में जीवन जीने वाले लोग रहे हैं। और ऐसे में एक बार फिर से अपनी जड़ों पर वापस लौटने की ज़रूरत है। जो आज की दुनिया की जो पर्यावरण को बचाने की मांग है, उसको वापस उसको जोड़ने की ज़रूरत है। और यही वजह है कि सरकार भी लगातार जिस तरह इस विषय में काम कर रही है, वो आगे आई है और अब निजी क्षेत्र की भागीदारी को इसमें सुनिश्चित किया जा रहा है। उम्मीद की जा रही है कि जो निजी क्षेत्र की भागीदारी की शुरुआत की गई है, इससे इस पर्यावरण संरक्षण में ज़रूर परिवर्तन आ सकेगा।
Many thanks to both our guests who joined us for the show. In today's edition, we discussed about the environment, India's role in the fight against climate change, and the impact that it will have, even as the private sector today is all poised to join the government in this very significant fight. India is already a signatory in the Paris Agreement for climate change, and the road is clear. The path is paved towards the fulfillment of the goals that India has set herself.
तो इस खास पेशकश में बस इतना ही। हमारी पूरी टीम को दीजिए इजाजत। नमस्कार।
नमस्कार।
Informative, incisive, intensive. Get your daily dose of news and analysis in English News Night every weekday at 9 p.m. on DD India.
और इस गीत के बाद
ऑल इंडिया रेडियो
बहुत रोमांटिक रही है।
Ahead of the trade negotiations that are slated
दिवस के साथ
it has undergone 9 revisions. Kohli with 903 rating points is 34 points behind Smith 900.
This is All India Radio. The news read by Anuja Kumar.
नमस्कार।
Hello and welcome to Virtual Encounters. I am Abhishek Mahajan and we have a very special guest today, right from Queensland. Andy Bickle is with us. Welcome Andy to DD News and DD India. Appreciate you joining us. And I remember you were part of 2003 World Cup squad and you took the wicket of Rahul Dravid in the 2003 World Cup final against India. And let me tell you, you are one of the finest seamers that Australia has ever produced. Welcome, Andy. Welcome to our show. Appreciate you joining us. How are you doing?
Yeah, thank you, Abhishek. That's very nice, mate. You brought up some fond memories there playing against India. It was always great to play against India, and it's great to be on your show.
Yeah, Andy, how have you been doing? I mean, the world is dealing with tough situation, tough times, but sports persons are mentally very, very tough, very, very strong, and they can deal with the tough situations better than all of us. How are you dealing with these tough times?
Well, you know, cricketers, mate, we go on tour for months and months on end and spend a lot of time by ourselves. So we've sort of been built for COVID in a way. Many times overseas, traveling into England or India or South Africa or West Indies, you name it. We would go away for periods for 3 months, 4 months. I was even in England a couple of times for 6 months at a time. So, you know, it's actually quite normal for us, I suppose. You know, in Queensland here, we've had obviously quite a few cases of COVID, but nowhere near as many as India. So for us, cricket's been quite normal. We've got on and trained fairly hard. We've started the start of the summer and we've got our first win against Tasmania and there's a couple of other Shield games going on at the moment. So we're getting all revved up for the Indian boys to come out this summer.
Like you said, I mean, thank God cricket is back and players are getting into the ground. And I mean, playing without crowd, I know it's a little difficult for the players also. But thank God cricket is back, and credit to England. They called West Indies first and then Australia and England played a series. But good that cricket is back.
Yeah, it is so positive for everyone, I think, to actually sit back and enjoy watching live cricket. I'm sure there's a lot of people where you know, I know myself, I was watching those games, England versus West Indies, where normally I probably wouldn't watch, and because it's live sport, I was sitting there watching it. So, you know, there's some fabulous players in both sides, but yeah, it was bizarre watching it without crowds, you know. And as we speak, the IPL's going on, and you know, it is a fascinating for me. The fan base of IPL has been amazing, and I've witnessed it. The sea of blue in Mumbai, you know, the sea of red in Bangalore, the sea of yellow in Chennai, my favourite Chennai Super Kings. But to now not be able to see that without the crowds, it is a different game. And yeah, sure, the players are putting on a great spectacle, and there's been some great games throughout the IPL. But really, the T20 game was built for the fans, and let's just hope that we can get it back going again, and the fans can come back through the gates to watch their teams.
You have played cricket professionally for 15 years, if I'm not wrong, maybe more, 7-8 years of international cricket. You have been a coach too. You were associated with Chennai Super Kings also. But how have been your journey? Explain it to us as a cricketer and then as a coach.
I think as a cricketer, it was quite an amazing journey. I think I set the bar quite high as a young guy to go out and play for Australia. I probably was dreaming a little bit, I think, when I first set those bars, but I was able to do it. I've travelled all over the world. I played in a very successful team, obviously with the Wars and the Pontings and the Haydens, the Gilchrist and the McGraths and Gillespies, the Lees. So I was lucky to play in a fantastic era. We set some great records around the world. We changed the face of cricket. We're changing rules of the game. It's quite interesting, and we were very, very dominant. And I was very lucky with Queensland. We hadn't ever won the Ranji Trophy equivalent in the Sheffield Shield, and I was a part of 6 teams to win the Sheffield Shield. I was part of World Cups. I was part of club wins. So I was very, very lucky from a player to win as much stuff as I did. Played in Lord's finals in England, in the county championship, and so I was really, really lucky, I felt. But I got into coaching. It was quite bizarre, really. I was thrown in the deep end at the Calcutta Knight Riders in the second year as an assistant coach there, and I found it quite hard. And wasn't sure that it was my journey, but I had a passion for helping people. But then when you get it down into coaching. And coaching teams and strategy and what have you, I had to change the way I thought. I went to coach the Papua New Guinea boys. They were ranked 23 in the world. I did 2 years there, and I actually fell in love with coaching there. I had to build a facility, and they're going along really, really nicely. They've got some really good talent in Papua New Guinea, and that gave me my passion for coaching. And now I've been lucky enough to work with the Chennai Super Kings for a number of years in the IPL. And then also with Queensland now for the last 6 years, I've been assistant coach at the Queensland Bulls, and we've had a bit of success as well. So, look, I'm very lucky. I'm still involved in the game. It's been a fantastic game that you can play, cricket, but to be involved in the game at the highest level for a long time has been pretty special.
Yeah. Andy, I know you say that you have a helping nature, and we'll talk about that. Steve also wrote in his book a lot about you, Out of My Comfort Zone. We'll talk about that. But do you think it's very, very important for cricketers, especially who have played for their international teams, for the national teams, it's very important to give it back because then only a country's sports at the grassroots level grows?
Yeah, definitely. It's such an important thing. I know, the work that Sachin's done as an ambassador for the game. He's taken the game to all over the world. But I really look really closely at Rahul Dravid and
fantastic.
What they are doing. They are doing a fantastic job. Rahul's really working with the younger guys in India as well, which is outstanding. Obviously, everyone wants to be an IPL coach, so that's quite normal. But to get into the Ranji Trophy and to work in that space, I think that's the real test of anyone's character that's played at the highest level, to get down into that grassroots level and develop cricketers and make them play the game the way it should be. And I think that's the important part. So, all my fellow mates that I played against, hopefully that you're watching this and maybe you're working with your local clubs and making a difference.
Yeah, Andy, rightly put forward by you, but where did that giving nature come from? The sacrifice that you made, we all know what sacrifices that you made, and I was reading Steve Waugh's book also, in tremendous the character that you showed. I mean, you are not playing, you're not in the playing 11 since you are at the boundary, Brett Lee is standing, you're giving him advice, and next over, bang on, he's taking the wicket.
It was an important part of my makeup, I think, and I have to thank my family members, I suppose. They shaped me as a young man into helping others and making sure that you were trying to make a difference in the day. And look, that we all sit in the team meeting and talk about strategy and what we're going to do with to opposition batters and what have you. And if it's if I can offer a piece of advice like I would do, whether it was to Glenn McGrath or Jason Gillespie or even Brett Lee, who probably the guy I was going head-to-head with most of the time for the position in the team. But look, it was just part of the team and making sure that we were trying to win a game of cricket, and that was important to us. We had the whole country behind us, and we had to make sure that we were doing what we spoke about in the game beforehand. So that was probably my nature, really, to do anything I don't need to do. I remember it's quite funny now to sit back and watch all the 12th men run onto the field. I think I started that, where we were running out drinks and stuff, and giving our players an extra drink.
That's right.
And we changed the look of that. Yes, some of those early umpires, Steve Buckner and what have you, would give me the evil eye and say, "What are you doing running on the field? We're drinks are in an hour's time." So it was always a little test of the game. But I look back now, and I think I paved a way for drinks to be on a more regular basis, especially when they lose a wicket.
And Andy, every cricketer has highs and lows. Let's talk about your highs first, and that has to come from the man himself. Talk about your highs in your playing career.
Well, I think it's the 9 first-class centuries that I scored. I think if you're at a quiz night, there's not too many people can pick that one. So I always enjoyed scoring runs, but obviously I was in the team to take wickets. And the 2003 World Cup, the whole campaign, I know I got some wickets in one of the games, but that whole campaign was outstanding. We won every game in a World Cup. We're undefeated, and that was very, very special. Yeah. I had a tournament where I did very, very well with the bat and the ball. So that was definitely a highlight for me. I think one of the things also that I enjoyed was batting 7 for Australia, something that they never really did. They played 4 quicks and 2 spinners in one of the games, and I was batting at 7. So that was to change the whole psyche of the last 15 years of Australian cricket, that you would do that, and that was in the West Indies. So that was pretty special to be able to do that. But look, many, many highs over a long career, you might say. But every time one of those international wickets I've got, I cherish those. So whether it was on the Test field or whether it was internationally, they were all very special.
Yeah, Andy, 2003 World Cup, you mentioned that 7-wicket haul against England, and partnership with Michael Bevan. Australia were, I think, 80 odd for 7. You did fantastically well. Best days, you can say, of your life, of your career?
Well, I think I was the fittest I'd been. I think I was at the right age, and I think I was just screaming out for an opportunity, and that opportunity came. And we all talk about it. I know Matthew Hayden wasn't really impressed with batting it on that surface. It was a slow, low wicket. Some of the bowlers were saying it was pretty hard to get wickets, but I look back now, and I was flying, and all I needed was an opportunity, and there was Glenn McGrath, Jason Gillespie got injured, and I was drafted into the team, and away I went. So sometimes the Australian team was a very hard team to get into, and I think that's why I held that record at 19 times.
Yeah. And Andy, like you mentioned earlier also, you have a record of being a 12th man for 19 tests, and you played 19 tests for Australia. And I was reading it somewhere that instead of carrying drinks, if you had spent that time playing for Australia or maybe Queensland, you would have had more matches under your name. Correct me if I'm wrong anywhere. You think that those 19 tests you would have played either for Queensland or Australia? It would have been better?
Oh, definitely. I think there was an opportunity, I think, in South Africa where Ali Barker was looking at the conditions that we were going to play on. We ended up playing on a green wicket, and I would have loved to play in that test match. So there wasn't too many very helping wickets when I did play. I played a lot of games in Adelaide in 40-odd degrees, and as we know, they can get the same in India there, and a lot of hard work. But look, there was some times I thought I was playing, and it didn't turn out. But look, I enjoyed the 19 games that 19 test matches that I did play, and it's funny, you look back now over a long period, and remember talking to a guy in England. He said, "So you only played 19 games in 15 seasons? He said you didn't play very much, you know." But yeah, the first class cricket was going on, and obviously one day cricket. So I was, like I said, very, very lucky to play. I play a lot of county cricket as well, which was a pretty special time in my life as well.
Yeah, 3-4 county teams, if I'm not wrong. But Andy, you were a superb bowler, and I mean, personally, I was a great fan of you. 140 Ks consistently hitting, and you mentioned that you were fittest during the 2003 World Cup also. But do you think Brett Lee had that extra advantage? I mean, you played alongside Glenn McGrath, Jason Gillespie. You think Brett Lee, because of that 10 Ks extra, he was preferred more as a third pacer?
Yeah, look, he came towards the back end of my career, I suppose, and stamped me out. I think there was a period around 99. Brett Lee was I think his first game was against India in 1999, but he was injured through a period there where I think it was Paul Rifle who caused me the most trouble early in my career, and then I got a few injuries, and then he ended up coming back in and reinvented himself as a batsman. He was scoring some fantastic runs for Australia in the lower middle order, and it sort of provided that all rounder in the team for them. So he sort of kicked on a little bit longer than I wanted him to, but it held me out, especially in those early days. Through the 2000s, 2002, 2003, where, I was sort of going really well playing for Queensland and just couldn't get many opportunities. And only 2003, it came in one-day cricket for Australia. So there's a few years there where I was going really, really well, and I was held out just by Australia, just kept on winning. It was a hard team to get into because we were winning so many matches. And we did have that policy as well in Australia where you don't change a winning team, so that was also quite frustrating.
Like India has now.
Yes, that's right. Ravi Shastri's adopted that policy.
But you were talking about Paul Rifle. Why don't you give him competition now? He's standing in IPL as an umpire. Just kidding. But Andy, any regrets you have? I mean, you think it was maybe a little unfair with you not selecting you? Despite doing so well in domestic cricket also, better than other bowlers. And in 2000 you did well, but Gillespie came in, and then again in 2001 you were not given a central contract. A little unfair with you?
Oh, definitely. I think we weren't driven by the game as much as I think the players are today with the amount of money that was in the game. It was starting to come into the game, and I think, we were starting to, sit down and I had a young family and trying to buy homes and what have you. The bank manager wasn't that kindly to us because we played cricket, and if you got injured, there was no insurance there. So, I think that thinking back now, that was the only biggest distraction, I suppose, for me that, I was trying to get on with my life, and the bank manager said, "Well, if you get injured tomorrow, who pays for it then?" And since then, the game has come a long way, especially in Australia with the Players Association. So players are well looked after these days, and thanks to us old boys who sort of were the pioneers of the ACA and making it work for us. So
that's right.
That was also a special time, I think, for the Australian cricket team that we were able to do that. Many players before us had tried, but through James Erskine and what have you. Got that voice through for the Players Association. So it's happening all around the world now, which is great.
Yeah. But Andy, you played 19 tests and took 58 wickets, 67 ODIs and 78 wickets. Are you satisfied with your performance in international cricket, or you think you could have done better?
Yeah, well, I think I would have, obviously, I felt I was the lead singer of the band. And when you're the lead singer of the band, you feel like you should be bowling with a new ball. And I think when I played for Australia, I bowled first change most of the times. There was once or twice, I think I got the new ball. But you felt that you're under, I put myself under so much pressure, actually, when I did take the new ball. It might have been one against Zimbabwe where I did well. And then another in a one-day game at the SCG. So there wasn't too many times where I got the new ball for Australia. But that's really what I wanted to do. I always wanted to take the new ball. It gives you that bit extra zip off the wicket. It creates swing through the air, which I was I felt that I was an outswing bowler all the time, and then when I played for Australia, most of the time in one-day cricket anyway, there wasn't much swing when you got the ball in the 13th or 14th over. So it was all about line and length and making sure that. But look, no regrets at all, really. I had a great time. I played in a great era, and it would have been great to sit back and have a few more games under my belt. But like I said, if I wasn't playing international cricket, I was playing domestic cricket either in Australia or in England. So I was filling my days up with playing lots of cricket and doing it fairly well with lots and lots of success. So there's no regrets for me.
Andy, you played under different captains: Mark Taylor, Steve Waugh, Ricky Ponting, and your last game against in Adam Gilchrist's captaincy also. But how will you rate these captains, or I should put it this way, that who was the better captain according to you?
Well, Abhishek, it's an easy one to answer because it's actually the person that gives you the most opportunities. And throughout my career, it happened to be Steve Waugh. He was the one who was giving me a lot of opportunity to take the new ball in the second innings, or even select me in some of his teams, because it was in that era where he was a selector, and then after that it changed, so they took the conflict out of it. But yeah, look, Steve gave me plenty of opportunity. I really enjoyed that. Ricky was a great mate of mine, and obviously to achieve what we did in all those games, I think the 16 Test match wins in the row, 21 one-day games in a row. I was a part of a lot of those teams, and Ricky was a big part of that. So look. I wasn't originally selected in that 2003 run-on team, but Ricky was the captain, and I think I changed his thought process by the end of that tournament. So maybe that's something he'll look back on eventually and maybe think, oh, I should have gave that guy a little bit more opportunity. So, they were all fantastic captains. Mark Taylor initially with his guidance and what have you, and obviously Gilly right at the end was what a player. He was someone that inspired
tremendous.
You every day.
And Andy, also many batsmen were scared of you with your bouncers and express pace. But somewhere on the heart, I mean, bowlers are also scared of some of the batsmen. I mean, if I ask you, who were they during your playing days?
Well, I remember one Shoaib Akhtar. He hadn't been seen in Australia, and Queensland played him in a practice match before the first test match in Brisbane. Okay. And we were playing at Allan Border Oval in Brisbane. And this young guy comes in behind Wasim Akram and Waqar Younis. And so they're pretty formidable opening attack. And he marks his run-up out. He was about 5 metres off the boundary at AB Oval, and we all thought he can't do this. He can't run from that far in these conditions. And he let some thunderbolts go. I think at one point there was there was some of the quickest singles I've ever ran in my time, and most of them we were even thinking about running before Moeen Khan caught the ball at outside the circle. So look, he bowled tremendously fast in that game, and obviously some other test matches that I played him in as well, where he was bowling fast in one-day games. But by far and away, the fastest bowler that I had faced was Shoaib Akhtar. So and then those other two weren't too bad. They had different skills, but they weren't as fast as Shoaib.
No, but any batsmen also you were wary of? That no, I mean, this is a difficult batsman to bowl to.
Oh, look, I think Brian Lara was one that I had some trouble with early in my time, but in the end, I think I went on that the West Indies tour and I bowled to him 9 times and got him out 7, so I managed to get it back on him in the end, which was pretty cool. Look, Sachin was always a tough assignment, especially in India in hot conditions, and I think I got some advice that just make sure that you don't walk around the hotel saying Sachin, because that's what the crowd was doing, and you were getting brainwashed when you were down at fine leg, Sachin with the support that he had, and look, he was definitely he was one of the best batsmen in the world, so that's the person you want to get out. But at times, whether it's Adelaide Oval or the SCG or in Calcutta, the conditions were very favourable for the batsmen, and it made it hard work for us. So those two were probably highlights, and thank God I didn't have to play against Ricky Ponting and Matthew Hayden. I was playing with them, so. But I did manage a few Shield games and a few club games against Matthew Hayden where I was tested. But both Brian and Sachin were absolute class batsmen, and they always tested you at every time you went to the middle. So,
and also, Andy, Australian team dominated international cricket for almost a decade, more than that. 3 consecutive World Cups, record of winning Test matches, Champions Trophy, and whatnot. What do you think was the biggest reason that Australian team dominated for such a long time, for so long?
I think there was some pretty good mateship within the team, which was pretty cool. It's hard. It's a very hard one to measure mateship and friendship and playing for each other. How do you measure it? It's very, very, very hard. But I think one of the things I think was really strong about that, and probably because I was 12th man, but you had a pretty good depth in your squad. So when there was an opportunity for someone to come in, they did well.
Yeah. But Andy, what do you think happened after that? You think the likes of Gilchrist, Hayden, McGrath, Gillespie, they retired almost at the same time with very less duration between them then they retired? I mean, you think this was the reason why Australia became less dominant?
Well, I think, Abhishek, there's been a change also in the game as well. Let's face it. T20 was knocking on everyone's door, and look, I really take my hat off to the formidable players today. They take many risks, especially in T20 cricket, where they're trying to hit boundaries on a regular basis and play innovative shots. To the game that we learned, and we probably learned our game a lot in county cricket. We were very, very lucky. I know that VVS Laxman and Raul Dravid and Sachin played. Sachin played for Yorkshire, which was quite amazing. But we learned a lot of our cricket playing county cricket, and I think that was the backbone to our success.
But Andy, what do you think? Who do you think is the most formidable team currently, and they'll dominate for the days to come?
Oh, look, I think on the back of, here I'm saying about the IPL, but the IPL has strengthened Indian cricket and made a big change to their cricket. They are a very, very tough side to beat in India.
Who, according to you, are the best players in international cricket currently?
Look, it's I think Virat Kohli. I really love watching him bat. There's no doubt that he's playing a different game to other guys. It's interesting the way I think that Steve Smith has been spoken about and the way that teams are now bowling to him. But I think Marnus Lavashay is showing some pretty good potential. I've been working with him at Queensland Cricket. He just got 169 in the last first-class game here as well. So he's in some pretty good form at the moment.
And Andy, also you have worked in the IPL and you have a good idea of how Indian cricket is run. Tell us your time with the Chennai Super Kings. Share some of your memories.
Well, for me, it was we had so much success as a team. Whether it was winning the IPL or making a final in the IPL. Sometimes it doesn't matter if you win. It just comes down to the day on a T20 final. Anything could happen. Sometimes it's the toss that can decide the game in a final there. But we had a lot of success. We were playing in finals nearly every year, and it was just a good group under Steve Fleming, who really had some strategy behind his selections when you went to that auction, which was very, very hard and to make sure you got the right players, and they were able to we were able to do that and then make them play the role that they had to play in the team. So the on-field, off-field, the Dwayne Bravos and working with the MS Dhonis. They're special guys. They're pretty talented.
And Andy, you're saying that you have a very good memories with Chennai Super Kings off the field also. You want to share some instances that you had the camaraderie with maybe MS Dhoni or some of the players off the field?
Oh, well, we got to go to MS's house a few times, and when we were in Ranchi, we were staged up there, and got to watch the movies at MS's place. It was quite pretty cool, and his family put on a great meal as always, as any Indian family can do. So that was pretty special to be able to go there, and then obviously Dwayne with his. I sit back now and look at it, but at the time when he first started dancing and singing, we were sort of probably a little bit laughing behind his back, but he's proved us all wrong. He is an absolute superstar. He's got so many followers, and he's such a talent. So, those early days of Dwayne, cutting the rug, as you might say, on the dance floor, and he was a pretty good mover. So, we were able to sit back and enjoy DJ Bravo do his thing.
Yeah, when we talk to these cricketers, I mean, especially MS Dhoni, I mean, he's very serious on the field, but he has, it seems that he has switch on and switch off mode. When he's off the field, you can't talk to him about cricket. That's what I know. But last question, Andy, what do you want to tell or advise youngsters who want to play cricket professionally? What do you want to tell them? No shortcuts?
Yeah, look, there is no shortcuts. You need to, the currency is runs and wickets, and that's the way it's always been. And you have to be fit as well today to be able to be an international player, to still travel around the world.
Yeah, words of advice coming from Australia's one of the greatest teamers that Australia has ever produced. Thank you so much, Andy. Thank you so much for talking to us. I really enjoyed talking to you, and see you soon again when you come down to India, and all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Abhishek, and everyone, take care out there and be COVID safe.
Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to our special show, which is titled as Back to the Sets. As the show suggests, we are going to talk about the production part of the movies and TV serials which will be back on sets. So I am your host Jyotika. What are we waiting for? Let's start the program. Prakash Javadekar, the Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting, released a set of standing operating procedures while allowing the shooting of the film and TV shows to resume all across the country. It generates tremendous hope across all sectors. Proper film-based workers, junior artists, technicians, carpenters, etc. When a shoot goes outdoors, the transport, hotel industry also gets the benefit. So the entire chain will benefit. Lakhs of workers, junior artists, dancers will benefit from this, as it is an SOP which has directly come from the center. With this, the most needy will finally start getting work, and the working procedure will be streamlined.
Production of films and TV serials had come to a halt for the last couple of months because of the coronavirus pandemic and the subsequent lockdown. But with Unlock being implemented now, life is coming back on track. The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has taken up the task of ensuring that production of films and television serials across the country resumes. On Sunday, Information and Broadcasting Minister Prakash Javadekar issued an SOP related to media production. Developed in consultation with the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Home Affairs, shooting for films and television serials can now resume. According to the SOP, except for the people facing the camera, everyone else will have to wear masks.
We are today releasing the standard operating procedure for film shooting and TV program shooting, because last 6 months many parts of the countries have seen complete closure of this segment of industry, and few states have allowed partial shootings. But today we are laying standard operating procedure as per the international experience, and with the consultation of Health Ministry and with the consultation of the Home Ministry.
According to the SOP, those employees who are on higher risk need to take extra precautions. 6 feet social distancing at shoot locations must be maintained, and minimum cast and crew should be present during shoots.
This is an important aspect of economy, and it employs millions of people, and they were not getting jobs for last 4-5 months. Therefore, we have issued this to facilitate now the production activity to resume, and in all respects, and I am very sure that everybody will welcome this and all states will implement it.
The film and TV industry plays an important role not only in India's economic growth but also in creating Brand India. Last year on the inauguration of the Film and TV Museum, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said, "An integral and important part of India's soft power is our films. They represent Indianness in the eyes of the world. Our films have been an attraction to the whole world. Our films keep doing well at the box office and moreover play an enormous role in increasing the credibility and in creating a brand for India." The I&B Ministry is doing all it can to ensure that activity in the film and TV industry returns to the new normal in wake of the challenges that the coronavirus pandemic poses.
Let's take a look at the certain SOPs released by the ministry. Some general SOPs are like face masks are mandatory at all public and workplaces, frequent hand washing and provision of hand sanitization, spitting strictly prohibited, use of Arogya Setu app is advised to all, and physical distancing of at least 6 feet at all times. Well, now shooting sets have also certain SOPs which needs to be followed very seriously. Thermal screening at every entry point, only asymptomatic allowed on the premises, specific markings to manage the queues, frequent sanitization of workplace, common facilities, posters, standees, AV media of COVID-19 preventive measures, seating arrangement with social distancing, no contact transaction for tickets, online booking, e-wallets, QR code scanners to be used, physical distancing of 6 feet again is very important, face covers, masks are mandatory for cast and crew both, minimize use of props. So that means the minimal use of the props which are used generally on the sets, and sanitization of these props is must before use. Well, some SOPs for actors as well: face covers, masks mandatory for cast and crew, masks exempted for actors in front of camera, makeup artists, hairstylists to use specially designed PPE kits, sharing of costumes, wigs, etc. to be kept minimum. Lapel mics may be avoided or never shared, and direct contact with diaphragm of mics to be avoided. So these are some very important SOPs which have been released by the ministry and needs to be followed by the whole film industry strictly. Filmmakers, producers, directors, actors all have welcomed the centre's SOPs for resumption of shootings. Let's take a look as to what they have expressed.
Announcement by the Government of India and Information Broadcasting Ministry, SOP for the film industry to start the shooting. It's a great initiative. Since last 6 months the industry was completely shut and there was no shooting. But this news is definitely encouraging. I would like to thank Honorable PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, who's always been encouraging and very supportive whenever our film industry fraternity met him. Big thanks to you, sir. And thanks to Prakash Javadekar ji to put this initiative for the film shooting. And we all definitely have to follow the norms. We have to follow the measures which is there in the SOP written by the Government of India, and we all have to follow this. But definitely this news has been encouraging and very positive for the film industry.
केंद्रीय सूचना और प्रसारण मंत्री श्री प्रकाश जावड़ेकर जी ने अभी अभी बताया कि आरोग्य मंत्रालय, गृह मंत्रालय के साथ चर्चा विनिमय करके एक एसओपी उन्होंने जाहिर किया है, ताकि जो फिल्म के शूटिंग रुके हुए थे या सीरियल की शूटिंग, कुछ सीरियल की शूटिंग शुरू हुए हैं, या जो भी सीरियल की शूटिंग या OTT प्लेटफॉर्म की शूटिंग का काम जो रुका हुआ था, उससे एक गतिशीलता मिलेगी, गति मिलेगी। और ये INB मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से एसओपी जाहिर हुआ है, वो हम सब के लिए, हम सब कलाकारों के लिए, टेक्नीशियंस के लिए, एलाइड मजदूरों के लिए बड़ी खुशी की बात है। 6-7 महीने से काम जो बंद था उसे इस सूचना से या इस एसओपी से और ये INB मिनिस्ट्री ने प्रसारित किया है, इसलिए एक बहुत अच्छी गति मिलेगी, ये उद्योग फिर से शुरू होगा, ये बड़ी आनंददायी बात है।
We thank our Honorable Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Shri Prakash Javadekar ji, for giving us the permission to resume film shootings. The film shootings were abruptly stopped once the shutdown was announced. Many film shootings were on the floors. The sets were left like that and we went for shutdown. The theatres were closed. The film industry went into chaos and turmoil. Now, with this announcement, it has brought huge relief for the film producers. We can commence our shooting, we can plan, and the SOPs announced by the government is very good. In fact, if followed meticulously, it will ensure there is nil spread of corona. We thank the government for ensuring and taking care of the film industry.
ये बहुत ही अच्छी खबर आ रही है दैट शूटिंग अब वापस से स्टार्ट होने वाले हैं एंड मेरे काफ़ी सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स थे, मेरे चैट शो थे जो रुक गए थे बिकॉज ऑफ द होल कोरोना वायरस थिंग. सो इट्स अ ग्रेट न्यूज़ फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस एंड ऑल्सो के हमको जो है थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा अब सतर्क रहना होगा, बार बार हाथ धोने होंगे, हाथ सैनिटाइज करने होंगे, बट एनीवेज इट्स अ गुड न्यूज़.
India's INB Minister Prakash Javadekar ji has announced an SOP vis-a-vis film and television shootings are concerned. It's a great relief to our industry that the permissions to shoot have been given by the centre today. Though in Maharashtra, Maharashtra government had already issued permissions to shoot with certain SOPs suggested to them by the industry. But this permission from the centre is a big boom for us, because I'm sure this will be followed by other state governments now, and there is a moral confidence and a moral boost to the entire industry. So I really, on behalf of Indian Film and Television Directors Association and Federation of Western India Cinema Employees, I thank Prakash ji for giving this honor to the film and television industry.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Minister of Information and Broadcasting, to give us new guidelines and SOP for film and TV shooting in India. This was in fact a much needed one, as many families lives with this basic income from this industry, and all our work was stopped for a long time. This is the new normal condition which we have to probably live for a while now, but work cannot stop. Life has to go on, and it's a perfect guidelines for safety, for health, for our industry people, and we'll definitely follow the guidelines and start our production soon.
मुझे लग रहा है कि ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ है जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ये SOPs अनाउंस किए गए हैं, और हमको जो इस इंडस्ट्री में लोग हैं, जो मीडिया यूनिट्स में काम करते हैं, हमको ये वेलकम करना चाहिए कि ऐसा इनिशिएटिव गवर्नमेंट ने लिया हुआ है. लेकिन एक और बात है जो हमको पूरी तरह करना पड़ेगा कि ये जो भी SOPs हैं, हमको इन पे ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा और हमको मिलके करना पड़ेगा कि हम सब इन SOPs को फॉलो करें. क्योंकि ये SOPs बनाने में बहुत टाइम लगा होगा, बहुत ही सोचा होगा। प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने, होम मिनिस्टर ने, हेल्थ मिनिस्टर ने, सब तभी आए हुए हैं। और जब तक हम सब मिलके एकजुट होके कोविड-19 को नहीं लड़ेंगे तब तक कुछ नहीं होगा। अब कोविड-19 को लड़ना हमारे हाथ में है, हमको ये सब फॉलो करना चाहिए और मैं चाहूंगा कि ये सब आप सब फॉलो करें।
एक होता है आरंभ और एक होता है पुनर्आरंभ। कोविड के इस संकट काल के बाद तेज गति से बढ़ती हुई जो हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री थी वो एक किस्म की रुक गई थी, थम गई थी। आज फिर से उसका पुनर्आरंभ हो रहा है। हम सब आभारी हैं इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से अपने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की, INB मिनिस्टर जावड़ेकर साहब और उनकी टीम की, जिन्होंने आज हमें पुनर्आरंभ और शूटिंग करने की इजाजत फिर से दी है। हम वादा करते हैं आपसे कि हम अपने प्रोटोकॉल को रखते हुए, पालन करते हुए, हम अपने देश में उस मनोरंजन की खुशहाली फिर से लेकर आएंगे, उसी गति के साथ, उसी जोश के साथ। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एंड शो मस्ट गो ऑन।
A 50-year-old film studio of Northeast India. Like the other parts of our country, we, the film studios and the senior workers of Northeast India, welcome and appreciate the SOP of INB Ministry to cope up the challenges of COVID-19 and to continue the artistic production smoothly during this COVID-19. We thank Honorable INB Minister Sri Prakash Javadekar ji and his team for this SOP, which is designed so systematically, covering everything of our artistic productions, right from makeup to set properties, from audience management to shooting. Everything is designed very systematically, and we are optimistic with the help of this new SOP during this COVID-19 as well. We will be able to produce our artistic productions very smoothly. Once again, on behalf of the artist fraternity of Northeast India, we thank Honorable Prakash ji and our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji for your deep concern and cooperation for the art and culture during this COVID-19.
We're very glad that the central government has issued some very clear shooting guidelines for us to follow going forward. State governments have issued these guidelines as well in the past, but it's important that there was some sort of a directive from the center and now it has come. We intend as an industry to follow all the safety protocols that have been prescribed, and we hope that in the future we will have shoots that will be conducted that will be keeping all the safety protocols in mind and will have a safe and a healthy environment for the cast and crew. Once again, we're very thankful to the central government for going ahead and issuing these very clear guidelines.
इंफॉर्मेशन एंड ब्रॉडकास्टिंग मिनिस्ट्री की ओर से मीडिया एंड एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक स्पेसिफिक गाइडलाइंस और SOPs आए हैं। बड़ी खुशी की बात है क्योंकि अब तक जो गाइडलाइंस हमारे लिए थी वो एक जनरल थी, पूरी कंट्री के लिए जो गाइडलाइंस बने थे वो थे। तो आज हमारी इंडस्ट्री, फिल्म इंडस्ट्री, एड फिल्म, वेब सीरीज, टेलीविजन इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक स्पेसिफिक गाइडलाइंस आई है जिसमें हर छोटे से लेकर बड़े पहलू तक का ध्यान रखा गया है। हमने पिछले 2 महीने से शूटिंग शुरू किया है और वहां हम सारी चीजों का ध्यान रखते थे, पर इसको और स्पेसिफिक बनाया गया है और उसमें काम करने की एक ईज भी बढ़ी है और साथ साथ सुरक्षा भी बढ़ी है। आज भी ये महामारी में काम पर आते हुए लोगों को थोड़ा सा डर तो कहीं रहता है, पर ये जो गाइडलाइंस है इसको इस तरह रखा गया है कि हम बहुत अच्छी तरह काम भी कर सकते हैं, तो हमारे काम में कहीं बाधा नहीं आती है और हमको ध्यान भी रखना है। चैलेंजिंग माहौल जरूर है, पर इस चैलेंजेस में हम देश के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर काम कर सकते हैं, हमारे वर्करों का ध्यान रख सकते हैं और सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग, मास्क, सैनिटाइजेशन, हाइजीन, इन सारी चीजों के साथ छोटी से छोटी बात जैसे कि कलाकार, टेक्नीशियन, उनके ड्राइवर्स भी साथ में आते तो वो पार्किंग में खड़े होते हैं, तो उनको भी किस तरह से क्या ध्यान रखना है, ऐसी बातों पर भी ध्यान दिया गया है। एक सेंटर की यानी कि पूरे देश की एक पॉलिसी बनाई है, तो साथ साथ ये भी फ्रीडम दी गई है कि स्टेट स्पेसिफिक कुछ पॉलिसीज उसमें ऐड करना चाहे तो वो भी कर सकती है। हर तरह से बहुत ही मोटिवेटिंग एनकरेजिंग पॉलिसी है। हम काम भी करते रहेंगे और ध्यान भी रखते रहेंगे। तो पूरी इंडस्ट्री के बिहाफ पर इंफॉर्मेशन एंड ब्रॉडकास्टिंग मिनिस्ट्री का और प्रकाश जावड़ेकर जी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे।
जो एसओपी आया मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग से, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से, वो इतना एप्ट है और इतना प्रोड्यूसर फ्रेंडली है कि अब प्रोड्यूसर्स को शूट करने के अंदर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी। जैसे पहले महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट का एसओपी आया तो उसके अंदर इतनी प्रॉब्लम्स थी कि जिसकी वजह से हमको उस समय हाईकोर्ट में जाना पड़ा था और 65 ईयर्स एंड अबव की हमको परमिशन मिल गई थी। और इस एसओपी के अंदर ये है कि यू हैव टू टेक एक्स्ट्रा केयर फॉर द ओल्डर वंस एंड फॉर द यंगर वंस। उसके अलावा एसओपी इज परफेक्टली फिट फॉर ऑल द प्रोड्यूसर्स टू शूट। इसके अंदर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी और सारे प्रोड्यूसर्स और हर आदमी से खुश होगा।
कि श्री प्रकाश जावड़ेकर जी ने एक नई एसओपी अनाउंस की है जिसमें हिंदुस्तान के किसी भी भाग में वो सारे लोग जो अब तक शूटिंग नहीं कर पा रहे थे वो शूटिंग कर सकते हैं, बशर्ते सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग और फेडरेशन द्वारा बनाई हुई गाइडलाइन का पालन करना पड़ेगा। तो हम आप सबकी तरफ से उन लाखों मज़दूरों की तरफ से, आर्टिस्टों की तरफ से, टेक्नीशियन की तरफ से उनका हृदय से धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, बहुत बहुत स्वागत करना चाहूँगा।
स्पेशली मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहूँगा हमारे इंफॉर्मेशन एंड ब्रॉडकास्टिंग मिनिस्टर सर प्रकाश जावड़ेकर जी का, जिन्होंने आज एसओपी दिया अपनी मिनिस्ट्री से शूटिंग के लिए। सर इस डिसीजन से ऑलमोस्ट बहुत लाखों फैमिली को बहुत फ़र्क पड़ेगा, सबको काम मिलेगा। क्योंकि पहले भी हम लोग यहाँ शूटिंग धीरे धीरे कर रहे थे, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने एक एसओपी किया था इशू, जिसको फॉलो करके हम थोड़ी छोटे लेवल पे शूटिंग कर रहे थे। बट अलग अलग स्टेट में कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स थी, तो वो अभी ये सेंटर का एसओपी है तो ये एप्लीकेबल होगा हर जगह। तो इससे जितनी इंडस्ट्री है, जैसे मेन स्ट्रीम हिंदी सिनेमा हो गया, टेलीविज़न हो गई, रीजनल फिल्म इंडस्ट्री हो गई, रीजनल टेलीविज़न सीरियल्स हो गए, तो इन पे बहुत वाइड रेंज पे एक बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा, जिससे लाखों लोग इससे जुड़े हुए हैं, उन सबको बहुत फ़ायदा होगा। सो वंस अगेन मैं बोलूँगा हमारे इंफॉर्मेशन एंड ब्रॉडकास्टिंग मिनिस्टर प्रकाश जावड़ेकर सर को, थैंक यू सर, इट्स अ ग्रेट डिसीजन। एंड और इंडियन गवर्नमेंट को भी, जो द ग्रेट पीएम के द्वारा अभी एक लीड किया जा रहा है, सच ए ऑनर सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
Many big budgeted movies were on standstill due to this pandemic situation, and now when we are back on sets, very soon we can enjoy our favorites back on screen.
The coronavirus outbreak is doing more than disrupting the health of thousands of people across the globe. The entertainment industry suffered from its spread. COVID-19 has impacted film rollouts or forced teams to halt their current film and TV productions. Shahid Kapoor impressed the audience with his intense performance in Kabir Singh last year, which got a lot of appreciation his way. Expectations from his next project have doubled post that, and the audience is eager to find out what Shahid will be delivering on the big screen now. The actor stars in the Hindi remake of Jersey, which is about a cricketer who decides to take his shot at the game in his 30s. Along with Shahid, the film stars Mrunal Thakur of Super 30 fame. The duo has been shooting in Chandigarh, but the film's shooting got suspended indefinitely due to the outbreak of the coronavirus.
आपकी लड़की चंट निकली है, तो समझ में आ गया कि आप लोग ट्रेस कर रहे हैं। फोन बंद है, ईमेल बंद है, फेसबुक बंद है।
Arjun Kapoor and Parineeti Chopra starrer Sandeep or Pinky Farrar was also on standstill due to this pandemic. A story of a man and woman who represent two completely different ideas. They are united in one thing only: their mistrust, suspicion and hate for each other. With television and film shootings coming to an indefinite halt due to the ongoing coronavirus pandemic and the subsequent nationwide lockdown, Salman Khan's much anticipated film Radhe or Most Wanted Bhai might not hit the theatres on this Eid. The entertainment industry, which had so far remained unfazed by any kind of setback, faced a blow after COVID-19 hit the globe. With several projects in a limbo, the pandemic spared nobody, ranging from directors, actors, writers, theatre artists to singers. Films that were already complete are still awaiting their release. With cineplexes yet to function with full capacity, directors have resorted to digital platforms to release their movies. The directors who were in their post-production phase are facing delays in the process too. The filmmakers said they were avoiding the shoots this time because even if one positive case gets detected on the sets, everybody will have to get quarantined. Malayalam superstar Mohanlal's Marakkar blockbuster film was another tentpole movie that was set to open in cinemas in March, but the movie has been postponed without a new release date. Nishabdam, starring Anushka Shetty and Madhavan, won't release in April as announced earlier. Bahubali star Prabhas was forced to end the Europe schedule of his upcoming movie, tentatively titled Prabhas 20, and return to India. He has also opted for a self-quarantine, following the protocol to control the spill of the virus. Tollywood star Allu Arjun's untitled movie with director Sukumar was supposed to begin shooting in Kerala and Andhra Pradesh, but it has now been put on hold. Even singers and actors have felt the pandemic was like an eclipse on their career, and they were finding it hard to get going in this troubling situation. But the announcement of the SOPs for media production have come as a relief for India's film studios, ad film and TV and digital originals producers.
Well, that's all in today's special show. Hope you have liked our show, and we'll be back with new series, new shows. So keep watching DD News and DD India. Namaskar.
नमस्ते लैंड
मरहबन इलल हिंद
जरी इंडिया
सलाम इंडिया नमस्ते इंडिया
नमस्कार भारत
मुई इंडिया नहनु हुनूर इंडिया माँ हिंदी हस्ती हिंदियानी
सलाम हिंदुस्तान
वी आर इंडिया
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD News and DD India.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good and fulfilling my duty of responsible citizen by staying at home to maintain social distancing.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I have a few doubts about the Arogya Setu app. After installing this app, what all personal information are we required to share?
When you are registering on the app, it will ask you for your name, age, gender, profession, and your last 30 days of travel history. It would also request for permission to keep mobiles, Bluetooth and GPS location on.
So where does all this information go and get stored?
The information submitted by you is encrypted and safely stored in the server.
So information about me like where I go, with whom I meet, is also being stored in the servers?
No. If you come in contact with another person who has also installed the same app, this piece of information is captured and stored on your mobile itself. This information is not sent to the server.
Okay, so this information does not go outside my phone?
No, it does not. This information is only sent out of your mobile to the servers if you are found to be COVID positive.
Understood. If I become COVID positive, then this information is used to inform everyone who knowingly or unknowingly came in contact with me so that they can also get themselves tested.
That's correct. If you remain well, then even the government will not use this information. Your personal information will remain personal and secure within your mobile.
Will information about me be stored permanently in mobile or servers?
No, that's not the case. The captured information gets deleted from your mobile after 30 days and from the server after 45 days. In case you are found COVID positive, your information from the server will be deleted after 60 days.
This is great. This app keeps my data safe and private, and I am safe as well. I'm convinced now that Arogya Setu app is the right way to fight Corona.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide. Search for an effective vaccine is on. Until then, the only option is caution and prevention. Now that the country has opened up under Unlock 5, it's all the more critical that we don't let our guard down. Face mask has been found to be the most effective means to fight the spread of COVID-19. World Health Organization and various researchers have also found that masks are critical in mitigating the spread of COVID-19. When you wear a mask, you protect yourself and people around you. Wearing a face mask helps prevent the spread of COVID-19, but only if worn properly.
बिना मास्क या फेस कवर के घर से बाहर निकलने की अभी कल्पना करना भी सही नहीं है.
Be a part of DD India campaign. Mask Up India. Come and join our initiative to fight COVID-19. Share your stories of masking up with us on Facebook and Twitter.
Mask Up India.
It's a simple task. Just wear a mask.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
The changing world of news. Headlines that you wake up to. News that shapes your day. Stories that matter to you. The latest and most accurate updates. A fresh start to a new day. The Breakfast News, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. on DD India.
A global pandemic that's causing havoc worldwide. Search for an effective vaccine is on. Until then, the only option is caution and prevention. Now that the country has opened up under Unlock 5, it's all the more critical that we don't let our guard down. Face mask has been found to be the most effective means to fight the spread of COVID-19. World Health Organization and various researchers have also found that masks are critical in mitigating the spread of COVID-19. When you wear a mask, you protect yourself and people around you. Wearing a face mask helps prevent the spread of COVID-19, but only if worn properly.
बिना मास्क या फेस कवर के घर से बाहर निकलने की अभी कल्पना करना भी सही नहीं है.
Be a part of DD India campaign. Mask Up India. Come and join our initiative to fight COVID-19. Share your stories of masking up with us on Facebook and Twitter.
Mask Up India.
It's a simple task. Just wear a mask.
Mask Up India.
Mask Up India.
Hello and welcome to Midday Prime. We are tracking closely for you the US presidential polls outcome, which is down to the wire. The Trump administration has filed lawsuits asking for a stop to counting in some states, whereas Joe Biden has voiced confidence that he will be victorious. All that in the day's big news stories in Midday Prime. Let's get started with the big news at this hour. Counting continues in the US presidential elections with balance hinged on key battleground states. Biden's projected wins in Wisconsin and Michigan push his chances for the top job. Incumbent Trump attacks the vote counting process, pursues lawsuits, demands recounts. It's the last day of campaigning in the Bihar Assembly polls today before the third and final phase of elections for 78 seats on Saturday. The results will be declared on Tuesday. Union Home Minister Amit Shah visits West Bengal, says the BJP will form a two-thirds majority government in the state after the next polls, and accuses state government of obstructing benefits of the centre's schemes to the people. Environment Minister Prakash Javadekar chairs the second CEO forum on the theme India's action as far as climate is concerned. The pivotal role of private sector leadership outlines India's outstanding performance on climate change mitigation, stresses developing countries need the money to follow eco-friendly path. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to chair the virtual Global Investor Roundtable. Top pension and sovereign wealth funds to participate, meet to deliberate on accelerating international investments in India. United Nations adopts India's annual counterterrorism resolution co-sponsored by over 75 countries. The resolution was adopted by consensus in the UN General Assembly. And television anchor Arnab Goswami sent to 2 weeks judicial custody by Alibag Court. His bail plea to be heard by the Bombay High Court today. He was arrested by Maharashtra police yesterday amidst condemnation from all quarters. Let's begin this show with the big news at this hour. And we bring you first an update on the US presidential polls where counting is underway. In the close race for the US presidency, Democrat Joe Biden is inching closer to victory over the incumbent president and Republican candidate Donald Trump. The long, winding and slow counting process was earlier showing a close contest between the two rivals till late night, but after Biden won the battleground states of Michigan and Wisconsin, his lead substantially increased. These two states had voted for Trump last time. With these two states and the battleground state of Arizona going in Biden's favor, the balance has tilted significantly towards him. Meanwhile, incumbent Donald Trump attacked the vote counting process. Trump's campaign has filed a lawsuit to try and suspend the vote counting in Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, citing irregularities. However, the mail-in ballots could take days or weeks to be counted in some states, meaning a final winner might not be declared today unless a candidate bags a landslide victory. American presidential elections are decided not by the popular vote but by securing a majority in the state-by-state electoral college, which has 538 members. The US elections project estimated a total turnout at a record 160 million voters, including more than 101.1 million early voters, 65.2 million of whom voted by mail. So Joe Biden is inching closer to victory, and Donald Trump has already moved the courts asking for a stop of counting as far as 3 states is concerned. So let's take a look at the US history to take a look at the role that the US Supreme Court has played in presidential elections in the past. In 1876, it was Rutherford Hayes versus Samuel Tilden. Hayes was, of course, the Republican candidate and Tilden was the Democrat candidate. What happened in this case, we'll now tell you next. Let's take a look at what happened then. Congress set up a bipartisan federal electoral commission. This was set up by the US Congress in 1876. And after that, the commission comprised House representatives, senators, and Supreme Court justices. So this was the role that the Supreme Court had played in an indirect manner in 1876. It was part of that electoral commission that was constituted by the US Congress. Let's take a look at more information. 20 electoral college votes were disputed at this point in time. Remember, currently there are 538 electoral college votes and the winner needs to get 270. So at that point in time, there was no clear winner, and thus the commission was constituted and the Supreme Court justices were part of that commission. The commission gave all the disputed votes to Hayes, who won by a slender majority, 185 to 184. So that was the kind of majority of just 1 that Hayes had at this point in time. Next comes 2000, George W. Bush, a Republican candidate, versus Al Gore of the Democratic Party. This, of course, is one which is often cited even in today's times. 2000 is the time when US Supreme Court played a